happy that we made it to Worlds because this is what we were aiming for.
This team was built to be #1.
We've got an epic final ahead of us between Alliance and Fnatic.
All of us want to really finish first because we already did it 3 splits in a row and we don't want to stop now.
I think it's about time to dethrone Fnatic from the European throne. It's about time to put Alliance first.
Gentlemen, and welcome to the European League of Legends Summer Playoff Finals, coming to you live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. We started the split with 8 teams, and after 112 games played in the regular season, only 2 squads remain. I am Lee D-Man Smith, I'm joined by Joe Miller and Martin DeFiscio Lunger, as Alliance and Fnatic will go head-to-head in a clash of the Titans for the right to call themselves the Summer Split champions and take that #1 seed heading into the 2014 World Championships.
And I just absolutely love the fact we hear Shook and Nif in the video here say, this team was built to be #1. It's all about beating Alliance now. We have a fantastic stage, we have the crowd. Alliance has been #1 during the season or during the split, but it's all about winning here if you want to be the champion. So now they have to deliver.
And that's the thing, right? They may be the team that's built to win, but they're up against a team that has won now 3 splits in a row. Every single EU LCS split we've seen. 4 splits the dream. We'll see how that goes today.
We'll see if they can do it. So first, let's take a quick look at the teams who have qualified for Worlds so far. There's 6 in total, ladies and gentlemen. You can see there's the 3 European teams at the top. Dark Passage also in there. Samsung Galaxy Blue, they were the first team to qualify from OGN over in Korea. And the Taipei Assassins are back.
They're back. They were the surprise package of Season 2, of course. Came in there and everyone thought, who are these guys? They're never going to win. They went on, kind of shocked the world. Interesting little fact, though. No team up until now has won a season and then competed in the World Championships the year after. TPA will be back this year. We're still waiting to see if last season's World Champions, SKT1K, are going to do the same.
Yeah, big match for them. Tiebreaker, that's on the 27th of August. Don't forget to miss it. So, don't forget to miss it. You don't want to miss it.
Don't want to miss it.
The second day of Gamescom, of course, Dark Passage became the first team from Turkey to qualify for the World Championships by earning a spot from the International Wildcard Tournament. Fantastic result by them.
Yeah, it was pretty clear they were the best wildcard team here at Gamescom when they destroyed Legacy in the final. And I just love the playstyle they used because it's so aggressive. The champion pools every single member seems to have is huge. I mean, in the mid lane, Naro played like 5-6 different champions. Yeah. Holy Phoenix as well, like Jinx, Tristan, all these different AD carries. And they're all so aggressive, they all perform. Mechanic-wise, they can actually follow the teams going into Worlds here. Strategy, we have to see. They will be the underdogs. But I actually do believe they can surprise and at least get a few wins.
Yeah, they started off well in every single game they played. We'll see how they perform on the world stage. Of course, yesterday, SK Gaming won the 3rd place match by taking down Rocket in only 3 simple, straightforward games. With that, they became the 3rd final European team to qualify for Worlds, along with the 2 teams playing today.
And it's really hard to tell which team is going to come out of this split as the strongest European team into all 3. I think most people had these 3 down at the beginning of the summer split to go to Worlds, and it's exactly what they're going to do now. The question is, who's going to prepare best? Who's going to be the strongest when we start in just, well, not even that long of a time, is it? We've got 2 months, basically. Not even that.
Not even that. It's a very short month ahead of us. So, before we head into the final series, we have some awards from the Summer Split to hand out. So let's join Shocks for that presentation.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Evie Shock supporter, and I'm joined here by Alliance's Nif and Fnatic's Reckless, because we are excited to begin a special new LCS tradition of recognizing individual excellence. Now, our first award was decided on by a panel of experts And for the best performance by a newcomer, they have named the Copenhagen Wolves' AD carry Woolite as Rookie of the 2014 Summer Split. Unfortunately, Woolite could not be with us today, but we do have a message from him.
Hi guys, unfortunately I couldn't get to Gamescom, but I'm really happy because I get this award and it's a big honor to me as a player. I mean, it's a big surprise for me that people notice my performance, and yeah, I will try to do even better next split because of that. So yeah, thank you guys. Bye.
Well, of course, congratulations from all of us here to Woolite as well. And right now on to you, Nif. It's been a great season for you guys so far. You have really been the anchor of Alliance's bottom lane, and you've racked up an impressive number of 294 assists. And for that, you earned the award of most assists in the Summer Split. Congratulations, fantastic stuff.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I got the 1,000 assists, now I get this award. This means so much for you. Thank you, everyone.
And next up, we have Reckless with 167 kills. You were the most lethal player this split in the Summer Split. That means congratulations to you for winning the award for most kills. But that is not all. In addition to that, our panel of casters, experts, and the teams themselves have named you as this summer's most valuable player. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm actually really proud to get this individual recognition because I've been working really hard over the past year after I joined Fnatic to prove that I'm worthy to be here where I am today. But it would never work out if I didn't have the team I have. So I'm really proud to be in Fnatic, and I'm really happy to have the teammates I have. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Let's have another round of applause for our award winners. Well, of course, we'll be seeing these guys square off in a second in the final, so we're going to take a quick break, but stay tuned as Alliance and Fnatic face off in the European LCS Summer Finals, where one team will be crowned champion and will head to Worlds as the #1 seed from Europe. We'll be right back.
Us and Alliances always have like a sort of rivalry this year.
We know how they play, and I think we know their playstyle. Before they said also that they kind of know our weakness, but I'm not sure because I think we played a wide champion pool in our semi-final, and we showed that we can play everything.
It's a fact that when Alliance is ahead early, they stay for 1 or 2 times. I think they won all their games.
We know that we can always win, even if we're behind. We know that the enemy is gonna make a mistake most of the time.
The best way for us to beat Alliance is just to play solid and avoid mistakes because they can punish really hard for mistakes.
It feels like the one that makes the least mistakes is the one that wins.
I think Fnatic makes quite a lot of mistakes here. Like, I think if they don't snowball against us, that we're gonna win the game.
Our problem kind of sometimes is that we are really greedy and we try to do the greedy thing and we just get punished incredibly hard.
Even if you manage to win one lane, the other lanes are gonna be equal or ahead, so you're never gonna be able to snowball a game just from the laning phase versus them because they know how to handle their lanes.
The main goal was to participate to Worlds. We got that, now we have to win the split. It's about time to put Alliance first. Last season we didn't quite do it and we lost against them in semifinals, but this time I believe we have the stronger cards.
Yeah, I've been working for this for like a year now. We always knew from the start we could work, well, we could all be really, really good, but we can also work together, so I like that a lot.
This team was built to be #1.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined here by Trevor, Quickshot Henry, and Mitch Preppo Vorspels, and we're just moments away from Game 1. Now, gentlemen, what are your predictions for this series? Of course, what a fantastic matchup, and you gotta feel the pressure is off, but on the other hand, it's still on because they want to win this.
Well, I think for this series, there's more pressure on Alliance than there is on Fnatic. Everybody is anticipating Fnatic to just sort of walk away at this one. It's on Alliance to break the streak. It's on Alliance to live up to the Super Team title. And it's on Alliance to come back from some of the mistakes that were made in the semi-final. So I think Alliance can do it. I called Alliance to be the Summer Split champions all the way back in week 1. And I think this is their time. They look confident. They have been playing strong. And they've beat Fnatic 3 times out of the last 4 games they've played in the regular season.
See, I don't really like this prediction game, so I'm not going to play it.
You're not very good at it from what I remember.
Oh, I won the last time. Anyways, I think this series is going to end in a 3-1 in either team's favor. I think like once a team gets far enough up, like the mental aspect of a best-of-5 final is so big that I think one team will just get mentally broken at one point, and I would love to see all 5 games. And I don't care who wins because I have really good friends with the Alliance because obviously I played in half their team.
Such a cop-out.
Yeah, I'm copping out right now. So if you say Alliance, I'll say Fnatic, I guess.
Well, of course, we'd love to see 5 games, and we'd also like to hear from all of you as well. Head over to Twitter and let us know which team in this series do you think will be crowned the Kings of Summer and why. So, I mean, Trevor, I don't have to ask you. You have a lot of trust in Alliance.
Yeah, trust is a strong word. I believe in Alliance. We'll see. And I think if they make mistakes, they could be in trouble. But yes, I'm calling it for Alliance.
Preppo.
Well, I think Alliance, but I've played against Fnatic in these type of finals, and it's always a different Fnatic that shows up. It's never the same one that you're used to. They always have like one of these curveballs or just silly level 1, and you find 5 people in the top lane. It's really hard to call this one.
Yeah, we will see. They'll tweet us at LOL Esports with your answer, along with the hashtag AllWin or FNCWin, and we'll read your answers later in the show. Now, you can also go to lolesports.com for information about the teams, the players, the schedule, and more as we continue down the road to Worlds. Now, we know you're ready for this series to begin, so let's send it over to our trio of casters to kick things off.
Thank you very much, Shox. It is indeed time for the 2 best teams in Europe to square off the title of Summer Split Champions and first place seed at Worlds. So let's break down these 2 teams, starting out in the top lane. It is a battle between Wicked and Soaz, and this was a battle for the All-Stars in which Soaz was the one that came out ahead. But that was a year ago now. The current meta plays into the favor of both of the players. Wicked, he works very well with the tanky style and the wider choice of champions. Well, that plays well into Soaz's favor.
I 100% agree, and Soaz has just been getting better and better towards the end of this split here. We just look at his performance in the start of the split and say, okay, he needs to find his champion pools now. He was just trying a lot of different things. All of a sudden, he found it. He's been playing better and better in the playoffs. He's been looking strong. I mean, he played 5 different champions in the semifinals. That really shows how big your champion pool actually is. Wicked, on the other hand, while we sometimes see him get stuck on a few champions only, we always talk about his champion pool. He did show us Swain in the semi-final and actually worked out pretty well for him. So he's also been expanding the champion pool a little bit here and could potentially surprise us today.
So Shook and Cyanide is the battle then in the jungle. Shook has been the man really helping carry his team, and he was involved in 79% of Alliance's kills versus SK Gaming. And it's nothing new that Cyanide is not really carrying as hard for Fnatic, but that's because his style is a lot more passive than Shook's overall.
Yeah, so we have the carry jungler from Alliance, and then we have the support jungler from Fnatic. It's not a bad deal or bad thing to be the support jungler because Cyanide is exactly the type of player Fnatic needs. They have carry players in every single other role. Even their support, Yellowstar, can carry games here. So they need a person like Cyanide who can help his lanes, who can focus on getting wards down, and it's paying off for the team. Shook, on the other hand, from Alliance, he's a playmaker. He wants to be the guy to carry. And we've also seen him show great synergy together with Froggen in the mid lane, where they often like to gank early on and get Froggen ahead.
Well, speaking of that mid lane, they are probably the most famous members of both teams. They have their highlight reels across the years, and despite Froggen not winning MVP, he has easily been better of the two this season.
Yeah, and Froggen was the MVP of the semi-final, we can say. Nobody was going to stop him from getting to Worlds because, especially in Game 1 and Game 2, he just took the entire team on his back. He kept Alliance in the game, ended up actually winning at least the first one. The second one, SK Gaming managed to win it, but the first one was all Froggen playing so well. And FLICKR in the semi-final, he looked great in lane against Overpower, but he was caught out a few times in the team fights, which is something he can't afford to do against Alliance here. We did see some good stuns, and of course in the last game we saw the perfect Orianna play from him against Rocket.
I love the fact that Froggen's in his all-star jacket. He's like, yeah, I was captain, I won.
Just trying to stamp his authority on this mid lane fight. The AD carries and Tabs and Reckless have been prolific all season long for their teams. That didn't really change in the semi-finals either. Tabs died only once against SK Gaming and managed to rack up a crazy 44 KDA. Reckless died 6 times versus Rockout, but that game was, we have to say, much closer. The big pick here, though, could be Kog'Maw, which they both did great work on.
Yeah, it will definitely be one of the big picks. I mean, the hyper carries have been in focus the entire playoff, actually, and it won't change here. We're going to see AD carry bans, we're going to see them being first pick, maybe even Froggen playing Tristana mid lane, again, just to take it away from Reckless here. So it's going to be a lot of focus on these AD carries here. And if you just look at Reckless and Taps, I mean, these are the 2 best AD carries in Europe facing each other right here. There's no question about is anyone else in top 2. No. These 2 are the 2 best AD carries we have. Reckless was just awarded MVP, but knowing Taps, he's going to do everything in his power to show that he's the best AD carry tonight.
Yeah, most kills, least deaths. Definitely Reckless in the driving seat on that one. Finally, of course, the supports alongside them. The AD carries are not complete without these guys, Nif and Yellowstar. And for me, Yellowstar, he is the #1, often dictating the plays for his team. They both make some exceptional plays, but they also play the same champion. So I expect this one to be pretty high priority in the pick and bans, the Nami, the Morgana, and maybe even the Thresh.
So a lot of Nami bans from SK Gaming against Nif, of course, and Morgana was a hard contested pick for Yellowstar as well. But Yellowstar, for me, has been the support making the most big plays this split here, especially on like Thresh and Morgana. Time and time again, we see it. He set up the kills for Reckless and the rest of the team, while Nif, he's just consistently good. Like every single time, he will perform. You don't notice Nif as much as you notice a player like Yellowstar, but he's always there and he's always playing well. I mean, he secured 47 assists in the semi-final versus SK Gaming in 4 games. That's more than Yellowstar got against Rocket, even though he played 5 games.
And let's not forget Yellowstar's triple kill in that Baron pit that actually took away the record from Record.
True, yeah.
Could have had the record if it wasn't for him. Scumbag. So, pick and bans, they're going to be getting underway in a moment. Anything we particularly see in this? We've talked about the top lanes, you know, big priorities there. Maybe try and take something away from Wicked. That's how it used to work against Alliance.
True.
Supports, they want the same thing. AD carries, pretty flexible. Mid laners can play anything. This is a pretty wide open pick and ban phase.
So these 2 teams are so even in terms of like skill. It's going to come down to champ select, a big part of it at least. And if you do look at the bans from the semi-final, Alliance against SK Gaming banned Nidalee in every single game and banned Orianna in 3 out of 4 games. Source played Nidalee against Rocket. He's a great Nidalee player. He's one of the first ones to do it. It's going to be banned against him, at least in the first game. And I predict it to be banned in every single game because Wicked doesn't play it. And Orianna as well was banned against FLICKR 4 out of 5 games in their semi-final. I also expect that one to be banned by Alliance.
Well, you're not too wrong on that one. We see Nidalee being banned here by Alliance. My question, if we'd have had time for it there, was would we see Syndra get taken away from FLICKR? And that question is answered. Syndra the second ban for Alliance. On the other side, Fnatic going for that standard red side cast-in, also taking away Ahri from Froggen.
And can't really blame them for taking away the Ahri. Froggen was so good on it in the semi-final and carried the Alliance into this big final we have here. Syndra was not the greatest pick for Xpeke in the mid lane, but it's simply because they want to target him once again now. Orianna also, as we just talked about, being banned against him, Alliance banned it against SK Gaming, Rocket banned it against Fnatic. It makes a lot of sense here. Make sure Xpeke can't dominate the lane, because look here. 2 lane bullies taken away from Xpeke. It's up to Froggen now to win the lane on his own and carry the game.
Yeah, you can see a lot of discussion, a lot of focus on those mid lane bans. This is going to force Froggen and Peke into maybe a situation they don't want. Twitch, the final ban. That's going to force an AD carry pick, and his Kog'Maw insta-locked in by Alliance.
Well, can't really blame them. Twitch banned away. Taps did play it in game 1, where SK Gaming were picking Tristana, and they used it just for the mid-game power spike of Twitch to try and shut down the Tristana. This time around, no Twitch being banned. Should be a Tristana pick then for Reckless over here, unless he feels like he want to play Corki and try and win at the mid-game.
Well, we'll find out here whether they actually bother with then that AD carry pick in their first round. One thing that we should note here, the likes of Maokai not spotted here anywhere in the bans. Will we see Soaz take that though?
Well, Soaz or Fnatic banned Maokai in all 5 games against Rockets, so it doesn't seem like Soaz actually plays it. Wicked does, on the other hand.
And on the flip side, Nidalee is wide open as well, so that could indeed be played by Atelize, banned first pick. Blind, old age.
Yeah.
We'll just bring everything into that one. Twisted Fate though, picked up. We haven't seen Peke play this one in a while. It was an old favourite of both these mid laners, honestly, but it has been a while since Twisted Fate has been a priority.
Yeah, I mean, it was banned a few times in the playoffs, but it's also been open a lot of times where teams didn't actually pick it here. But that's also Fnatic responding and saying, we have 4 mid lane bans already. We want to make sure now we get a pick where Xpeke not necessarily will win the laning phase, but he can then impact the other lanes, because they are now not expecting Xpeke to actually win one-on-one against Froggen with the 2 lane bullies, Orianna and Syndra being banned away from him. So instead he's now going to focus on helping his side lanes, which actually can work really well, especially if they do manage to shut down taps. Remember, he's immobile. If he doesn't run cleanse, and there's going to be no kills in the laning phase, that's impossible. TF can focus the bottom lane and try and shut down Alliance there.
So, for Alliance then, it looks like Lee Sin will be locked in for Shook, a champion which he's made so many big plays on over the course of the year. And also getting Nami in there for Nif. We talked about the support picks here and how they have a very similar, I think, high priority of 3 champions basically. And that's going to go over to Nif. Also paired with that Kog'Maw, that's a very scary lane as well.
It's a great lane, a lot of poke, very, one of the strongest lanes we have at the moment. And again, Nami was banned by SK Gaming in 3 out of 4 games because they also wanted to run Morgana, and Nami is the lane counter to Morgana here, so we have to see if Fnatic still want to play it. Otherwise, Thresh should be the option for Yellow Star if he wants to play a bit more safe in the laning phase. If he does take the Morgana here, they have to rely on Twisted Fate to help them out in the laning phase, or Fnatic wants to lane swap then, like we actually see a lot from them.
And of course, that top lane still a question. If Maokai does get locked in, and it is, will we see the Swain counter? Zillion support locked in for Yellowstar.
Played in the OGN finals quite a bit actually by by KTR, sorry. And it simply means the Maokai pick here, if he goes in and tanks up like 4 members and the back line where you have the Twisted Fate and your AD carry, then takes care of the front line from Alliance, this Maokai, you have to kill him twice. Potentially, unless they of course get back Alliance, get to one of the carries, then we have the ult again from Zillion here. So very nice pickup. Actually also pretty good in the laning phase, just not very good against Nami, simply due to the sustained advantage for Nami.
So other side for Alliance looking for a top lane choice, and of course the mid laner here for Froggen. What's he gonna pull out? There's a lot of bans towards this mid lane, 4 of them targeted straight in there between Froggen and Xpeke. Will it be something like Xerath that he's played, or will he go full-on aggression here and play this Fizz?
Just a direct counter to Twisted Fate here. I mean, Froggen is going to have the kill pressure in lane. You have Lee Sin for Shook, where he can apply all the early pressure as well. And we often see Shook and Froggen work together early on, camp the mid lane. If Xpeke falls behind in this lane here, he's going to be in big trouble. And if Froggen decides to run teleport as well, he might be able to follow him around. But now he's not on the teleport. He still wants he wants even more kill pressure and lane pressure at the moment.
I wonder if they were trying to bully him into Tristana, and Reckless has just said no. Of course, they always knew that Vayne was a possibility for Reckless. It's a champion he has been very good on.
Yeah, yes, insane KD on the Vayne, the pentakill against Copenhagen Wolves as well, but it's not going to be a good lane for Fnatic here, so they have to force the lane swap. And we often see when Fnatic have to force the lane swap, they invade into your jungle, they place like 4 wards deep inside your jungle, 1 between the 2 towers as well in the bottom lane or the top lane, depending on where they want to go. And then they try and spot where the enemy dual lane is going and swap around it here. So Fnatic need to get the lane swap going, which can be a bit annoying when you're against an Alistar, who's one of the best top laners at roaming around and ganking early.
They've done a lot of diving in those scenarios as well when they've, though, had the likes of Thresh or Morgana in there. Zillion's going to make it a little bit harder to actually lock someone up under that tower to finish him off, but excited to see Reckless as Vayne had a 65 KDA on that coming into playoffs. We'll see if he can go as crazy on it today.
Yeah, some big stats, a lot of big champions for everyone involved. How do you guys at home feel about these lineups? Tweet us hashtag AllWin or hashtag FNCWin for Fnatic to @LOL Esports, and we'll see what you guys think, because this is a tricky one. The balance of power, could we see it shift to Alliance? Fnatic have won this 3 times running. Nobody else in Europe has won the LCS.
It's just going to be so important in this game for Fnatic. Every time Reckless plays Vayne, they invest a lot of farm, a lot of kills into him here, or a lot of gold. They have to do the same here, because he has to be the carry late game together with FLICKR, the 2 damage threat. They run it before, has backfired, but also worked out.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 underway in here at Gamescom in front of a packed crowd. Alliance starting out as the blue team. Tabs on your screen there. He was in this situation last year for Lemon Dogs. He lost in this final against Fnatic this time. Fnatic, of course, as the red team, with the slight change of Reckless coming in 2014 as the AD carry. Can he be the man to take Fnatic a step further at Worlds? They're going to go regardless. Can they get further than 3rd place? Will they take that #1 seed once again?
And we see a lot of focus on the late game as well for Fnatic with this comp. Pick potential, and you have to go late, to be honest, because Alliance in these mid-games fights should be stronger. Once Tabs complete his Trinity Force, he's going to be very, very strong. Froggen, I expect him to go Hourglass second item if we actually do see Alliance look for these team fights, and then he can just dive in towards FLICKR or Reckless, try and kill them. Of course, he has to kill them twice, which is the annoying part about the support Zillion, but at the same time, Fnatic needs to get the lane swap.
Speaking of the lane swap, Fnatic actually sent Reckless right down to the bottom side of the map. Tabs was there as well, and they basically saw each other, put a ward down a piece, and then actually moved away. We also saw that Alistar started working his way down towards this bottom side of the map. So with Tabs in tow, is this going to be something a little bit tricky from Alliance here at level 1?
Well, seems like we have Yellowstar sitting in the mid lane now. We have down his bottom lane, Reckless recalling. He's done this before where he runs down to the lane, just stands there, and then he waits to see, okay, do we spot the enemy dual lane? Then we do recall instantly. Notice what Alliance is doing. They're doing the same mind game Rocket did, where they send Wicked into the lane. So now Fnatic actually believes it's going to be a 2v1 down this bottom lane and a lane swap, and Reckless is staying in the lane. But behind Wicked, we have Tabs and Nif waiting, so it's going to be standard lanes, and we can just teleport to the top lane.
It's actually going to be a decent amount of damage here onto Reckless as well. Tabs wasn't quite close enough to follow up with that, and of course Nami wasn't quite there either, so they do the damage to Reckless. Wicked's going to TP top, but we already saw the recall coming in from Reckless, and Yellowstar is still in the mid lane harassing Froggen here with a bomb, so they're still going to try and put those 2 men against Wicked up top.
Just again, mind games by Alliance. We saw the same trick used by Rocket here, and we saw the same reaction from Fnatic. Instant recall from Reckless. Go to the top lane. Wicked has been able to pick up some farm, get some experience now. He will push the lane down. If he can push it into the tower in time, he might be able to reset it and still be able to get some experience. Seems like he can't do it, and therefore Reckless should be able to freeze it up in his top lane here and then force Wicked to roam around.
But it's Shook that's going to lose out. He's going to be 3 buffs to the good for Cyanide. He's going to come around, and that blue buff not there. Instead, he'll take the wolves away and start off there. So he's going to try and keep his experience flowing despite the lack of that big buff. Bottom lane, Tabs is actually shoving the wave fairly heavily, just keeping it outside of range. Yellowstar puts a bomb down. It's going to be so annoying early on for Wicked here.
So Tabs down this bottom lane actually has to push it into the tower simply because it was pushing from the start. He got it reset the first time. Now he has the kind of minion from Fnatic side, and he can actually decide if he wants to freeze it. So he already pushed it into the tower, bounced the wave, reset it, and now it's going to push down towards him, so he can also freeze it together with Reckless up in the top lane. Both AD carries seem fairly happy, and now we're going to see the roam.
Shook going to move towards this mid lane. Is he going to be able to do anything up there? FLICKR is decently far up there, but it looks like he's just going to go back into his jungle, keep the farm going on that front, and there he's Froggen again going a little aggressive out on towards FLICKR, who pulls the red card. A little bit low on mana there, but shouldn't have too much of a problem in getting that all back with the use of his blue cards. Meanwhile, Soaz and Cyanide teaming up. They're going to start moving towards mid, or will they go into the enemy jungle? They're going to have a look at mid lane for now.
Oh, Froggen's playing it safe while this is all happening. Nif is actually rotating, gone up towards the top, so he's joined Wicked just to hold this lane against them. And obviously Tabs, he's getting free farm on down that bottom.
Yeah, and look how much farm Wicked is picking up now, because Nif is here to help him. Shook was running up as well in case someone from Fnatic was there to try and pressure Wicked and Nif. So Wicked can pick up all the farm here. He will share the experience, but it's better than the Maokai running around the jungle at the moment on 4 CS.
Oh, they're going to try and sneak around the backside. Tabs is completely unawares of this one. He's going to get slowed by the sapling, twisted in advance. Not going to be able to use. Cocoon will land, but Flash used by Tabs perfectly. Brilliant play.
Flash and heal, actually, so someone is completely used up there by Tabs, and that's the danger. A little bit far up in his lane. No ward to actually spot anyone coming in behind him, and that means now that Soaz, similar to what we see with Wicked in the top lane in the presence of Nif, will now have a bit more time to farm up a bit, and he's actually fallen a decent chunk of gold behind, to be honest, because of that in these early stages. And up at level 4, of course, once he hits level 6, that's when he's going to be feeling a lot more confident. And actually goes in for the attack towards Reckless. It was a simple headbutt and the old auto attack trick as it goes through.
And it's a lane now with double heal against Zilean, who's great at poking if there's no sustain. But Yellow side's not really able to poke Wicked and Nif down because they can just heal each other, and they can sit in this lane, keep farming. They're going to need the help of Cyanide if they actually want to stop Wicked from farming in this lane.
Tabs tried to bait something out down the bottom, pretending to recall, but again, as he's mentioned, Wicked wiping out this wave, double heals, counteracting the bombs. Of course, they're only really probably level 1 bombs from Yellow Star, so not going to do a great deal of damage. He hasn't exactly got ability power stacked on him. Cyanide down in this bottom wave, trying to create a play maybe if Tabs steps a little too far forward, but with that flash and heal already down, he's going to play this one very safe.
And this is the risky thing about the tactic from Alliance with sending Nif in the top lane to lane with Wicked is that Tabs is all alone. And now there's 2 members from Fnatic down here, potentially setting up for a kill. We actually do see Shook instantly reacting and saying, okay, I don't want to have a situation where my AD carry can't farm, so I'm instantly going to run to this bottom lane and make sure he can pick up the farm he needs.
And behind those that minion line as well, not exactly in the most dangerous position as he just continues to farm it up, and Shook has been spotted. They should realize that as well with the fact that Fnatic just instantly backed away from things. Nif also did just recall and then come down this bottom side of the map, and it looks like Nif's going to spend a fair amount of time here moving around and trying to open up some opportunities elsewhere. Also worth mentioning now is that both mid laners have hit their level 6 mark and have the ultimates.
Yeah, and we do also see Alliance place a pink ward around the dragon. They're trying to set up if they do see Reckless return to this top lane after. That one missed, and that one missed. Last one hit. Shook, you get a point.
Sidestepped all of that one. You saw Chum the Waters go out. That's going to be on a cooldown. It's a fairly quick one for Froggen, but I think they wanted to make that play and force a dragon out. Instead, it's not going to happen. It will be a red buff return for Shook. Tabs in that bottom lane, back in there, going towards that Trinity Force, while Reckless now going back to the top lane, is going to go towards, of course, that play the Rune King.
Yeah, and now with Reckless returning to this top lane, already wards placed by Alliance, they're pushing out the bottom lane into the tower. We can see them just go straight for Dragon. They do have to teleport on Wicked. He can join in, so it's going to be 5 versus 4 in favor of Alliance here. And you just see Tabs and Nif down this bottom lane, instant push it into the tower, so it opens up for the opportunity to go Dragon if they want to, and force Source to stay, at least for a while, on the tower to pick up the experience.
Good damage on that tower right now. Half the hit points gone. Pinkwood was not spotted by Fnatic this time around. It is in the old standards position in the Death Bush. Shook's going to head back, so we're not going to see a dragon just yet. Deep ward placed by Yellow Star over on the blue buff, which is up right now. We'll see whether they make any use of that one. Tabs burning down the damage on this hit point tower though.
Yeah, we actually saw that Fnatic realized that Alliance had got that ward in there. The same was done from both sides, so both teams do have vision around the Dragon, or at least from Alliance's side, it's on the ramp. They see Nif actually moving in to get that ward down that was placed just a few moments ago, and that could open things up here. Shook has now started to move back out of the base after previously recalling. Froggen is going to start to move in here as well. Reckless, it's worth noting, along with Yellow Star, both on the top side of River, so Alliance should get this one down.
And Yellow Star was actually hiding in the top lane. He didn't show himself for at least half a minute, where Alliance were, okay, let's just recall. We don't have to take the Dragon when there can potentially be 4 members from Fnatic. And then as soon as Yellow Star showed himself and Shook returned from base, instantly they just went in towards the Dragon. They knew they could take it. It could only be 3 members from Fnatic to try and defend. Easy Dragon. It is the trade you have to take. And so beautiful dodge around here. Oh, Shook is there.
Shook is there, kicks him back to the tower. They might have enough damage, and Tabs gets himself first blood. Now the top lane, Wicked's had to back away from this one because Fnatic stole away the blue buff. Now pushing the tower. It's going to be one apiece.
And there was no ward. If you notice down here around the blue buff of Fnatic, there was no ward to spot Shook moving in behind Soaz here. So he had no idea he was coming. And as soon as he appeared, easy kill for Alliance here. First blood, Dragon will have to get this top tower here, but the bottom lane tower is very low as well.
Reckless got a big wave in front of him there, was just trying to let the tower burn through as much as he could. Tabs will take the bottom as well, so we get an exchange on that. And in terms of gold, it leaves Alliance with a lead. Not a massive one though at this point, around about 700 gold, but Fnatic for now not stopping, or actually moving towards the inner turret, but both Alistair, who by the way has hit level 6 now, so has his damage reduction, plus Nif, who shouldn't be too far away yet. We can see his XP bar down in the bottom left. He will be hitting that within these next couple of minions.
He's also got that Sheen complete as well, so those headbutts are going to start beginning to do a lot of damage to the likes of Reckless and the other stuff. They stick around, which is why we're going to see them back away. Potentially, I would say go down bottom, but it seems they're heading for the mid lane turret.
Well, so there's, I mean, Froggen can only clear the wave if he can actually jump into the minions, which you can't do if a lot of members are pushing onto your tower here. But there's already Nif and Shook staying around in case there's going to be a push from Fnatic. The main wave there, however, is actually going to be taps, which is not ideal. Unless, again, Froggen can jump into the minions. So not a lot of wave there from the combo.
Whoa!
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yellow Star, and he's in a lot of trouble. Trying to speed up, has to flash away. Tidal wave will come through. Yellow Star actually sidestepping that one. The fish is going to go on towards Soaz. Froggen still wants Yellow Star, who uses the exhaust, but Tabs coming in range as well. He will flash in, and Tabs gets another one. In the meantime, Nif falling low. Soaz needs to be careful. Bubble was going to land on him, and that is a freebie. Soaz going far too deep. Wicked had TP'd in as well. And just like that, Alliance are going to pick up kills left and right.
That was such a nice tidal wave by Nif here. He used it to block the entrance towards the blue buff here from Yellow Star. So he was forced to run down towards the bottom lane where both Tabs and Froggen could then chase him. Let's just see it again. Goes onto Yellow Star, kick flash him, and Yellow Star at this point he doesn't want to use the flash. He wants to save it for the tidal wave or for the bubble. Use it on the bubble, and then you see the tidal wave blocking the entrance here. Yellow Star forced to run down to this bottom lane. Tabs joins in, Froggen can chase him, kill him, and at the same time, Xpeke pops his ulti here, wants to join in, but they're going for Nif and Soaz over chasing even though there's a teleport behind.
Teleport also came out of Wicked. He joined in towards the pit, but was not required, so that was going to be on a cooldown. So, 3-0, early lead for Alliance. It's what they said in the opening feature, talking about how if Alliance do get ahead, they are very hard to stop their momentum as they push on through. And frankly, it's been Fnatic's misplays, I think you could say, more than Alliance's great players that's put them in this situation. It was more of a kill of opportunity they were going to go for, but instead, now they're going to try to move on towards Froggen. He's just going to sidestep everything.
And the thing is, if you look back to the semi-final, Alliance versus SK Gaming, sounds strange to say, but SK actually had early game leads against them in every single of those 4 matches that they ended up playing in the semis. So this is a completely different Alliance. We know them later on to be a team that is very, very good at closing out games, that generally don't make mistakes, and they will capitalize on their enemies' mistakes. So this is a real dangerous scenario for Fnatic to be in.
And it's simply also because Fnatic, whenever they do play Vayne, they invest so much time and so much effort into getting Reckless. He's going for a Wicked here. Let's see if he can pick up a kill. Remember, he had does some true damage.
Double ulti used. Wicked's ultimate's about to wear off, and Reckless may be able to get the chase on here. He's going to sidestep him round. He's in trouble. He will get the kill, and Reckless picks up the first for Fnatic.
And Reckless is actually maxing his W here also for the true damage against Wicked. So the Vayne pick was a response to the expected Alistar from Alliance. He didn't pick Tristana even though it was open, making it a little bit risky for him in the late game. We're going to see how he can handle himself. Very important he gets a kill, because again, this lane swap was all about him getting the farm. Now onto the top lane.
Diving in towards Nip, he will throw down the tidal wave, but he's been separated from the rest of them. Shook and Tabs just trying to do damage to the side. Nip somehow still alive from this one. There is the shield, the kick from Shook as well, and they managed to save him.
Shook is such a good Lee Sin play. He's just everywhere at the right time. Nice save here. He was the guy who set up all the kills. He's been part of every single kill from Alliance. Reckless will be able to respond though and get this bottom lane tower. Get some more gold for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's the second tower of the game. Fnatic now leading in that stakes. Top and bottom taken down. Wicked returns. Look at this. Reckless cancels his recall. Ultimate not available
to the wall.
For Wicked. Wicked's Reckless ultimate not up either, but he didn't fancy it. Trinity Force has been completed by Wicked, but he's still sticking around. Not going to back away. Ultimate back off cooldown shortly. Wicked, yeah. He's like, nope, nope, not having it in this. Dragon's going to be coming up in a moment. They're going to move towards the mid lane.
Good little ward steal as well. And Reckless, we saw a ping coming down onto the tri-bush. They didn't have any vision there. They were worried, I think, that someone was about to come down there to support Wicked. And if Reckless had have started things off, could have actually put himself in a bad scenario. Play it safe, something that we're used to. You know, Reckless has definitely developed more confidence, I think, in taking some riskier plays, but something like that is kind of typical Reckless. I think 9 times out of 10 we'll see him back off rather than risk a 1v1 without any vision.
Yeah, it's just smart play. I mean, we do see some teams just go over aggressive even though they don't know what anyone does. Like FLICKR here.
Yeah, going straight in towards him. Has to pop the ghost. Chum the waters does not land, and Wicked should escape this one, but it may trigger the dragon. That's the mid laner without Destiny. It's going to be up in a couple of seconds though, so he's going to head back to base and then come straight back. He's just going to shove that wave in. Instead, they're going for the tower. The mid tower's on next to no health, so they should just trade this one.
Okay, so again, Fnatic, they don't want to take any chance here. Both summoners used by Spec in the mid lane. Give up the dragon, trade it for tower, and once again, your Vayne is just sitting in this bottom lane and keep farming. Setting up here for a kill. No ulti on Froggen, remember. He's gonna knock him into the wall. Nope. Nice reaction.
There's the repel coming. It's all about the cocoon, which lands onto Froggen. Will flash for the silver bolt. Final proc will work, and Reckless gets himself a second kill of the game. Always scary when these hyper carries that we've harped on about for both of these players get the kill, and funnily enough, his opposite number, Tabs, is also sat at 3-0-0. They're going to be just as important, if not more so, than we thought in this game.
And I really want to see how fast Reckless can actually kill Wicked in the late game, even though Wicked will pop his ulti because of the true damage from Reckless W. And just see if Wicked is actually able to stand in front of him, buy enough time for Tabs to do the same damage to Soas on the Maokai. It's going to be a big question in the late game here, but definitely great start for both AD carries. The best in their position in Europe.
Lichbane first item for Froggen. Nomicon was picked up by FLICKR. He wants to burn through that cow if he gets a chance. Of course, with the blue buff being picked up by them, Fnatic, you've got to feel, are reacting very well to Alliance's early lead right now. Now the battle is all about vision, and it's Fnatic that have the most wards down. It's been Yellowstar predominantly that is led throughout in terms of ward placements. So you've got to feel Fnatic may well have the advantage here.
And just give credit to Fnatic again for the fact they don't pick a stupid fight here in the mid game where they're just waiting for Reckless to scale up. They're waiting for Expected to scale up as well. Like Twisted Fate needs to get items before he can really start doing damage in the late game. So they didn't take a risky dragon fight. Instead, traded for a tower. They take the safe option every single time and manage to pick up enough gold now. In this mid lane, Alliance pushing in, 4 members.
It's a big push as well, 4 of them there. We are going to see both Yellowstar and Cyanide start to come around, but I think it might be a little bit late. Tabs is going to just stick there. Auto attacks will be enough to take the tower. That was a nice, fast little push from Alliance.
That was just brute force, like moving in 4 members. The minions died, they stayed on the tower and killed it, and nobody from Fnatic could react in time. Was enough just with Expected to clear it. That's a bomb which doesn't do too much.
No, not a lot of damage. It's not really a scary bomb at the moment, but That's not what he's picked for. That ultimate is indeed a lifesaver. So top lane shoved off. Wicked done enough to keep that one steady. Alliance, well, they're thinking whether they're going to try and counteract here. Can they go towards that blue buff steal? It may well be up shortly. Instead, they are all spotted out by that ward in the river. So Fnatic have full vision. Tried to be a scumbag there and stop the recall. Tabs. Froggen is indeed getting himself some free farm. These two teams, two mid laners, obviously both hold the records in farm, and they're keeping it going down that bottom lane. So everybody at the moment just trying to gauge themselves a bit of a position on the map.
And notice how Fnatic, they just keep sending Reckless to the lane where Wicked is, because he can kill him. He's going for him. He has red buff. There's no flash on Wicked.
Oh, this could be real bad news. That Blade of the Rune King gonna be used here once he does, in fact, get it range. And Wicked's been ripped to pieces. There is a TP coming in. Oh, it was out. TP out. When you've got to condemn, your TP is just useless. Oh, FLICKR, they've been chased out by Shook. There's the kick coming in, and it's finished off.
Yellowstar was just trying to get in range for ulti. It didn't happen, so trade 1 for 1, but once again, the kill goes over to Reckless here. He keeps looking for Wicked. Every time Wicked is sitting in the lane, he goes towards him.
Look at the mid lane. You can see Alliance trying to take advantage of this one, shoving in. Froggen playing simple defender in the river, keeping two of them busy while the rest of the team try to shove up and create something, but Soaz is there, the defender of the tower. Oh, Chum the Waters thrown towards Yellowstar. Froggen going for this one. Lichbane Brock goes out. He's going to have to use that ultimate on himself, but how's he going to get out of this one? In comes the rest of the team. There's no escape. Surely Flash is available. Caught with the Acro Prison. Froggen gets the kill.
Nice little setup here. So baiting or forcing Fnatic to move through the river if they want to try and stop the push. Let's just see the kill once again from Reckless.
This is brilliant.
Just wait for the flash. Wicked goes in. He knows I can't really run from him. Instant flash. The Q here. Avoids the knock up. Saves the condemn as well. Before the teleport actually came in. And oh, actually, this top lane.
Oh, Reckless though, he chases a lot of people coming around, but the rest of Fnatic now joining in. Ignite is on Reckless. He tries to get away, but that's not enough. They trade 1 for 1 in the end though, and it will be FLICKR managing to take out Shook. The remaining 3 of Fnatic there will simply back away. Alliance, I don't think, have enough to chase here with that ultimate from Froggen still down.
Keep trading 1 for 1. They trade towers, they trade objectives here. These two teams are so even at the moment. And it's all about getting the kills and the 80 kills. I mean, look at Tabs. 4 kills picked up for him. 3 kills for Reckless. Looking good for both of them. Or both mid laners. They want to join in. They want to be part of the kills, but only being able to pick up 1.
Yeah, it's the meta that's not helping them right now. They want to be involved in everything, but good counterplay from both teams so far. Dragon up in 37 seconds. Yellowstar once again doing his job, coming in, clearing out the pink wards, getting themselves some vision in and around it. Bottom lane is shoving in the favor of Fnatic. That will help out. Tabs is going to have to pick up this red buff and quickly go down, sweep out that wave that is pushing. That's going to give him a big chunk of farm. He's actually ahead at the moment on Reckless in terms of gold and farm. You can see just 1,200 gold ahead. That's a big, big difference moving in towards this dragon fight.
Look at the items here from Expect. He's going early magic resist. Wants to make sure Froggen can just one-shot him. But there's still the physical damage coming in from the auto attacks from Tabs. Will of course be some of the magic damage as well, but still Expect playing very defensive with Phil.
And it looks like this dragon is just going to be given away to Alliance. Fnatic not really getting involved. They're going to push that top lane. Question is, can they actually finish this tower off, or how much damage will they really do before Alistair gets in? He needs to send a second person up there though, because of Yellowstar having his ultimate on cooldown. Reckless could dive him under the tower, and we've already seen what happens when they get involved. Cyanide is there. Pulverize comes down, but Wicked honestly can't do all that much. They're trying to actually kill off Soaz here inside of the river. Shook and Froggen gonna dive onto him. Ultimate running here. The fish will come out. FLICKR is gonna join him from the side. He gets hit by the tidal wave. Oh, he has to flash from the bubble as well. Destiny is gonna be popped. He's surely gonna escape with that one. We also saw Yellowstar go down after Tabs came in to help.
Didn't even pop his ult here. Actually just ended up dying. 2 members from Alliance against 3 members from Fnatic. Managed to pick up a kill while the rest of Alliance is chasing Source. Second time already. He's been caught out of position and end up dying. Let's see it again. Wicked is trying to do his best to keep Reckless and Yellowstar off the tower here. Then Tap joins in. Sana is there as well. They go for Yellowstar. He has ulti. And decides not to use it.
To use it. Fair enough.
Maybe he even... I'm not sure if he spent the last of his mana actually on trying to speed himself, and then he couldn't afford to pop the ulti, and therefore ended up dying. But that was definitely the wrong decision, especially because Sana was joining in to turn it around.
Well, it's a 5 kill cog more for Tabs nonetheless, and that's given the Blade of the Rune King completion. And looking at the goal difference, it's been close. This is between the two AD carries, but it is Tabs that is once again stretched in the lead. This is the big fight between these two. Mid laners really haven't got going, and nor of the top laners. They've been simple bystanders throughout this match so far. It's an 8-4 lead for Alliance in terms of kills. That, of course, equates to close to 4,000 gold. Still yet to get this turret in the top lane, but Cyanide's getting chased here. That's Chum the Waters lands perfectly. Blind Chum the Waters. Cyanide goes down. It's Froggen that takes it.
Froggen. That was such a nice setup here. Didn't have any ward in the bush and still managed to hit it onto Cyanide here. Now Alliance pushing up 4 members in the mid lane. Wicked is pushing here. Source will be able to get the tower in the top lane because he's still fairly low. And Reckless once again wants a piece of the cow.
Blade of the Rune King actually used Tumble, will bring him in closer, but actually backed away. And funnily enough, there's no one there to help him. He could have chased that one down. Alliance moving on towards that turret. Soaz is also doing the damage to that top inner turret. So it's going to be inner turrets traded here between the two teams. Obviously, Cyanide as a man going down in that last fight before it actually happened. And now it looks like target's Reckless.
Well, Froggen's going to come across. I think he tumbles away. Should be safe. He's got the support of Yellow Star just around the side. So Alliance trying to close the net. Didn't want to go too deep on it, though. So very, very close this game still. Despite the 4,000 gold advantage, we have yet to see a big full-on brawl, a big brawl in team fight. The AD carries yet to actually clash either.
Yeah.
They've pretty much stayed the distance from one another.
But they don't really have to group up because, again, Fnatic, they know they're a bit weaker here in the early to mid game, so don't want to take any risky fights. They give the Dragons to Alliance, trade it for towers, and then AD carries has basically just been looking for the enemy top laner and just keep going towards them and try and kill them. It's paid off because, again, look at the kills. 2 deaths for Wicked, died to Wicked twice. We had 3 deaths for Source. He got ganked the first time, then he got caught out of position twice, end up dying. And Froggen as well, been picking up some kills lately, so looking very good for him on Fizz and take notes overpower. Hourglass second item here, so Alliance can look to teamfight. We can see Froggen dive in towards the backline of Fnatic, pop the Hourglass, wait for his E to be ready, and then jump out again.
Interested to see how that all works out for him going forward. Reckless once again has been sent up to this top lane to farm and push that one down. He needs to be really careful. We see Alliance now moving in towards the enemy jungle, and this is where those wards become all the more important the further that we go on, when, to be honest, both teams have great pick potential that you're gonna fall foul to if you don't have vision.
Especially also, the weird thing actually is, Fnatic has the Resilient, but we haven't seen Yellowstar use a single ult yet. Even though there's been all these like single target picks where he's been able, or he's actually been around for most of them, but he was just never in a position to either get the ulti off, or he was out of mana, or just didn't time it correctly. So the Zillion pick so far hasn't really paid off for Fnatic.
Well, Peke yet to get his split push on because he cannot compete with Froggen. If he was to face him, he would get taken down. See Froggen going back down towards that bottom wave, going to keep it pushing in their favor. Reckless sneaking across the side. This time around, though, there is 2 members of Alliance there. Are they going to try to go for this one? There's wards from Alliance. They will spot them. Cyanide will get spotted coming around the side. Destiny popped. Where's he going? Mid lane wants to lock on towards Nif, but a great Aqua Prism. Deep, deep dive coming out of Fnatic here. The wave from Nif. Is it enough to get him away? Yes, it is. And the rest of Alliance are going to close the net on towards them. Chum the Waters fired out. Not quite in range. Off the side, we're going to see the battle of the AD carries. Tabs is coming round the side. Wicked missed the ball race. Then he gets it with the headbutt. Peke now focused out there. The ultimate running from Wicked is going to be enough to prevent all the damage. Zonya's Hourglass is going to do nothing. The Zillion ultimate will protect him briefly. He's got flash up in a second. Not going to be enough. Tabs gets the kill.
This could be Baron here. I mean, Fnatic or Alliance instant moving towards the Baron. 2 members dead. Source is alive with full HP, and Reckless and Yellowstone in this mid lane here. Will they actually go in and try and stop it? Froggen is recalling. There's only 4 members from Alliance here.
Makes it very dangerous. Nif is still low. It's got to be Reckless, surely, to be the hero in this scenario. There is a ward coming over the top, so Fnatic know for sure that that Baron has been started. They turn around, going to go towards Yellowstar. He will flash straight off. Tab's not got much mana here. That could actually really affect what he can do damage-wise, but the Baron is still being done. Alliance really holding on to that one. Cyanide is coming back into it. I think the Baron, though, is going to go down here, and it does go to Alliance.
And this was Fnatic trying to set up a play here. They want to kill Nif in the mid lane. He survived, just rolled again. Yeah, so Tilbar coming in from Xpeke. And Source is in the mid lane as well. Meanwhile, they're fighting here. Sana drops fairly low. He's gonna be the first target Alliance actually wants to kill here. Reckless managed to escape, but his ulti is gone here. In this mid lane, 3 members from Fnatic now running, or 4 members, sorry. Sana is so low. Wicked goes in, misses the Q, but he will get him with the headbutt and the auto attack in the air. Kills him. No ulti used by Yellowstar, by the way. He saves it. Pops it on his Peggy when it's way too late anyway. He's gonna die. Hoping maybe at flashing time, but it would have been easy for Alliance to follow him and kill him.
Wicked didn't miss the pulverize at the end there though, so just to point that one out. They were equally as easy in my opinion. He was right at the front of him, but
he got the headbutt anyway. He got the kill.
Yeah, he got the important one.
Ooh,
and
this is risky.
His first kill as well. Reckless down on this bottom side.
They were trying to set a trap down the bottom there, and Alliance maybe had to just shove straight at the mid lane. Tabs is actually getting red buff though, so it's going to delay them for now, but Reckless is sticking around. I think he wants to try and rush down towards that inner turret while the rest of Alliance are up in the top half of the map.
Fnatic is in a situation where they need to try something desperate. Even though there's Baron on the side of Alliance, pushing. They have to do something here. They're going for this tower. Want to force Alliance to recall, but they're just going to trade for top tower.
Oh, this
Tabs is going down to defend it.
Yeah, there's recalls coming in as well on the top side of the map. So Fnatic going to get this inner turret. Tab's already there. Nip had walked down, so they trade 1 for 1, although it's outer for inner. If you really want to look at the semantics there, Wicked though is going to have some free time and a big wave with him as well, which he can obviously keep healing up, stop a couple more turret hits actually getting kills onto those minions, and I think there's enough of them there to just finish off this tower. Nice little push at the end from Alliance.
So Fnatic have given up so much gold to Alliance through the Dragons. They're constantly giving up kills as well. I mean, we see Tabs, you had 5 kills very early on in the game. Froggen started running around, getting all the kills. So both teams with their pick comp style here has gone in favor of Alliance. And then we also, like, if you look at the items for Fnatic, the fact that Xpeke felt like he was forced to go early magic resist means he doesn't have a lot of damage just yet. It also means if we do get the 5 versus 5, it's all about Reckless doing the damage, which is not going to be enough. And if you do look at the late game scaling, well, Alliance, you have Fizz, and Tabs as well going to scale great into late game. The only difference is they don't have a Maokai, but they have the 70% damage reduction Alistar instead. So it's not even like Alliance is in a worse position going into the late game. And they are so far ahead now, looking to siege up on this tower.
Well, with the range of Cogmore, it may well be able to get that poke damage on towards them. And Wicked though, could he get jeweled off at the side here? Nope, Froggen's going to join him. The rest of Alliance rotate around, and that's another inner turret being picked up for Alliance. That will be their 6th of the game, and now it's just the base that they are staring at. Can they unlock the shell that Fnatic have? Can they start knocking on the door? We're only 31 minutes in. It's a pretty fast game in all honesty, and this is a pretty much the best of 5 series beginning that we really wanted to see. Both these teams really are looking tight.
A lot of action, a lot of focus on the AD carries, getting the kills, doing well. And we haven't actually seen a straight up 5 versus 5. It's just been picks and small fights everywhere on the map. And then Alliance, of course, pick up the Baron in the end, where Fnatic went too over-aggressive. They wanted to kill Nif in the mid lane, completely backfired. Alliance going towards the bot lane now.
Yep, just gonna swing straight around, do some damage to this one. The middle turret already down to half. There's the bubble on towards 99. They're gonna follow through. The ultimate from Zilean was used, so that's not gonna be there for these next few moments. Froggen actually going pretty deep, but the tower nonetheless will fall down. So first inhibitor now go in the favor of Alliance. They should be able to just go straight to the mid lane and finish off the tower there.
Amazing stuff, honestly. Alliance, dominant control. All they needed to do was pick off that one target. And look at Tabs, not messing around, using that range of Cogmore, and he is just burning down the towers and sidesteps the cocoon, and that was enough. That was all they needed to do. Quick Aqua Prison comes out from Nif and just forces Alliance to go forward. And Fnatic now, they're going to have to deal with this. All Alliance needs to do, just delay. They've got the double heal. They can sustain through a lot of this damage. And now you can see super minions coming in. The wave comes through.
Tidal wave with the fish. Wicked pops his ulti. Soas dives into the middle of them. He's going to go down. The rest of the team don't really follow up. Shook on a bit too deep though. Gets condemned against the wall. Managed to get away though. The shield comes in. And now Peke being ripped to pieces by Tab. He will get away and be able to heal, but they're surely going to lose the inhib turret. Will the inhibitor fall as well? I think Alliance are done for this push.
And Tabs was just completely untouched in this fight here. He even went for early Banshees because, well, who's going to dive towards him? It's going to be Source, it's going to be Xpeke. and that's magic damage. So early magic resist here, they won't be able to kill him. They're gonna need Reckless to be there, but he can't do it. There's gonna be a cow in his face, there's gonna be Lee Sin in his face, and FLICKR is just looking to try and kill him every single team fight. So Fnatic don't have anyone who can dive in, kill taps. They can place a bomb and stop the recall, just to be annoying though.
Yeah, just annoying. It means Fnatic can move in and clear out the wards. But look at this, the play from Shook.
So Alliance here, looking for the dive because there's no ulti for Yellowstar just yet. They go into Cyanide, he managed to stay alive, and Source actually goes into the backline here, goes for Nif. He stays alive as well, like nobody's going down. And then Shook in the very end, flash over, uses a safeguard just to survive at the very end, and everyone stays alive.
So close, and Taps from behind the wall, almost picking himself up. Another couple of kills right after that. We've actually got Dragon in less than half a minute's time. It looks like Alliance want that last bit of cash injection before they end up going towards what could be a final push. There is blue buff started. Shook comes in and says, hang on a minute, don't think you're getting that. That's going over to Froggen. Get back in your base and defend.
Slide through with the urgent strike. Dragon is up in 2 seconds, but they don't care about that. I think Baron may well be the next focus. Red buff looks like it's up. Tams wants that. Will help him out. There's the Dragon. They're going over to take that one, and Fnatic simply on defensive duties. They need to prevent those super minions on the side, because if they're allowed to shove up, that would buy free time for Alliance to just go straight up to Baron while the super minions beat on the Nexus turret. So Soaz clearing those out, Wreckers are going to help them, and then they just need to make fast tracks to Baron, it seems, because Alliance, they're going to shove this wave and move straight for it.
And there's some good defensive wards by Fnatic. They bought the time while Alliance were doing Dragon Juice. Place a few wards here, but it's not enough. They don't really have the option to place enough, because Alliance will instantly go into the Baron pit here, take full control of it, force Fnatic away, and then they can start clearing the wards anyway. Yellowstar trying to do what he can to get a few wards just around, trying to dodge around the pink wards, see if he can keep it at least to spot if Alliance does start the Baron. Sanad is great at smiting. He does have flash, he does have smite at this point, so he could potentially go for a steal. But it seems like Fnatic want to try and force Alliance away from this Baron pit and make them run to the mid lane.
Yeah, by doing that middle inner turret, which they do manage to get down. However, they need to be careful, because the furthest lane away from the Baron itself is pushing through with super minions. So they've got to make a decision here very shortly. Do they send Soaz back, who does have teleport, to defend his base? Alliance can just push middle. Fnatic are out of position. You can see all of them going to recall. It might be too late, at least to save this inhib. In the bottom left, you can see that the super minions did get through. Already taken one Nexus, so down to half.
They're going straight through. Inhibitor will go down. Super minions working their way through. Alliance rotate, ready and waiting for that respawn. They're going to get the second inhibitor down. Cyanide caught out. They're going to go aggressive. Fnatic trying to catch on towards it. Reckless pops the ultimate. He's looking for Wicked, but Wicked just going to shrug them off. There's the wave. Shoots them apart. Soaz separated from his team. Has not got the hit points. Will get the regen. Yellowstar gets the revive on towards him. Cyanide leaps away. Soaz goes back in again, but it's just not enough for him. Sonic waves on Peke. Now Yellowstar, he's focused out. Reckless comes back in. Has he got the damage? No. Inhibitor goes down, and they're all forced back to the Fountain. Alliance, they're going to retreat. The Baron is still up, remember. They could just choose that as a target and push on whack.
And again, Taps is completely untouched in these fights here. Nobody can get to him. So it doesn't even matter you get Wicked low, it doesn't matter you get Shook low. Taps is just sitting in the back line, destroying you, together with Froggen, who's dancing around. He has the hourglass as well. Didn't even have to use it in the last fight. And this was, again, Fnatic, they knew they had to just try and engage. I mean, you can't let both your inhibitors die. Watch the enemy team take Baron as well. You might as well try one last fight here. It didn't pay off for them. Now they have to try and challenge the Baron.
Well, there is the Destiny used to get vision of Alliance. It sees them having the Baron already down to less than half. Cyanide on the outside is going to try and be a hero here for Fnatic, but he's already taken super low. There is Shook going over, kicks him away. Taps will finish off the kill, and now Wicked diving in. He will actually be killed off. Froggen forced to use the Zhonya's as well. Yellowstar getting knocked down, but he's used his ultimate on himself. Reckless has got to go big here, looking around to see which target he can go for next. Alliance are all pretty low without Tab factored into that one. He will actually turn around. They go back in on towards Peke. Shook being baited. He safeguards off at the side. And now Soaz going to be pushed down. Oh my god, he survived it somehow. Shook does come through and they finally kill him off. That's a 3 for 2 up until now. Baron, of course, went to Alliance. Fnatic have to retreat with just Reckless and Yellowstar alive.
will be able to come back and defend for a minute here, but look at Alliance. They're not done yet. They want to chase him into the base, see if they can actually kill a Nexus turret.
Super Minion still in there. Cyanide back up in 5 seconds. This is risky from Alliance, honestly. They do have that Baron buff on. They want to try and pressure out Reckless. Oh, look at that. Yellowstar just gets shredded by Tabs there. They take down one Nexus doing the Aqua Prison catches. Cyanide's in trouble. He gets caught out. Teleport comes in. Wicked's going to join the party. The second Nexus turret will fall, and it's going to be Alliance. Can they get down the Nexus? Reckless sticking around the fountain, trying to keep them away, but Tabs is free hitting off the side. He fancies a kill. Hit the goddamn Nexus. Ignore the AD carry. Where are you going, man?
He wants
Get on the Nexus. Alliance take game 1. Wow, this best of 5. This is going to be incredible, but it's Alliance that strike first against the reigning champions in Europe, Fnatic.
And looking at the picks here, Fnatic's comp was so risky. Both Expector and Reckless just had to snowball early mid-game, otherwise they wouldn't be able to teamfight Alliance like we just saw here. They fell behind, they traded kills in the start. Then Fnatic realized we cannot fight for Dragon, we have to give every single Dragon to Alliance and try and take towers instead and hope Reckless can keep getting kills. As soon as Wicked stopped dying to Reckless in these one-on-ones, he couldn't find any more kills. Everyone else from Alliance joined in, and they were just stronger from the start. I mean, Froggen and Fizz as well looked so good in this game. Slow start, but as soon as he had the chance to get some kills, he got 5 in a row.
And Tabs, again, you said it before that although Reckless is MVP, Tabs is going to want to almost steal that back from him somehow. And you saw it at the end. You were saying, hit the damn Nexus one, where you going? That's where he was going. He was chasing the MVP down the lane to get a bit of a bonus kill at the end.
Yeah, MVP my ass is what he was thinking. 8-0-7 for Tabs. That's impressive play. 4-1-2 for Reckless. They didn't really come against each other too often. They pretty much avoided each other. It's like you said, they wanted to switch away from it. We should also maybe look towards the mid lane because that's an important one. Peke, only 2-3-1.
Yeah.
While, of course, Froggen, 5-2-4, managed to find out the split push, managed to get his groove, whereas Peke seemed to be having to react every single time. He wasn't really the one making the plays.
We saw one aggressive tier ulti. It was used on Nif in the mid lane, which actually ended up backfiring where 2 members from Fnatic die, and they gave up the first Baron to Alliance. Yeah, that was the only aggressive Twisted Fate ult we saw. They weren't able to set it up because Alliance was constantly finding Fnatic out of position. They were constantly getting the picks here. So instead of Reckless standing in the lane, getting a one-on-one, and then Expected joining in to make a 2v1, get the kill, push a tower, it was just every single time Alliance being aggressive, finding the right picks, and then Expected could never use his ulti like he wanted to. The only time he did, backfired, and they were just too far behind at that point. So insanely risky comp they're playing here. And Source on this Maokai is not really the champion. It was just, he was caught out of position so many times in the early game. That was one of the reasons we had all the kills on taps in the early game as well.
That was actually my next point that I was going to make, that Fnatic banned Maokai in the semifinals. They said, we don't want to deal with it. Told me that they didn't want to really fight for it as a first pick either. They picked it quite late on in this composition, so as went 1-6, I think it was. Just looked to fall off in the game to almost, you know, it died a couple of times getting caught out. Typical Soaz reaction if you were looking at the player cameras, facepalm moment. And he's not a player that typically loses 1, 2, 3 kills in the early game, then comes back really strong. He is a very tilty player, as we like to say, and that could be a problem for them going forward. They need to kind of build Soaz the spirits back up. May start with not picking Maokai next time if he's not really feeling it.
Yeah, blue start for Fnatic, of course. First pick was a Cogmore. Worked very well. 8-0-7. Let's go over to Shox and Company to break down that first match.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Indeed, a very nice performance there from Alliance. D-Man touched on it, the Kog'Maw. Fnatic having that Twitch as a last ban, which kind of forced out the AD carry picks, and just the bottom lane pick, you're very impressed by that one.
Yeah, I'm very surprised Alliance got their hands on both Cogmore and Nami in the same game. When picks and bans rolled out, especially in Europe, they are the most contested AD carry and support picks. In the 16 games in Gamescom, there's been 7 Cogmore bans, there's been 6 Nami bans. After Cog was locked in, Crepo looked at me and said, Fnatic have to consider Nami. They did not. They didn't lock it in the first rotation. And both of those champions went massive for Alliance. Nif in particular, his bubbles were fantastic. His tidal waves were fantastic. And it was very well played. Fnatic, they played a bit recklessly with the Vayne, and they were risking it. It was either going to win them the game or was going to lose them the game. And this time around, it didn't work out.
Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying there. I think there is one counter to Nami Cog, and I think a well-played Braum Tristana can beat it, but it requires outplay on the opposing side, while Nami Cog is just really solid as a lane. However, I think the difference wasn't made in the champion, but more in the playstyle. I think Nif played really well. A lot of things he did went unnoticed, but his positional play around the map was really good. He was in the right spot at the right time, and it's really hard to do that as a support because, okay, the top lane's pushing in, you need to help your top laner defend that. Suddenly you need to go bottom. River was warded, this gave Alliance Dragons. If you compare that to Yellowstar, yeah, he was trying to deal with Wicked in the top lane to keep him zoned, but they lost complete vision control over the bottom side of the map, and that gave Alliance a Dragon, and even more picks later on. And I'm just really impressed with the way Nif played, and a little disappointed in Yellowstar. I think he was drawn too far to the top lane, and he should just look at this game and say, maybe I could have been around the map a little more and just help my team a little more.
Yeah, the Zilean pick really didn't really seem to work in any of the situations he was caught out in.
Yeah, just to cut in again, the Zilean pick has a little bit of potential though with the speed up, but if you go around the map and you're not in your lane, you can run down mid lane, speed up TF, he will be able to get into gold card range, or you go down bottom, you stealth gank, and you speed up Maokai, suddenly he's in range to catch somebody, combine that with Elise coming in. There is so much potential for Zilean, I just think it wasn't used.
Yeah, you mentioned it as well. If you're in that top lane and harassing a cow that's just going to heal up while the Nami is roaming, that's not a very good thing to do. And you were mentioning as well in the early game, both teams were starting off pretty well, and then the flash was forced out of Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. They could have followed up Fnatic, but that's when they started making mistakes.
Yeah, I feel if you burn a Kog'Maw's flash and you have a Twisted Fate and a support that can potentially roam around the map, speed up a Maokai with Twisted Advance, there has to something has to happen there. Like that's a signal. You get his flash, he has to die, or just ganking it was wasted.
Yeah, despite the fact that Fnatic were making mistakes, and I think they were making like the word used back is executional mistakes and misplays in situations. They did have a few moments that were good, but just compositionally, the mistakes cost them so much so early on.
And you mentioned some things that were good. One of those things was a Reckless on the Vayne. He just one-on-one Wicked. Sometimes you see that he has gained that confidence to go up against them.
Yeah, he really, really did. You know, I actually think we got one of those LCS big plays, something I love to talk about. So I'm just gonna cue this one right now. Comes from @lol unexpected. Reckless, outplaying Wicked, so sick. Flashing the Pulverize and stopping the TP with Condemn into the wall. It was fantastic. I jumped up. Let's roll that clip right now on your screen, because it was just great. And you know, Initiates, I feel a bit bad for Wicked, because yes, he missed a couple of Pulverizers later in the game, but he was really picked on by Reckless's Vayne.
Yeah, he dodged, Reckless dodged one knock back and one knock up with a single flash. He literally went through Wicked, and then it's just a straight up outplay. However, you see Wicked adapt later in the game. It's in the small things, but the next time they went up against each other, Wicked would use his W, see if Reckless would flash or not, and then hold his Q afterwards and not chain them together. And in worst case, he would just knock Reckless back. So Wicked did adapt there, and I think next game, he'll know Reckless has this up his sleeve.
And maybe Reckless will adapt as well. It's something we saw in the first game, in the fourth game versus Rocket coming out of Fnatic, picking that Vayne, and it gets fed. And you even have a Zilean, yet there's not a lot you can do when you're making those communication mistakes all over the map as well. Let's actually take a look at a replay from a little later in the game, where once again they want to go all in on a Nami, but that doesn't pay off.
No, it really doesn't. And just to set this up very briefly, if you look at the minimap, Reckless is looking to find a kill onto tabs near the top half of the map. And it feels like FLICKR, he popped his Destiny and may have had Soaz and Reckless maybe yelling in his ears, because he opted to go middle, opted to go for the support under the tower dive. Roll the clip out, and you'll notice that as Soaz and FLICKR are diving, trying to, you know, find a kill onto Nami, the rest of Alliance start grouping up, and they start coming to re-engage and to punish. And this just summarizes the vast majority of the game. Fnatic making plays, not really being on the same page, and Alliance punishing.
See, and Wicked and Tabs coming in there and being able to clean up the fight was because of that miscommunication, because they took a fight that they knew they would win 2 against 3, but they would lose 2 against 2, and it ended up being 2 against 2, so they lost it. And then that swung the momentum in Alliance's favor, and they just circled around. Even though Wicked missed that Pulverize, so be it. He still got that kill.
Yeah.
And
still led to Baron.
I think Alliance played really clean this game. Their positioning their players on different parts of the map was good. Reacting to situations was good. Like everything that Fnatic threw at them, Alliance had an answer. And I'm just interested to see how this will play out in the next few games.
Well, if we think back, Fnatic lost the first game versus Rocket, but I feel like it's a different kind of loss here. When they had their losing streak, we saw them making 1 or 2 mistakes in the late game, and that would seal the deal. But here, it seems like it is more of a pressure thing. They are really struggling.
I actually agree with that. I feel like the mistakes that Fnatic made in this game are a tad uncharacteristic if you look at some of their other performances, and they are very, very marginal mistakes. You know, it's just very early on we've seen FLICKR going top lane to try go for a TP gank, and instead of trying to just focus Nif and kill him, the team sort of splits and they try to get 2 kills instead of 1, get greedy. Shook is in the right place at the right time. He responds, kicks away the threat, and Nif gets out with his life. And that happened over and over again. Just that small little, oh, we can get 2, no you can't. Oh, we can get the gold card, no you can't. And Alliance just punished.
Yeah, Alliance just really reacting very well. Also, a few minor slip-ups here and there, so the pressure is on for both of these teams. Remember Froggen dying on bottom, he could have technically flashed that Cocoon, but I mean, let's not harp on these players. They made some sick moves as well. I believe FLICKR sidestepped the fish like twice as well, so it's getting a pretty high level of League of Legends here, and I'm just like, I'm enjoying these matches. It's fun.
Yeah, that's the impression I got as well from watching, is that we're watching something a little bit higher than we've seen in the season so far, Quickshot.
Yeah, I agree, and I think one of the most interesting things is a lot of the other series that we've been watching, there's been a fairly heavy focus on like those top lane bans or the AD carry and the supports. Like I mentioned, you know, Kog and Nami have been banned out so many times this weekend. But this time, it is FLICKR, it is Froggen that are being forced onto the non-traditional picks, while the so-called OP AD carries, the OP supports, Braum was up, Tristana was up, Maokai's up, Alistair's up, and it's going to be who can make use of the most powerful champions more effectively. And in this game, it wasn't necessarily the picks that decided it, but the decision-making with those picks. And I want to see if the trend continues, because these guys are going to adapt and change a whole lot this series.
Yeah, absolutely. So predictions for the next game, guys, or the series if you feel risky?
I hope actually Fnatic goes for a 2v2, because I feel they got out-rotated by Alliance, or just out-positioned by Alliance, or if they just learn from this game and know that they have to spread their players more around the map, because that dragged Maokai down as well. They were harping on the Maokai pick a little bit, but he only went 0-3 because he had nobody near him in this side of the map, and Maokai's a CC champion. You need that follow-up, so Fnatic can win the next game if they play the way they did and just go for the laning phase.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'd like to see stronger laning champions. I feel like the lanes, mid and duo for Fnatic in this game, forced them into some lane shenanigans, which they fell behind in. I think Alliance did the lane swap well, they got the first dragons. Laning champions, and then look to a stronger mid game.
All right, but we will see. We have to take a short break, but when we come back, it is game 2, where Fnatic will look to even up the series 1-1. Don't touch your browser.
Nip falling low, so as to be careful. What's going to land on him?
Cynide's getting chased here. Does Chum the Waters lands perfectly. Blind Chum the Waters. Cyanide goes down.
And now Soa's going to be pushed down. Oh my god, he survived it somehow. Shook does come through, and they finally kill him off.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting Game 2 underway in just a moment. And Fnatic, well, their loss to Royal Club in the semi-finals at Worlds last year hit the team hard. But with the addition of Reckless to the roster this year, the team feels stronger than ever and believe their first step to victory at 2014 World Championships is securing first place here today.
We are into our first semi-final matchup. It is going to be Fnatic versus Royal, Game 1 in this best of 5.
I had a feeling that last year we could even perform better, and I was kind of disappointed.
We looked decent, but I don't think it was our strongest form. I just remember I was watching it, and man, I'm like, man, if we just didn't do this, or if we did this, we would have won this game. So
Fnatic have to back out in this fight. Yellowstar's taking that damage. Aiden holding so much. Peke comes in, gets on towards Mike.
Whoa! Peke goes down in a second.
Like there were 4 games. I think I have watched them 10 times. It's a bit hard because you see all those mistakes and some of them are really simple stuff that could change so much in the game.
it's not like they completely stomped us. It was just some mistakes we made, and they made less mistakes, so that's why they won. I didn't expect to get so far, but when we lost, I was still a bit disappointed that we could have made it to the finals if we just played a bit better.
Compared to last season, I feel like all the teams are improving, so we are also improving.
I think fresh blood to the roster is always good, especially Reckless, since he's really hungry for victories.
Sort of my whole mentality is to play as much as possible so I can perform on that highest level possible and also achieve as much as possible. But at the same time, I'm just a person, I'm a human being. I can't expect too much from myself either, because then I will just lock my gameplay and I won't be able to do anything. So I'm just trying to keep my feet on the ground pretty much.
He knows himself that he really wants to perform and he wants to improve day after day, and that's why he plays so much. And I think it's helping us as well.
We just have good atmosphere and like good attitude towards the game, and even though we have our down times, we usually manage to come back up at some point. I think we're really hungry for the first place. Like, we won all the splits so far, and I don't see why we should stop now.
In Fnatic we have 4 players who have been playing for 4 years already. Playing after 4 years at the same level is so stressful.
It's impossible to play all the time for 4 years straight, so it's just you have to change sort of your mindset. When you can't play all the time anymore, you have to sort of find another like strength of yourself.
I realize we don't get that many chances to go to war. Like right now, even if we are at our best or something, we are not gonna play for 10 years or 15 years.
I feel like I still have some time to play the game, so I don't really think it's gonna be my last time at Worlds or something like this.
Even just dreaming about winning Worlds or something, that's like a great goal. So that's the reason why we have been staying so dedicated.
I want to compete, I want to be the best, and in anything I start, I want to finish. And I've told myself, like, my goal is to win one day the World Championship.
So I think every year I treat it as if it was the last one. Like, okay, I'm gonna give my best, try as hard as I can. That's the aim. Like, obviously I'm really happy with going and performing, but if I compare a lot, it would be super cool to do as good as last year or even better, and that's the aim I have pretty much every time.
And we'll see whether they can actually go one step further. No European team has yet to reach the World Championships. They got close, of course. Froggen and Wicked have also been close, both got 3rd place. Do you think they can go one step further?
Well, they did win in Season 1, which helps.
Well,
but
it's kind of a different thing back then.
If you do look at some of the recent seasons, Fnatic as a team, Reckless was a great addition as long as they learn how to play with him. They still, sometimes you feel like they focus too much on him as the guy who's supposed to care. Like whenever they pick Vayne, we see everyone from Fnatic just put full focus on him, and if it backfires, well, they have nothing left. Like there's no plan B in the game. So They just have to figure it out because they do have some great players. They've played for so many years. They have experience, they have the talent.
Let's see if we get any changes here from Champion Select, and that question already answered as Twisted Fate is banned out by Fnatic. With Ari and Twitch again though, Cogmore will be removed from Alliance here. Kassadin got through.
So this is basically Alliance leaving Kassadin open, hoping Fnatic will pick it, and then they can go Tristana mid lane for Froggen, like he did against SK Gaming in the semi-final. Take away the AD carry as well from Reckless. And I wonder then what we're gonna see from Taps, if it's gonna be Tristana mid lane. It's just an option, but it's pretty clear here. They leave Kassadin open, so they could take Tristana in first rotation. And possibly Nami.
Well, it was a risky play before. Of course, they had Cogmore alongside Tristana. Very, very risky. We heard from Tabs, of course, as well, in the interview after that game. They said, well, that was just adapted on the fly. They may well have to do that now. Will they go for that Maokai in the top lane? I wonder if they're going to try and gift that one across to Wicked. We did see Soaz in it last time, and you said the Fnatic, they don't want to take that as their first pick. That's why they went Kassadin.
Yeah, and we just have to see what Alliance responds. I mean, this is going to tell us a lot about how Alliance look like the likes of Maokai and Nami, and potentially even a third AD carry, because they have pretty much everything open in terms of supports and in terms of tanky top laners. And it seems like they actually don't want to take either of them and want to see what Fnatic is going to lock in first before they respond. I mean, we still have to remember, it can be Tristana mid lane for Froggen here.
Yep. Could also go into the AD carry role, and Fnatic have got to kind of pick around this now with almost questioning themselves. Where is that going to go? Will he do it like we saw yesterday? Do we now pick our AD carry, or do we leave that and see still? So questions and a few mind games here coming into this one. And it looks like Fnatic are going to say, you know what, Tristana mid lane or in the AD carry role, let's just take our bottom lane and be happy with it. Lucian and Nami.
One thing we shouldn't discount, we have seen Kassadin's in top lane. So as
True.
Could well be one of those players to pull something crazy out.
Well, Solution Nami, they do take the Nami, which should mean the Morgana pick will be risky on the side of Alliance unless they want to go for the lane swap this time around and avoid the laning phase against the Nami here. Otherwise, Braum could be an option against Nami once again. It is a bit of a tricky lane. You can get out of it, and then it's all about the team fights where you have your ulti to block and actually completely remove the Tide Ray from Nami, and also works well against Lucian, and he's calling. But Reckless used to always build Blade of the Ruined King and Ghostblade on Lucian here. I wonder if he's going to do the same and try and once again look for these picks in the side lanes and not necessarily straight up team fights.
Well, he's currently dancing around a bunch of picks, hovered over a lot of AD carries, but not going to select one. So he's keeping Fnatic guessing. He's like, we're going to go double AD, or are we? We're just not too sure.
So when they're Fnatic, when Alliance played double AD against SK Gaming, they had Sugar on Lee Sin, they had Nif on Braum, because again, double AD, you auto attack very, very fast. So when he puts his passive on one target, instantly this target is going to get stumped by the 2 AD carries. And also you have this front line now of Lee Sin, the Bruiser, you have Maokai the tank, you have Braum the tank. So it's the same setup here. If they do lock in an AD carry for Taps, we're going to see double AD carry once again then for Alliance. Let's see what they pick. Could also go like Orianna in the mid lane if they want to for Froggen instead.
So we did see Swain then in the top lane for Soaz in game number 2 actually of that match against Roccat in the semi-finals. We already know that Soaz can just play seemingly everything, so should never be surprised as to what he brings out. The real question is, does that Tristana land in the hands of Tabs now, or will it be Froggen? And then what is Tabs actually going to be playing in this one? Up against a Kassadin in the mid lane. The lane matchup for the AD carry, of course, will be against Lucian Nami, if they want to stick it to a 2 versus 2, and it is going to be Jinx coming in, so we will see that double AD setup.
Yeah, double AD here. Some tricky lanes though for Alliance, especially also with the Swain one-on-one in the top lane. I mean, Swain is a great champion if he gets his standard lane, but if you do lane swap on him, he can fall very far behind because he's not very good at farming the jungle. So we could definitely see Alliance here focus on getting the lane swap early on, also dodge around his Nami Lucian lane. Lucian is not as strong in the lane phase due to his shorter range as we used to see, but he's still very, very good. He's the same kind of, he's good all around. It's very safe. You can build multiple different items. Of course you can build different items. I mean, there's different ways you can build him. You can build him for like the one-on-one potential with the Blade and Ghostblade, the mid-game power spike, or you can build him full late game still. But double AD from Alliance, as expected once we saw the Kassadin, Tristana mid lane, it's going to be very, very easy lane for Frog, and they're going to put a lot of pressure on FLICKR.
Yeah, for those that just tuned in and maybe haven't seen any Gamescom so far, we did see this from Alliance against SK Gaming, and it did prove successful. It was their third and final match, which they won. Of course, the game number 4 of SK, if you want to check it out. Different plan here, though. They're up against FLICKR and not Jesus. We'll see how that works out. Top lane advantage. Well, some say Swain is stronger than Maokai as well. So it's a tricky lane phase, whereas if you look towards SK, they were caught off guard. Fnatic will have known this was coming.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they locked and casted in, and Tristana was open, it's pretty obvious, okay, they do have the option of going this double AD carry, and then Braum coming in against the Nami and Lucian for the team fights where you can block both ultis, pretty much just as a support, which is pretty strong in these fights here. But I would expect Alliance to go for the lane swaps. If they do manage to get it, we have to see who actually plays the best, because in the last game, Alliance managed to do really well in the lane swap.
And there we see the trophy just out of our reach there, down there. But yeah, that's what these teams are fighting for. And let's not forget the #1 seed at Worlds, which means you go into the top pool and avoid the top seeds out of other key regions. That's a really important thing here for Worlds.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 underway in front of a packed Gamescom. They are very much queuing out the doors right now, trying to get in here. Fnatic, 1 game down, starting out as the blue team up against Alliance, who currently lead 1-0. Unorthodox style, double AD comp, heading all the way back to Season 1, which Fnatic will have played in and won, remember. So as Sapling's going to be leveled up first for Wicked. That will actually slow him down, but he's going to get away from this one.
But just notice Alliance, they're instantly moving all 5 members into the jungle of Fnatic. They're going to run down, place a ward between the 2 towers in the top lane to try and spot if Fnatic is recalling with their dual lane and sending them to the top side, or if the top laner is, there's the ward from Nif. So full focus, getting the deep wards here from Alliance, looking to spot out where Fnatic is sending their dual lane, and then potentially swap around it. I mean, Wicked did start with Flask here to either help him out in the jungle or give him some more sustain in a possible one-on-one. That's smart play.
Smart play. Throw the sapling into that side. Nice little sidestep there. That would have been really bad for him if that Q would have connected. I would have expected if the Q lands, then he would have instantly just flashed back towards the rest of his team there. Close little start here, an interesting one. Obviously, Fnatic now have the idea that Alliance have gone down there and warded up very early on. It doesn't really matter for them. Soaz is already in the top lane at this point.
It's interesting to me because remember, when Alliance ran this before, it was SK that were doing a hell of a lot of lane swapping, trying to get out of this situation. They have that vision, they have those deep wards, they want to see whether it's going to be the Maokai Swain. But with Nif up the top, it's actually going to be sneaky. 3 members hiding in the bush.
Exactly the same mind games here from Alliance. Wicked shows himself, so Fnatic believes, okay, it's going to be Wicked top lane. And now they're already pushing down this bottom lane, so they know it's going to be the lane swap, and now they can start being aggressive. Source just cleared the minions of both teams. Of course, have the timer. Pretty standard to have the timer just by knowing, okay, 7 minutes, I believe it's 20 seconds. And they're just going to spawn the second blue buff, depending on how fast you actually kill the first one here. So we do get lane swap. D-boards from Alliance paid off. The small mind games once again with Wicked. And everyone moving towards this blue buff now.
Could be interesting. Yellow Star is getting in position, not got a ward to actually put down there. So he's kind of doing this blind. There is Wicked, seeing Soaz off on the side. They don't know what they do now that Cyanide is there as well. What are they going to do? Braum is coming in as well. And it looks like they've done enough to force them away. This is very risky stuff at these early levels. Everyone's so very squishy. Not got their full complement of strategies either. Both smites are actually up here, so we may just see a smite battle coming in for this blue buff. What are they going to do? Reckless now joins, and that'll force Nif back a little bit. Chuck comes through, get the smite, gets his blue buff as well.
And this was 4 members from Fnatic, because up in the top lane, Taps is just standing farming. This actually meant that Reckless lost some farm in the bottom lane because he had to be with his team, and they didn't even manage to get the blue buff.
So Tabs all on his own, farming away. Mid laners were farming as well. Froggen and FLICKR have had a little bit of a tit for tat in that mid lane. Quick exchanges between them. FLICKR making sure he uses that non-sphere on him every single time he steps forward. Following with the shot to just burn down FLICKR. Quickly shields it straight back up and stops that hit point melt. And it's actually FLICKR that's coming out ahead. We'll see how the farm works out, because Froggen managed to build up a hefty lead over Jesus in this lane. He was at 100 CS before Jez has hit 70, so we'll keep our eyes peeled on that one. 3 members in the bottom. They're doing a reverse.
This is not good for Fnatic. Again, while Fnatic had the 4 members at the blue buff, the lane was actually pushing towards the Tower of Alliance, so it meant after the blue buff was taken by Shook, Wicked and Nif went down together like they did in the last game and picked up everything. They got all the farm there, 8 minion skills. They missed a few, Wicked, but still got experience from all of them, while Source was forced to just stand in the lane. Level 1 still, being zoned away from these minions. Not gonna get the last hit. Will get the experience. There we go, he got the experience for the 2, but still, it's the same deal. Wicked comes to the tower, he gets all the farm picked up because the lane is pushing. And Reckless wasn't able to face the dude to have to run away, and simply means a lot of farm for Wicked already.
And a lot of farm for Tabs as well in this top lane. See, Reckless and Yellowstar have finally headed up there, but Tabs saw them coming, already deciding to back away from that one. And Yellowstar just trying to get as close to the tower as he can, see if Tabs is actually just leaving that one, and they should hold this lane in place now. Wicked's going to be recalling, which means that Tabs will come down to the bottom, we'll get these 2v1s.
Yeah, they keep swapping around here. They want to make sure Source is not one-on-one against Wicked. I want to send down the dual lane, trying to deny some farm again. Source will get a massive wave coming into his tower, and there's nobody to stop him from farming it, other than himself and Cyanide, just staying around. Nif is not exactly scary enough, even though he is pretty manly.
Yeah, so I was absorbing a little bit of the experience there. I don't think that was too welcome. Reckless, he's pushed that top tower in, and Wicked to be happy with that. He's going to come up and absorb some of it. It will stick around his tower, so just cautious though. He haven't got vision of that Tribush, so he's no idea where Cyanide is right now, which is why he's playing so scarily close on there. But look at this, the Dragon Steel from Alliance. Yeah. Fnatic not even close to this one.
So this was again another bonus for Alliance by swapping around. Yes, okay, we did see a lot of farm being picked up by Source, but they could instantly run to the Dragon. They saw 2 members from Fnatic up in the top, and they would never be able to join. Source was standing on his own tower, so easy Dragon from Alliance, again in the lane swap by swapping around, and now want to fast push his mid lane. There's no wave there for FLICKR unless he can get close enough to the minions.
2 AD carries, you got the jungler and the support there. Cyanide finally coming across here, but Fnatic need to be really careful as to how far out they push. They do manage to get rid of the wave, which is the important thing in this scenario. And so I was actually TPing up to that top lane as well. Meanwhile, Wicked is TPing down bottom. They're swapping all over the place.
Don't want to deal with each other here. I like their move though from Alliance, because they actually expected the swap back again, because Reckless and Nif recalled, Reckless and Yellowstone recalled from the top lane, so expect them to be in the bottom lane. Therefore, they could just run by the mid lane, get some damage on the tower, and then go up to this top side here.
So Tabs back in the top lane, and he's continuing his farming. This is the merry dance continues. So as goes back to base, I think we're going to see another attempted lane switch. Who's coming out on top? I mean, this is a full-on back and forth. They are switching once again. So as is going to return. Is it mind games? Are they going to try and stick around? Is he going to go? Look, he doesn't. He's waiting for. He's going to get a crit catalyst. Yeah, that's what he's waiting for. Now he's going to come to the top. His wave is shoved in. Actually, I'm not sure if Tabs wanted to do this. I think he was expecting the lane swap again.
Well, still, just by getting some damage on the towers when you do have a Jinx and you can fast push now. I mean, look at all the damage he's doing now. He got the top tower fairly low, he got the mid tower fairly low. It means Alliance can quickly rotate around on the map, get 2 quick towers, and they're definitely winning out on the lane swap again, because they got the Dragon before. Wicked managed to pick up a lot of farm in these lanes here by swapping around as well, and now they can take a top tower, can go mid lane, get the mid tower as well, and then next Dragon spawns and they can pick it up.
And there was a tweet from Dyrus as well. Says that Alliance's pick fan phase is actually really strong, and so far that proving to be true here, as they do manage to take that first tower. They're ahead in CS in the important lanes as well. Not that supports aren't important, and you know, sorry Deficio, I know you'll get me later for that one. And it's actually 8-1 there, so technically is ahead, and Froggen just pressuring constantly. Funny actually, because I think FLICKR was the first person to actually play an AD carry in the mid lane in the LCS, right in the very first game of the LCS against SK Gaming, where Ocelot played in Nivea in the mid lane.
Wow. Someone's been watching some old games, like the rest of us.
I like to watch it to see the time.
Didn't want to jump there, that's for sure. Cyanide comes in, Nif to the rescue just in time. Blocks off the damage, but now he's in trouble maybe. The choppers go down, they're trying to dictate it. We haven't seen Froggen back away. Tabs is actually out of position. Niv's going to continue to get chased. Tabs can't get involved in this one. He now has to get away. Never move units. He's got flash available, but they could just follow through. There's the force balls. Will slow him down, and he does get away. So first blood strikes, and it's actually Alliance that make the mistake. And would you believe Froggen sneakily came back around? They're going for Yellow Star. They're going to jump on him. I'm not too sure they've got the damage for this one, though. He should be safe, but I'm not so shook will be. Whew. Has to get away. Oh, FLICKR, not done yet. He may well get it. The jumpers go down. FLICKR, he's in between two AD carries. Now he gets taken down. Well, I'm not sure they want me to breathe in this one, Joe.
Well, I was just watching with like big eyes at this because I didn't expect to fall through. My initial thought was that was pretty amazing and quick reactions from Shook, but FLICKR doing exactly the same. Rift walk to flash, and now Nif in the mid lane is once again going to be pressured. Cyanide is not really doing much farming. He was doing big circles around the mid lane. Keeps coming in and out to defend that one, and there's the rest of the team now coming in. Another ring around from Cyanide. Shook's also going to come straight down this mid lane.
The tragedy of that whole play is Soaz' never moved, never actually landed, so he didn't get an assist, he didn't get anything. That's what he wanted, he needed that assist like gold. He shoved the top wave in. Tabs is going to gratefully accept that present and clear that wave out. While this is all happening, Wicked's off on his own. He's having a great time down the bottom right now, farming up a storm. So Alliance, while they are 2-1 down in kills, they are ahead in gold, and it's working well in their favoring lanes.
Still though, give up 2 early kills to a caster, and it's never really smart. I mean, next time FLICKR goes back, he can get the Rod of Ages completed fairly early on, and that's why he chased. Even though there was a chance he actually died, he knew as long as he gets some kills early on here, he can be the guy to completely snowball out of control. So chased for it, got the 2 kills, ended up giving double buff to Tabs, but he's just been sitting in an empty lane anyway, so the double buff really not been used, but he's gonna come to this mid lane. Remember, the tower is still very, very low, and double AD carries can push it very fast.
Froggen just destroying those waves. Here comes Jinx. Only FLICKR there is going to force pulse the wave down, but with that takes a good chunk of damage as well, down to half, but I think he's actually held on to it, and there was Cyanide as well running in. And Cyanide again able to defend at least for now, but it's not going to last long with both Jinx and Tristana there.
Looking at the build from Froggen, actually, he wants to go for the play of the Rune King, but let's just see what's going to happen here. Yellows are setting up, Tidal Wave coming in, and denied.
Denied, Cyanide goes in, they just hold back away, teleport comes out. Wicked wants to join the party, that tower on next to no health, but they will fall back and hold. So teleport not exactly used to great effect. We are going to see Soaz head straight across, he's going to get a giant wave, but with the dragon up in 10 seconds, it's Alliance with positional advantage.
And 2 ultis gone in from Fnatic. Cyanide and Yellows are both used it in the mid lane, trying to pick up some kills. Alliance setting up for this dragon here. They want to take it, they had the timer up in his top lane. So once he is farming, but does have teleport, so he can join in if needed.
Ward back over, Dragon already down to half HP. Fnatic are nowhere near this one. It's going to be another one for Alliance. There's the ultis coming out. Yeah, it's not going to be the focus. Super Mega Death Rookie comes through. It's Froggen that gets the kill. FLICKR also very, very low. 2 more ultos will actually stun him. The zap hits. That's going to be it. FLICKR goes down. It's a double for Froggen, and they're going to get the mid tower.
So in game 1, Fnatic didn't want to contest any dragons if they felt like they were in a risky situation. This time around, 2 ultis are gone. Source wants to recall in the top lane. He's only sitting on the catalyst. And yet, Fnatic actually went in for the fight. Source was teleporting at the ping board to see down the bottom of your screen. That was so far away from the rest of the team, he would never be able to join in time. Insanely risky move by Fnatic here. They didn't stop the dragon, gave up 2 kills and the mid tower here, completely backfired. And they didn't do this in game 1. They would just give up the dragon and say, fair enough, let's not take a chance.
I cast my mind back to last time these played in the LCS Summer Split when Alliance completely bullied Soaz out of the game. All his positional movement did exactly the same thing. Still waiting to get that Rod of Ages completed, but Wicked, you can see, it's a 20 CS advantage he has over him, along with that assist. Wicked's getting all the free time, while Soaz, he's desperately fighting against this one. Well, and the rest of the team, they're starting to create plays, and Alliance now with 2 towers down. The third one surely will fall soon as the AD carries head down towards that bottom. At the moment, though, it's a 3-man defense versus a 3-man attack in the top lane.
Shook is actually off doing Golem, so he would have been a little bit later to that party. Is now coming in there, though, as Cyanide still, as far as I'm aware, has not been spotted. by Alliance. There he will be spotted now as he comes towards the turret range. Shock not shown himself either though. There's a ward inside of the tri-bush which would have given him away. He's sticking to the very top of the map. And now we see Yellow Star, Cyanide in particular, is just going to back away. So Shook was just waiting there in case Cyanide did try anything. Didn't happen for him. They can actually get back. There is a sweeper on the tri-bush to get rid of that ward, but Shook's not going to follow through. It doesn't matter, they're recalling anyway.
And none of the carries from Alliance are actually going for static shift first items, not really looking to just fast push down these lanes and go instantly for even more towers. Instead we see Blade doing King for Froggen, and that's a bit special. Normally we see like static shift, we see Infinity Edge, but I actually really like Blade against Swain because Swain has no gap closer. Same actually goes for Cyanide here on Evelyn. Of course he can kind of cleanse their own slow there, but there's no gap closer on Swain. And the issue for him is always, if you want to try and kill the back line, you kind of have to run in their face, so you have to have flash ready. When there's a Blade to slow you down and speed up the AD carry, it's going to become even harder for Source to ever get towards the back line. And then it's suddenly all about Cyanide flanking around and Expected jumping in alone, and then the two AD carries with Braum helping them can instantly take down these targets fairly easily.
It's a good mix as well, because Tabs went for the eye edge, so he's going to have that now completed. Static Shift are going to be coming out of him shortly, so good mix between these two. Froggen burning through. His CS is climbing. I saw him taking the Wraiths earlier on as well, so they're giving Froggen absolutely everything. Top lane turret, that's going to fall. Nif's not going to be able to defend this one. Fnatic will get themselves their second of the game. Culling being used to just burn out the wave. Tabs is waiting to receive the rest of those minions. Look at this though, Cyanide, he's trying to set up for a kill on Wicked, who is actually trying to shove out here. They're going for it.
Oh, Wicked down at half and can't see him escaping this. Cyanide moving in there. It's going to be finished off. It's so hard that actually gets the last name, but he's not finished here. TP's actually coming in there. There was kick on towards Cyanide. Can they chase on through? Peke was having a look for that one. They're not going to get any more there, and they've got no real deep vision here either, which means that Fnatic are likely just going to back away from things. So as they're waiting there, they're setting up a trap. And it's all foiled by a single ward over the top.
Yeah, so Wicked actually wanted to set up the game because Froggen was running from the mid lane and Shook was running from the jungle, but he didn't know Cyanide was there, so he just went too far away from his team, went a bit too early, ended up dying for it. And now onto this mid lane. Remember, no static shift for the AD carries, so they don't have their insane wave there just yet. You can have for both Jinx and Tristana. The Blade will make Froggen stronger in the early mid game, which also could be one of the reasons he built it, and then you have Tabs going for the late game build, and you get some power from the Blade from Froggen. I don't know the math behind it, if it's actually more effective in terms of the damage he can do. We're going to have to see how it's going to work out when they do have to kill these late game tanks.
I think it's also one of the better ways to get away from a chasing Kassadin as well. Use your Blade first, ulti him back, and then rocket jump away, so you give like a maximum range there with the movement speed as well once you actually hit the ground. So either way, we'll see about that one. Oh, there is Peke jumping in. Reckless there with him, but Nif, as is the strength of Braum, as soon as he starts getting a little bit tanky with his Unbreakable, it's so hard to get past him.
But we also see what Alliance is doing here. They're actually using the Blade to make Froggen now a split pusher. Looking for one-on-one, so they send him to the bottom lane. They had Wicked in the top lane, pushing down every single lane. Don't want to overextend, not going to move into the tower because they have no deep wards to spot Fnatic moving around their own jungle. So the Blade here made Froggen strong in the early mid-game, makes him a bit of a split pusher, and it works really well against Swain because you can kite him around, which is the weakness of the otherwise lovely Birdman, or one of the weaknesses. Another one is healing reduction, which Tristana, funny enough, also brings.
Well, if we were to get to the really late game, what exactly is going to stop Wicked? There's nothing going to be able to burn him down quick enough, surely, from Fnatic's side. I mean, Reckless can get on him, but you've got to worry about these two AD carries at the side.
That's a very good point, and one of the reasons the comp from Alliance is so strong, and why Darius was saying Alliance has a really good pick and ban phase. The fact you can leave Kassadin open and still feel like you get two good options, two good choices, and how do you want to counter this Kassadin just means you have some good options in terms of comp. And still, playing double AP is very different compared to playing like an AP mage, because you have to be a little more careful and you have to kite around in these team fights. And if you get flanked around, you need some very, very good wards, because if you do get flanked, your backline will die very, very fast. But let's see what happens here. 4 members of Fnatic, Source joining in as well. Around this dragon, they do have the mid position, so can push the mid tower like Source is doing now, and Alliance won't be able to defend it.
Oh, there is the slows coming in. Peke gets hit with a Zap Frog and then gets a couple of auto attacks off. The TP comes in to the Death Brush, and Alliance have all 5 men there. They may give up an outer middle turret for that one though. That's already going down pretty quickly. Dragon is now finished off. Fnatic will get the tower, so that's the trade, but can they get out alive from this one? Yellow Star needs to be a little bit careful. Soa's actually getting slowed down the top. There is the flank. Cyanide coming in from the backside, but he's going to be focused down. Shook will get that kill. Then it's Hunter Peke. Good calling from Reckless as he goes backwards. A double bubble as well. Should stop most of the chase. And Never Move comes in. Peke gets it. They turn it around. Fnatic are going back in. The flash is away from Thompson. Yellow Star will get the slow. And there is Peke going back in again. Tab did get another one before now. Surely going down to Reckless. There is a straight up. It's a triple kill for Reckless. Leasing there walks away on the top side, but for how long?
So in the very start of the fight, the Alliance actually managed to get a kill on Sana, then they chase in, and instantly, one very nice Nevermore from Soas, and Peke when they're now going for Shook.
Well, Shook's not going to get away from this one, or is he going to turn it down?
Wow!
Wow! I'm not sure who surprised who in that one. I think Peke was like, I'll get my blue. Whoa, no, I won't. But it's going to be a mid-turret nonetheless. And Fnatic, they have the advantage. Cyanide, no! Pink Ward went down, wasn't quite in time.
Still though here, Fnatic managed to push up tower. Let's see it again. So Sana's actually flanking around. If we talk about how if you don't really have vision of them, they can flank him. He's not strong enough yet to do anything, and Peke is not able to join him. Same goes for Soas here. So in this start, it's looking good for Alliance. They keep chasing now. Pay attention to Soas, and he's Nevermore coming in. And as soon as Peke sees it, he knows it's gonna hit, and he just jumps in. He knows he can one-shot Froggen at this point, kills him, and now Fnatic can chase. Castellan, one of the best champions in the game, and just continually chase. Land another slow. We do get a return kill from Alliance, but in the end, Fnatic and Reckless can clean it up. Soas like teleported behind him. He's walking in. Hello.
Oh, well, the focus was the double AD comp of Froggen and Tabs. Let's not forget about Reckless, this cheeky move.
Just gonna kill him in the very end with the red buff. Smack.
You're burning.
Way, not gonna work.
So, triple kill for Reckless. That's gonna give him a big advantage. He's now got the Infinity Edge and the Zeal well underway. Static Shift almost complete, but Alliance, they're gonna get themselves this turret. But look at the mid lane. It is just Froggen holding out against 3 members of Fnatic pushing in. He's got the Static Shift complete. If he had to clear the way, gotta dodge out of that bubble. Peke might go deep on this one. He's gonna go aggressive. They're getting the damage on towards the turret. They finally back away. That's the half the hit points taken off the middle turret. But now look at the bottom. Tabs is left alone. The AD carry burning it down. Soas has to follow. The rest of the team will rotate. But look at Fnatic. They're back up to the top lane. Everybody counterplaying everybody else.
And they should be able to get some good damage onto this one. It will be 4 versus 4 up there. Peke obviously already used his teleport, so he couldn't join in either way. Fnatic decided to back away from it. Done enough work there, it seems. And look at the gold here, something we've not really talked about for a while. It's still close. 1,200 the difference. Alliance with the lead on that front. Basically the dragons that they've been doing so well off.
Got all the dragons early on here. Still though, we had Fnatic first mid lane and then went straight to the top lane as soon as they saw Jinx down this bottom lane, tried to push it in. Didn't actually happen. Alliance managed to defend. Same goes for Fnatic in the bottom lane. I should probably correct myself from before as well. It's called Never Move, not Nevermore. And that's pretty embarrassing because I used to play a lot of Swing.
Not very well, clearly.
Well, you don't have to read the ability names. I mean,
hey, I know your record on him. Big plays coming in. Cyanide deep into the team. Shook bouncing them around. We knew what he does on Lee Sin, and he does it again. Soas gets locked up there. They're going to burn him down, but there's a lot of damage coming out from Reckless. He tries to chunk down, chunk the rest of the team back away. They turn it back onto Yellow Star. They're burning down. One more hit will do it. Wicked's the one that picks up the kill. And 3 members of Fnatic fall. Alliance move to bound. It's dangerous play with Reckless and Peke still alive.
So Peke was down the bottom lane farming. He wasn't there with the team, and Alliance, they saw an opening. They went straight for it. Beautiful engage. The brawl multi as well from Niv was perfect. And then when you have these 2 AD carries staying in the back, they can just go ham. Fnatic though, they want to get this mid lane.
Think about recalling here someone from Alliance. It's actually Nif that started it. The rocket jump from Froggen will put him out, and he's actually looking to come in from behind them. Baron does get finished off. They're going to try and squeeze Fnatic in here. There's 4 of them come through the lane. Fnatic wisely heading towards the bottom side of the map. But look at this, there's a TP from Wicked. If he's going down into the bottom side of the river, he'll be able to hold one of them down for long enough for one of them to get in there. Who's he going to go for? He goes for Reckless, who will use an instant flash, actually putting a lot of damage back. It's all going to be down to the Q from Shook. No chase going through. Fnatic get the inhib turret.
So they get the inhibitor turret here. Still lost the Baron and the fight. Let's see it again here. Expector's down his bottom lane. He's not able to join. Shook goes in. 40 gates, Wicked joins, and look at those here from Nif coming. So perfect. It blocks the entire entrance into this jungle. And then you have 2 AD carries now. Froggen and Tap standing in the backline. Nobody can get to them, so they can just deal all the damage. They're perfectly safe. You clean up the fight. You get the kills. You get the Baron. And honestly, if you do pick up 3 kills on a Baron, who cares about your mid-inhibitor turret?
That's just it. Braum is such a key component to this whole team comp. And yet he was picked up very late. That little sapling finally gets the touchdown. Froggen wanted the reset.
He just watered the plant, made it stronger.
Oh, God. So, double static shift, now picked up by Alliance. Dragon's going to get taken. Still, of course, the Baron on Alliance. They haven't shoved anything down yet. It's actually the top lane that's being pressured by Fnatic. 3, 4 members all moving that way. Wicked will clear this wave out though. Swain trying to put the damage down for Soaz, but he's going to read another sapling. He can't put the pressure on, but when the 4 members get here, they may be able to.
Well, everyone is recalled from Atlantic except for Froggen, who's still sitting down his bottom lane. So they want to try and wave their. We can also move up and just get the minions fairly low. And actually, Fnatic realized, okay, let's not try it. They were waiting around in the jungle with all the wards from Fnatic here, hoping someone from Alliance would maybe move in, potentially take a red buff. Just didn't happen. They were running base here, and Alliance in control for now. They can decide, do we want to use our double AD carry now to siege up a lane, push down these towers here, and force Fnatic now to engage? As long as Alliance ward the sides, especially with ping ward, so they can spot Cyanide flanking around, put a ping ward behind them as well, they should be able to avoid any dangerous engagement for Fnatic and then just push down these towers. I mean, look at the AD carries. There's so much attack speed on them and attack damage.
We saw it in our last fight that Cyanide, the positioning was all good, but it was just not strong enough, and they just turned around and kind of focused him down until he couldn't really do a lot. That's a nice little defensive bubble out of Yellow Star. Will stop most of the damage coming the way of this turret. Wicked has also taken the long trek down from top lane, and that will leave Alliance with a 5-man bunch underneath these towers. Can Fnatic hold on to it? This is a barrened up Alliance with a decent lead as well. The question is, can they break the defense? Not exactly masses of wave clear over for Fnatic, especially once that culling goes down. You see Nif actually blocking it and doesn't even finish off the full wave, which means the AD carries can get in, do a couple of hits on the turret, and go back and do it all over again and again and again.
And Braum is just such a good pick against both Nami and Lucian. You completely block the ulti. It's all invested onto the support here. And he just stands in there, takes all the hits while his AD carries are killing the tower. So keep doing it here. Gets a bit harder, gets a bit more risky now. And oh, Alliance might be in trouble. Never mind.
Never move catches, but nothing followed. Look at Cyanide. Wants to flank around. This is a risky play though. Nif blocking out the damage again. Alliance, they just bought time. They're just churning down the inhibitor turret. Nobody's getting close to them. The double AD comp is working wonders right now. Soaz taken down. The rocket fires through. Now you see Cyanide trying to flank on. Low hit points for all of Alliance. Fnatic could potentially clean up here. The Aqua Prison does land. Tabs is the focus. Pekka gets on towards him. Reckless picks up the kill, but he's quickly shut back down. Yellow Star, he's going to drop. This is going to be the inhibitor turret. It's a double kill for Froggen, and the inhib will fall. They can keep pushing.
They're going to keep pushing as well. 4 versus just 2 men. Cyanide and Reckless, who've gone back, will be healing up here. Wicked actually a half HP, can tank these turrets, as can Nif if they really need to. There is once again the culling, being blocked out mostly by the Unbreakable. But it looks like Alliance have had enough of this one for now. They still have inner turrets in the top and bottom lane. Bottom lane
is chasing. There's a ward they can teleport to if they want to.
I'm not sure that they're strong enough though, even with those couple of low men. Cyanide's at half. Reckless actually gonna be getting back up towards full. Does have a Vamp Scepter, and Shook just steals the blue buff on his way out there. Nice little pick up on that. The top wave was pushing, but let's have a look at that fight once again and wait for the Nami tidal wave. You see Braum just blocking it all out again.
Again, completely blocked by Nif here. Soaz is taken very low. Shook actually jumps in and he just buys time for the AD carries to constantly hit the tower. Now the flank comes in from Cyanide here, but Pekka is not able to join instantly, and Soaz is already dead. He cannot get to the back line. He can never get to the AD carries as Swain here. And once again from Nif, puts the ulti across the entrance or the way towards the AD carries of Alliance here, blocks them off. Yes, okay, they do lose one member, but they've already won the fight. They get the tower here. And Shook did actually the same against SK Gaming when he had double AD carry. He just went straight under the tower, bought time for them to constantly hit it, and they take it down so fast. I mean, you have Jinx, you have Tristana, two of the best AD carries at actually killing these towers.
Wards all get replaced. Baron buff had, of course, run out for Alliance. That's back up in 1.5 minutes, and it's Alliance with gigantic vision control over that area of the map. Froggen's going to shove the top wave down. That's going to be forced pressure on towards that inner turret, which could indeed be on objective themselves. The rest of Fnatic are hovering around position. They know they've got a minute to go in, but they have to group. They have to move on force. They rotate and protect that top turret, the inner turret, and they may get caught out in the jungle. Nif on his own, but he's a fairly tanky member on support right now, and he's got the support of his team.
You just have to remember, when you run double AD, the enemy team is going to stack a lot of armor. So late game, when you have this double AD as pretty much the only damage and all the armor on the side of Fnatic, it becomes harder and harder to pick up the kills, at least fast in fights. They're going to need longer team for them to take them down. So Alliance just looking to keep up the pressure here. Wave comes in. This time around, it wasn't blocked.
Oh, they're going to go towards Shook as well. He will take the initial damage, but here comes that TP. Soaz up the front. He's not getting the healing that he needs. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. Finds Cyanide, gets locked up as well. And that's going to be 2 for Alliance. Wicked tanked up the turret there. And that is also, look at the super minions in the base. There's 2 of them hammering on the turret. They need to back away. Peke goes low. He will be forced to retreat. They've lost one Nexus turret already.
They're going to lose the second as well. There's no way. Finally getting back. Reckless tries to burn it down. He just about draws the attention of the minions. The Aqua Prison actually being used, but the inhibitors now will fall as the rest of Alliance follow on through with the minion wave. They've got their hit points. They've got the death timers, and they're just going to back away. Froggen still fancies it. He goes forward. The rest of his team back away. Baron is up. They're going straight to it.
Straight to the teleport for Soaz here, so it might be the chance for Fnatic.
Oh, Froggen!
Can he get a kill? Yeah. Okay.
And that's really bad news now, because it means they can't chase really towards Baron. The Nexus turret's going down. One more hit will do it. There is the second Nexus turret going down. We see Fnatic have actually just gone to the mid lane to push the last waves out there. But Alliance here gonna take down this Baron. And with that, with no Nexus turrets, surely we'll be able to get in there and finish.
They should do one more team fight here for Alliance. They're gonna go back, spend all the gold they just earned, and straight into the base of Fnatic, force the very last team fight here. And you can just see Fnatic, I mean, they're getting all these armor items, but they just don't have time to get enough, because Fnatic, they fell behind again. Alliance have been just controlling the game. Early game was fairly even, but then Alliance took full control, won the team fights, pushing it down, and just been using this double-AD carry and of course the Braum pick to win the fights, get the towers down. It hurt Soaz so much, the fact he can't buy an early Hourglass because he had to get the Frozen Heart, or someone had to get it on the team. And when you don't have an Hourglass on Swain, once you go in and you get healing reduction on you, you can't pop the Hourglass and wait it out. You're just actually gonna die, which has been the deal for him. He's never been able to do anything. The Swain pick has been completely countered. Same goes for the Kassadin by the double AD from Alliance.
And it's been a very long time since that triple kill for Reckless. They haven't really won out anything since then, with an 11,000 gold differential between these two. Baron once again on Alliance. Fnatic, well, they wanted to try and sneak something here. They've got the bush ready and waiting. Soaz is waiting to pounce. I'm not sure if it's the right move. They're going to go for it anyway. Tries to get the slowdown and Shook. Froggen caught out around the side, but again, not really reading from the same page. Soaz kicked in. Can they turn the damage down on towards him? Nif blocks out all of the culling damage. Cyanide comes in with a great flank, but now he may well game down. Nif taken low. They do manage to get one, but it's a return kill. In fact, Cyanide goes down. Nif actually got away. That's not going to be catch on. Froggen pounced in the rocket jump, gets the reset. Will he chase on towards one? It will be Peke against the flash. Not quite the last shot. That's what he wanted, but the inhibitors are back up. The super minions are moving in. They're going for the base.
They're going to go for this one. Wicked dives into the backline, gets Peke as well. There's still 280 carries now moving in towards the Nexus. Alliance want more kills though. There's a bubble at the end. It's a 5-man fountain dive. Getting one. They're going to know they don't get the second, but they are going to finish off the game here. The AD carries live, and Alliance go 2-0 up.
And second game in a row now where Alliance looks so strong in the champs. Like, it makes it so hard for Fnatic, because if they do fall behind, We just saw it in this game here. There's nothing they can do against these AD carries. They needed Cyanide, they needed Expected to be strong so they could flank around them. They never got to the point. The Swain pick was completely countered. Braum being locked in for Nif, and suddenly Reckless and Yellowstar didn't have any ultis for any team fights. Alliance are just looking so good, and then lane swap again. Alliance are the ones, they come out ahead of the lane swap. Wicked was so far ahead compared to Source, and also farm on the AD carries.
We were just checking to see if the cameraman fell over.
I was trying though. I thought he went over. I was looking to see if I could laugh, but no, he didn't. He saved it. He saved it. So 2-0. Would you believe it, Alliance? And honestly, pulled out a completely different team comp. We saw it against SK, and again, it worked brilliantly.
It did. I mean, they have answers for everything. Fnatic wants to do, okay, we leave Kassadin open, you first pick it, we don't care, we take Tristana. It wasn't banned by Fnatic. As soon as they saw Kassadin open, felt like they had to go for it, even though they knew very high chance of double AD carry coming in here. Then they early picked the Nami, while Braum was being played by Alliance against SK Gaming in the exact same comp here. And as soon as the lane swap came in from Alliance, they dodged around the tricky lanes. They got a lot of farm, especially Wicked picked up a lot of farm compared to Source. They got the first few dragons. Again, Fnatic is not able to contest these dragons at all. The one time they tried, ended up dying and also give up the dragon and mid tower. So they're just falling so far behind, and then they can't do anything against the comps from Alliance, who just have an answer for everything.
And I really like the fact that Kassadin is no longer seen as a 100% ban it or lose type scenario. Teams are kind of like using it as a bait to set up certain team compositions, certain counter plays in that mid lane as well, and that's a fantastic thing to see, because one single champion like Kassadin, we've seen it so many times, ban, that probably no one's been practicing that Kassadin so very heavily, and we've already seen it how many times this weekend at Gamescom where teams have left it open and they've gone, pick Kassadin.
And
that's
so
like
many times though.
ban.
So many times we hear teams go, we've got to counter to Kassadin. We've got to counter to Kassadin. So many times it's backfired, but this time it's worked twice in a row. But the thing is, everybody's seen that play now. Alliance have burnt that tactic. Everybody know what is coming. So, what a great game, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 goes to Alliance. They're now 2-0 up. Let's get over to Shox and the Analyst Desk for an in-depth look at another win for Alliance.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Well, Alliance is certainly on a mission here, and D-Man mentioned the plan is now out for Alliance with their double AD, yet the plan was already out, and it feels like Fnatic just didn't want to react to it.
Thing is though, it's a plan, yeah, sure. You know you can pick Tristana into Kassadin. Have you practiced it? Have you played with an AD mid before? If you see what Alliance is doing these games, they're like map play, suddenly tabs will group up mid with Frog and push that tower. Those are things they've practiced and practiced well. Just because you know Tristana mid exists against the Kassadin doesn't mean you can do it, and that's what I like so much about this mind game in the picks and bans. They force Fnatic to pick Kassadin because what Alliance has as a counter, I don't think Fnatic has as a counter themselves. So they're pretty much forced to do something, and once the behavior is predictable, Alliance will exploit it.
I love the word usage, because what is great about the strategy Alliance employs, they go, you either pick Kassadin and we run our double AD comp, which we've proven can win, and we've got the playstyle to counter your Kassadin, or you don't pick Kassadin, give it to us, and hope and pray whatever your counter to Kassadin is works against us. I really think it's a very good mind game. I also think there was some questionable decisions. You know, something that was mentioned in the desk, the Braum was seen, it was let through to the second rotation there for Alliance. And I don't know if Fnatic should have picked that Braum up, if it's central to Alliance's playstyle or not, but the disengage from Nami, it just simply wasn't good enough. And if you contrast Yellowstar Namis to Nif Nami, game 1 and 2, day and night.
Yeah, absolutely. Nif was up here in the beginning of the show, and he is showing why he got that award as well. Fantastic play. And I got to commend Alliance, because they've stepped up. They're both games at the same time, and they know if we get these picks, we know exactly what we're going to do, and they play well. How do you counter that?
You just have to play the game at the highest level. But I mean, like, if you look at both Nif and Shook right now, they're really the unsung heroes of Alliance, because they're the two roles that are not standardly and they're not immobile. So they have to go around the map and pressure at the right points at the right times. And Shook is playing out of his mind. If you look at this composition, right, they don't have a hard engage. Like, yeah, the Maokai can dive in, but like, it wasn't even Wicked engaging. Maokai was just peeling, and every time Shook would connect his Q, go in, flash kick, and it worked. And he did 3 or 4 of these engages, and it's incredibly hard to play with a double AD comp, by the way. We've tried it in the past, and if you overextend just a little bit, you'll get turned on. And I just like how Alliance is taking this match.
I would dare say the double AD comp hinges on Shook's level of performance. He buys so much time for the AD carries. He does so much work in the early game. He's living up to the praise and the hype that was attached to him at the beginning of the year, and he's really delivering.
Yeah, it's like the long con, because they used to ban out his Lee Sin in the beginning, then he didn't perform on it that well in the beginning of the split, and now everything else works for Alliance.
That's what
as
I've been trying for a year now.
It's a very long con for you, Crepo. Let's actually take a look at one of the replays showcasing how good Alliance is in those team fights in the early game, going for the Dragon once again.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight this replay because it indicates somewhat how this game is going. Fnatic has this ID, okay, they're reacting. Fnatic's always reacting. Alliance is leading the dance, in this case the Dragon dance. But Fnatic is like, okay, how are we gonna counter this? Yeah, we'll TP behind them and flank him, and if we roll the clip, that's exactly what Soaz is doing right now. But Alliance doesn't give them time to wait. Nif goes in, their engages have been spot on. Nif has been engaging, Shook has been engaging, and Soaz, he can't even reach the fight. And that's the problem for now.
Yeah, full retreat. I mean, Fnatic may have felt they had more time, or they responded too late to it. I mean, Dragon was already killed before Soaz's teleport had even finished channeling. So, just misplays again, maybe some miscommunication on the side of Fnatic or Soaz getting in too late.
You guys mentioned Soaz as well. Would you have liked to see another pick? We saw the Swain working very well when they had the Syndra, they had the Never Move and the other stun, they could pick someone off. In this composition, maybe not?
I think it could have worked if you like see how they're playing. Sometimes they had the right IDs, but just the wrong timing. We saw in middle as well, Cyanide flanked. I mean, if you manage to get flanks off with Eve, Swain goes in and wreaks havoc, and Alliance misplays one time, they'll die. We saw them get turned on in the mid lane one time, and they just got popped immediately. It is possible for Fnatic to win this comp, but not against an Alliance that's playing so well and has such good vision control early, because this is the second game in a row where lane swaps happen. Nif and Shook do better than Cyanide and Yellow Star, and the bottom control and Dragon control is always in Alliance's hands.
Also, they're doing very well with shutting down Reckless. Normally, he goes into the side lanes and he farms, but he's just not allowed to do that. Alliance is countering it very well.
Yeah, exactly. With the same thing, the roaming around. Reckless's double lift-esque playstyle of just farming up until the mid-late game and then becoming a monster just gets shut down because Alliance is not prioritizing these individual lanes. They're playing as a team and they're playing so well.
It just feels like there's no wasted time for Alliance. It really feels like from the moment they start their lane swaps, from the moment they start moving around the map, they are always gaining an advantage with every decision that they make. It's not simply we can do that to go even. We're doing that to gain an advantage, to get vision, to get control, to get objectives.
And it's making them confident. If we go back to the beginning of the game, we saw a blue buff being handed over to Alliance, 4 against 5, Reckless losing farm on bottom. That's actually, it's what makes the league snowbally. So Reckless moves over for the blue buff, the lane pushes away from him, he's losing farm. That in turn, when the blue buff actually got stolen to Alliance, allows Wicked to soak up that XP. The entire shenanigans with the lane swap start from there, and once Alliance is in the lead, they keep making plays and forcing Fnatic to react, and just Fnatic can't keep up.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I fear for Fnatic on the red side in the pick and ban phase to turn it around in the next one. What do you guys think?
I completely agree. I think in both of the games, Alliance have come out with an advantage in the pick and ban phase. I think they've got what they wanted, and they're executing playstyle-wise in-game as well. So for me, Fnatic have to pull something out of left field, completely surprise Alliance, level up, and maybe they need to pull out a magic double AD comp that works for them.
I want to see Yellow Star on Thresh, honestly. I feel like we need some harder CC coming out of him, confident plays. I really want to see a 2 against 2 and 1 against 1, because I think it's proven in these both games that lane swap just will not work, and that's what I'm hoping for, because I want this series to go to 5 games, because they're pretty good to watch.
Yeah, they are, and for now we're going to check in with you guys, because at the start of the show we asked you to tell us which team in this series do you think will be crowned the Kings of Summer and why? And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @Shockblade. I think Froggen and Tabs will carry Alliance to a 3-1 victory. Tabs only died once in the series versus SK. True? I want to give some props to Nif too, though.
Oh yes, I agree. I think the whole team is just really performing astoundingly. Froggen in particular has impressed me over the playoffs, playing different champions, playing different roles, and aggressive and passive when he needs to be. He definitely wants to go to Worlds.
Yeah, the commentators always say how Tabs virtually goes untouched in these team fights, but that's thanks to his teammates basically playing and saying I will just die for you. Dying for your team is not a bad thing. Shook ends up dead in all these engages, but he'll kick somebody in the team and the opposing member will just die even quicker, and then these double ADs, they go untouched and they just kill everyone.
Yeah, they wreck Fnatic's day. The second one is from @Joburn. Sadly, as much as I want Fnatic to win, I think they make too many mistakes when they are in the lead and behind. I fully agree.
I think we've seen that.
Yep.
Case in point. Well played, dude. You got it right.
The third one is from @MattPD96. Reckless just got MVP. He's feeling great, confident, and that'll give Fnatic the boost they need to win versus Alliance. I'd like to turn it around. You say, well, it's the team that makes it happen. Even if you die, you make it work for the team. It's not enough if it's just one person and the team isn't there.
Yeah, but I think he's part of the team as well. You know, he needs to be at the right place. You can't fight 5v5 if your AD carry is splitting. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but you got to play around that. You got to know what you're doing, and Alliance is just quicker at figuring out what they're doing, and Fnatic is a little slow on the ball and reacting sometimes, but it's really hard when a game is this like fast-paced. It really shows who is the better team as there's more actions going on all the time instead of just this one like massive, okay, let's group up for this team fight and I'll play it. So no, Alliance is constantly changing up the pace, and it's really nice to watch.
And quick decision making. Fnatic have already shown multiple times their split. They do falter. When under pressure, when things have to happen snappy, and now they do crack and fail, unfortunately.
Yep, and I dare say it would be a very good thing that they learned this lesson now and then not in a couple of months. Now you can always stay in the conversation by tweeting @LOL Esports and using that hashtag LCS. We're dangerously low on mana, so we'll recall for 3.5 minutes. But Game 3 begins when we return. Stay with us.
Nowhere near this one. It's going to be another one for Alliance. There's the ulti's coming out. Yeah, it's not going to be the focus. Super Mega Death Rookie comes through. Go on, Frogger, Vince. Nice shot. We can go. Yeah. Go! I heal.
Big plays coming in. Cyanide deep into the team. Shook bouncing them around. The Aqua Prison does that. Taps is the focus. Beckett gets on towards him. Reckless picks up the kill, but they quickly shut back down.
So as up the front, he's not getting the healing that he needs. Super Mega Death Rookie comes through. Finds Cyanide gets locked up as well. And that's going to be 2 for Alliance.
It blocks out all of the culling damage. Cyanide comes in with a great flank, but now he may well go down. They've taken low. They do manage to get one.
I usually don't pay attention to the crowd when I play. Like, of course, I notice them a little bit, but like, it doesn't affect me at all. But I like the way that they show up for the games.
I think when the crowd is cheering for you, it really motivates you to play well. But on the other hand, when they're cheering for the enemy team, you're like, I'm gonna show them who they should be cheering for.
Well, Cyanide, if there's ever a time you need to show them who they're cheering for, it is now, because Fnatic, they are trailing behind Alliance 2-0 right now. It has been a dominant performance in Game 2. Alliance, they don't look like slowing down.
No, not at all. I mean, it's not even like the game is so close in the end. It's actually Alliance winning with like 15,000 gold now twice in a row. Early game, it looks okay for Fnatic, but then we get the real big team fights, and Alliance just seem to be the better team at the moment here, unless Fnatic can change some stuff up. Because Champ Select has gone in favor of Alliance twice now. They need to do something different here. They keep banning Twitch 2 games in a row now. I feel like just leave it open, let it go to Tabs, invest the ban into something else.
Well, Tabs might not even go that direction either.
Exactly.
That's the funny thing with Alliance now moving over onto the blue side. You can ban Twitch and he'll just first pick Cogmore anyway. So let's see if those switches happen. Nidalee, Syndra, same bans for Alliance. Ari, Lee Sin banned against Shook. I think it's worth it. Shook's made some big plays with Lee Sin.
He's been absolutely fantastic, actually. He's the guy early game who makes all the plays, and also teamfights. He's been the main engage. It's actually not been Wicked on Alistar Maokai. It's been Shook on Lee Sin, setting it up every time he had the chance. And Alliance don't want to toy around with any Kassadin baits here.
Yeah, Kassadin taken away. All of the focus on the mid lane from Alliance once again. Fnatic, what will they go with? Will they let Maokai through? It's kind of been a null point, honestly, if you were to ask me about it.
Yeah?
If we were to look last week at the quarterfinals, we think Maokai is going to be such a big deal, but these teams have already figured out how to counter it. Nidalee is open. I tell you, it's been banned again. I can't see that corner of the screen. It just throws me every time. Twisted Fate is banned out, and again, Cogmore straight away locked in by Alliance. Tabs is happy again.
So pretty much the same bans as game 1, except now Kassadin was banned by Alliance instead of Orianna, and we had Lee Sin banned on the side of Fnatic instead of the Twitch. But it just leaves once again. You get possibly the best AD carry at the moment as your first pick. Yes, okay, Fnatic can reply with Tristana. Game 1 they replied with Vayne. It didn't work out. They have to take something like Tristana here, unless they want to risk Alliance once again running double AD. It probably won't now that Kassadin isn't in the game. At least Nami should go on the side of Fnatic.
And a safe first pick on the mid laner here as well in their first rounds. Don't think it's a bad idea, in all honesty, with so much focus on those mid laners to take the safer option early on. We know that both Froggen and Peke can really come up with the goods. Funny thing is, you first pick in that Nami, and we could just see Nif say, well, you know how effective my Unbreakable was last game when you were trying to start fights with your tidal wave. We're just going to go for a similar thing here again. Will we see a Talon coming for Froggen, though, in this mid lane?
It is actually a good pick against Orianna in there, because you silence her, so you won't be able to respond back with any damage or shield, and then you can get a lot of damage off onto her, but I haven't seen Froggen play Talon in a long, long time. Curb is normally the player in Europe who would pick Talon. He's not actually been winning games on it, though. Been picking it as a counter, not been winning games.
It's a risky pick. And
it is. It's high risk, high reward.
High risk pick. And honestly, Alliance could take a risk now, but it's a dangerous game. You don't want to give the momentum back to Fnatic. So, Shook, he's got to fall back as always. Kha'Zix getting locked in was a big part in the semi-final matches. Maokai, of course, once again for Wicked. And now we see Lulu and Reckless gets on Tristana. So, bit of a slow turnaround from Fnatic. They're going to take a while to get going here.
Yeah, again, they protect the AD carry, come a bit like they ran in game 1. They're going to try and do the same here now with Orianna, Lulu, and Nami, all to just peel for Reckless in the late game. But they have to get to the late game, as you just pointed out here. I mean, Lulu is fine in the mid game, but it's all about your AD carry now, because he's the guy you want to protect. And of course, Tristana, strong early, weak mid game, good late game. So in that case, Fnatic will be looking to go late, and then it's just all about these teamfights and all about, once again, investing all your time and farm onto Reckless and pray that he can carry. But Maokai can get a lot of armor, get in his face. Tristana is not able to jump away from a Maokai, and if you do lock in the Braum as well, you once again have the counter now for Nami in these teamfights with the tidal wave.
Oh, Zilean looking like it's going to be locked in. Froggen going to be picking that one up, so they take the Braum, and Zilean will fall in the hands of Froggen this time around. See how he does this one as he just readjusts himself when you see like, okay, I'm playing Zilean now, time to get comfy.
And in pretty much every game we have seen Fnatic play, at least today, they've had a very hard time diving the back line of Alliance. This game is gonna be the exact same. I mean, your top laner is Lolo. She's not gonna run to the enemy backline. She's gonna stay with the AD carry. Same goes for Orianna. Same goes for Naima. So you now have 4 people making the backline. You have no tank. Sana has to log in a tank. If he goes Elise here, again, there's nobody to go into the backline of Alliance. And if they ever do catch taps out of position, Zilean is there with his ulti to help him and make sure he stays safe. So on the side of Fnatic here, they're basically waiting for Alliance to engage the fight, and then it's all about just kite, keep dealing damage, and then when someone drops low, you go all in, you get the kill, you get the reset for Tristana, and then Ricky suddenly can start jumping in. But they have to kill the front line of Shook and Wicked, and then they also, of Nif and Wicked. We have already seen how tanky a Braum can be as a support. Then you have now the poke come in from Shook, who's most likely going to max his, evolve his W. Same goes for Zilean, same goes for Taps as well with the long range poke. And nobody can dive him in the back line. Like, he's gonna stay so safe here and just deal all the damage. There's no tank on the side of Fnatic.
Well, no team has ever pushed Fnatic this far in Europe. Gambit in spring 2013, they took them all the way in a best-of-5 series. They were the closest, but right now, 2 games down, Fnatic are gonna have to dig really deep in this match. Soaz on Lulu. It's a champion he's said it so many times is the best top laner. Of course, that was a long time ago. That was back at All-Stars. Not too sure it's the same now. So will Alliance sweep their way through Fnatic and stage an absolute upset here? Because Fnatic, they are the kings of Europe. They are the reigning champions. Can they be dethroned? Hashtag Alliance win or hashtag Fnatic win to @LO Esports. I'm not sure, honestly. Fnatic, while they've performed well, Fnatic, Alliance on the other side, have been impeccable. They've not been rocked, they've been confident, and they've led the whole way through.
And they've said, coming into this one, if you watch those videos, they look super confident, despite the fact that there were a few shaky moments throughout the playoffs for them. They, came into this one looking really well at 3-1. Fnatic themselves really struggled against Roccat. That one went down to 5 games. You could have argued that they could well have lost that final and been in yesterday's 3rd place game. The problem that they have now is a massive comeback. 3 games in a row is what they need.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 underway. Will it be the final one? That is the question. Massive Fnatic support live in-house here at Gamescom Hall 8. And you guys at home, how are you going to vote? Because Alliance, they've led throughout the summer split. They've 3-1'd every single team. They're currently 2-0 up in this best-of-5. And will they just close it out?
Well, Fnatic here, they have to get standard lanes because they have some very, very strong laners here. Lulu in the top lane is very strong in one-on-one. Orianna in the mid lane, of course. With Nami just down in the bottom lane. Fnatic, they need standard lanes and need to win the lanes here. It's not even like the mid game is a lot better if you look on the side of Alliance here, because you have Zilean being logged in. Taps is going to get Trinity Force and be fairly strong in the mid game. He's actually going to be strong for the entire game. Maokai, get a rotation of 1 tank item, and all of a sudden you are actually very, very tanky, and also can be a big part of the mid to early late game here. So it's not even like Fnatic has stages, except for maybe the laning phase, where they should be able to win against the comp from Alliance here, because late game, again, we just talked about how there's nobody to dive Taps. He's going to stay safe in the back line. There's so much protection for him here. And then it's just all about constantly hitting Fnatic down, get 1 member low, and then you can also take them down here. There's, of course, no reset, like on the side of Fnatic, and they just have to kite. I mean, they don't have any engage.
This would be a time for Fnatic to really not just step things up, but maybe something, go for something a little bit more unorthodox, something that Alliance aren't going to be ready for. You could also argue that they might also be thinking at this point, this is where we play standard, because you never quite know if those risky moves are going to play off. They're going to face check in here. There's the first Q coming down. Almost land here onto Yellow Star, but there's no big follow-up. Reckless is doing enough damage there to Nif to force Alliance to back off.
So if we do get standard lanes, like Fnatic wanted, they've been picking strong laners all around. been listening to our analysts down at the desk saying after game 1, I want to see standard lanes from Fnatic, I want to see strong laners, and then see what they can do against Alliance here. So we simply have to see if they can win the lanes.
Oh, Rekt is now getting focused on. tabs wasn't quite on the same page when the stun came out in Yellow Star, and Nif was like, come on, I've got him stunned, what are you waiting for? Didn't manage to get the return. So, the poke this time should, at the start in that bottom lane, go the advantage of Fnatic, despite the fact, obviously, Reckless is on Tristana, that Nami will help. It's the big #1 support currently that everybody favors. Mid lane, of course, Froggen and Peke. They're going to go at it. Level 2 first hit by Fnatic, and Reckless leaps in. This is the aggression we may not have seen, but he's going to get stunned out. Nifmo will get focused. tabs taken very, very low. The Ignite was used. It was countered by tabs' heal, and he is safe for now.
And that was a very, very nice all-in by Fnatic's bottom lane here, and a terrible situation for Alliance because the wave was already pushing up towards, at least at the moment once Fnatic hit level 2, it was up towards their own tower, so they had to stay very far up in the lane and therefore had to use heal as well from tabs to actually stay alive. And over his top lane here, Shook looking for the first gang.
Oh, Twisted Advance comes down. Shook gonna get in there. Soaz may not even bother to flash this one. He's going down, and it's Shook that gets the first kill in there. And despite that great work down in the bottom, they lose on the first kill. Are they gonna be able to pick anything up? tabs and Nif are at half HP. They've got decent CC. If they can only land it here under the tower, I still feel it could be a little bit too dangerous for them, though. There is actually the teleport coming in. Wicked's gonna join in on this one, and that will force them off. I don't think there's any kill potential for Alliance, but it stops the dive.
And had a ward to actually spot Cyanide. Moving into the knew he was waiting. We could use the teleport. Has to now go actually back to base and then run all the way up to top lane. But Shook is instant there. Might even fancy a fight against Soaz.
We'll see whether he does. I think he just wants to hold and soak up the experience, make sure he doesn't crash against the tower while Wicked's coming back. I'm pretty sure he's not going to go for any of those last hits. Peke taken low in the mid lane. Froggen getting the bombs down. And the rewind. Didn't go for the ignite, didn't go for that killer blow. Peke himself turned a bit of damage around himself, but this is a very testing time for Peke. This is the time to shine. He needs to go big, and he's against arguably the best player in Europe in the mid lane.
And that's one of the things about Froggen, that he doesn't mind wasting a ton of mana right at the start of the game to try and get some control on the lane. We see it. I mean, I don't think Peke even expected it. He actually shielded himself very late, because I don't think he expected Froggen to just go bomb, rewind, bomb, slow, all at the same time there. And again, Froggen just going into this one.
Is here.
We do see Cyanide moving around the back, though.
Oh, quick flash, gets rid of the cocoon. Froggen plays it safe, but we'll see whether Cyanide decides to play a return visit. Don't forget, level 5, Shockwave is available in the next level. That flash being burnt could be vital if Peke manages to catch it.
But Shook is already level 5 here, going towards Cyanide, feeling very, very confident. And he's going to get level 6 very, very soon, and should be able to join in case Fnatic decides to gank Froggen. He does have his ult, he can buy some time, and then Shook can come in there into the mid lane. So very nice start by Shook. He's been looking very good today, and Cyanide does not have the same impact we normally see from him. Definitely been in favor of Shook in terms of the junglers.
Oh, and they're going to do it again. Here we go. The bomb is down. Ignite is down. Shook's coming in from the back. Oh, the fail pad from Peke. And that is the kill. A second one for Shook. And this is the lane and jungler matchup that I think will be most impressive in Europe this year. Shook and Froggen are so good together.
Just the synergy you had from the start. I mean, remember, it was always supposed to be Shook and Froggen together on this super team. They had some different players in mind at first. It didn't work out. Had to find some new ones, like tabs came in, Nif came in. Probably not too unhappy with how the team ended out because it is insanely strong. But Shook was always there from the start. Froggen said, I want to play with Shook. He's the best jungler in Europe, in my opinion. And they've been playing together ever since, and they have just shown great synergy from the start.
It was the nucleus, the beginnings, back in October 2013. That's when this team was first imagined by the mid laner Froggen. You guys at home still hanging true with Fnatic despite the rough start they've had. The Fnatic faithful still tweeting strongly, but it's Alliance that are opening up once again with a good lead and a good start in the opening lane phase.
And if you look at it as well, Shook spent time in lane, effective time in lane, 2-0 ahead in farm as well. Okay, he actually taxed a bit of that from the mid lane, but look at this. He's going to be coming once again in, this time towards that bottom lane. Reckless is going to get hit by 2. Can they actually get on top of him? He is level 6 here. It looks like Yellowstar will actually be the target. Yellowstar has a flash, but Braum,
get one more
on him. He may get stunned up. One more to do it. Ignite ticket.
Oh, they got it.
He got it. Oh, down though to the tower, and Reckless. So it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
So Shug actually decided to evolve his E, even though he's maxing his W. And normally Kha'Zix junglers in Europe, we see them in max W and evolve it as well. But Kakao actually from KT Arrows in the OGN finals, he went the same route here. He maxes W still, you have more wave clear in the jungle, and then you evolve your E, you evolve your Q as the next one. So you're basically looking for this skirmish power, like one-on-one burst damage. And it's also gonna work because notice how Alliance wants to play these fights here. Nobody's gonna touch taps, he's just gonna stay safe, get everyone low, and then Shug goes in, and he will be able to get the resets and keep jumping around.
And with those wings evolved, expecting to pay more visits now that Froggen's hit level 6 to that mid lane. He's actually level 7 now, but that ultimate available means he can dive very deep once again. Peke gets a bomb, gets the rewind, gets another bomb, and he defensive ball is just simply not enough. It's opening up a groove, and Shug is nearby and able to jump in there. Blue buff now coming up, that's going to be a key, and it's actually forced Yellowstar to come up, ward out some coverage to give them a little bit of support in their mid.
It is insane how fast Shug is actually farming in his own jungle. I said before, you max your W still for the jungle clear speed. He's ahead in farm, he's been ganking once in top lane, once in mid lane, once in bottom lane, and he's picked up kills in every single lane. Fnatic is still doing well farm-wise because they have the winning matchup in every single lane, but they have been slowed down by the fact that Shug has been playing so well.
And we see item-wise there, Froggen already taking massive chunks out of Peke, and that's only with that double Doran's ring and the chalice in there. Meanwhile, Cyanide at the bottom lane, but there's no one there. There's no one really for the taking. Alliance's bottom lane backed off, and with the recall of Fnatic in the mid lane, Froggen and Shug are going to move in. This is a massive damage onto the outer middle turret already.
That's a lot of damage burned down. They may finish it off here. You can see they're just not going to quite take it down, but that's not going to be too safe for Peke to linger around. He's had to call in reinforcements. Cyanide makes his way across. So far, he is safe. Now, Soaz, he's dived on in the top lane. Wicked, he seems to be having a good time up here. We can see Morellonomicon is being built by Soaz, so he's going to continue to keep those basic attacks burning down along with the clear talents on Wicked, but it's only a matter of time, it seems, and Wicked unharassed, despite the fact he is down on CS.
Look who's in the bottom lane.
Safe.
Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Yellowstar gets knocked up by the ultimate. There is Shug on top of them. They are going to get the bubble down, but Tabs is able to pick up the kill. The assist goes over to Shug. Meanwhile, Soaz and Wicked here on the top side of the map, having a big fight once again. The ultimate out of Soaz was used. Cyanide now coming up, but I don't think Wicked's going to be baited into that one.
Well, they want to dive him under the tower here. Don't actually even care if Wicked is going to get baited or not. They just want to kill him. They know the dragon is already gone because Yellowstar died in this bottom lane, so at least try and get a kill off in his top side.
Well, he's got his ultimate, he's got flash. It's going to be a 2v1, but he's going to get taken down. Didn't really put him too much resistance there, despite that twisted advance coming down. So, dragon taken, bought time, mid lane. That's got to be pretty low right now. Shockwave pulled in, Froggen doesn't care. Takes down the mid lane turret, he's got himself his res, there it is. Now we see Shug pouncing in, doesn't manage to get on towards Peke. The ignite was used and Peke was taken very low. Yellowstar trying to return some damage onto Shug. Not going to be enough.
It's just for the revenge. Didn't actually end up working because Peke was so low. They might be able to push down this tower though. Got Froggen back in base, he has no ulti. Actually, he's gonna cancel his recall and stay.
Yeah, Wicked already TP'd up towards that top side. Gonna keep him zoned as well as they possibly can there with the ball. Nif actually going in like a man and trying to get rid of those minions. And in the end, half of the health of that turret is gone. We actually saw Wicked just TP to the top lane after going down, so he wouldn't have been able to help out either way. He does, however, return with a blasting one on top of that catalyst, so his Rod of Ageless will be done relatively soon. Soaz has finished off Morellonomicon, and for Froggen, the Athenes is done as well. And we saw the confidence of him once again there. Puts the ultimate on himself, stays around to finish the turret as Tabs caught out someone, but that is Elise and Nami. There's not a whole lot of damage there for Tabs as Reckless didn't come in. Here it's Shug once again. This time, though, they finally got a ward down in that tri-bush and will back off.
Good coverage, and simply just a couple of wards in the key placements there for Alliance. Gave them all the information they required for Fnatic. They do manage to react, they counter. 4 members of Alliance all moved in bulk down there. They're waiting still in the bush. They haven't backed away though, so Fnatic want to make a play, but I'm not sure it's going to work out for them. Cyanide still holding steady. Peke's had to go back and buy, and Fnatic, yeah, wisely will retreat from this situation. That middle turret's being pressured. Froggen is doing work in that mid lane right now. He's behind in CS, but with the help of Shook, he's been leaping in there. It's just put Peke into so much pressure, and the waves are just being cleared instantaneously.
And we just need Alliance to go back to base once. They can all pick up a lot of wards, and then instantly you're going to see the top side of the map around the entrance to the jungle of Fnatic just be warded. The mid lane is going to get warded by Froggen as well, and they're going to have full control and see where everyone from Fnatic is moving around. Source in this top lane, he keeps pushing down the wave. He will get some damage on the tower, will be able to take it as well, all alone. And it seems like Alliance don't really care for now. Wicked is just trying to pick up the farm he can. They know they're going to lose the tower. It's going to be all about the next dragon.
Tower is gone. 30 minutes and 10 into this one. We have a 1,400 gold lead for Alliance. A team that in their semi-final game against SK, it went to 4 matches. They were behind in all 4. There's a leap away. Actually, we already saw the cocoon landing. And look at the difference there between the 2 junglers. We said it right at the start that Shook's the carry jungler. Cyanide more of the support. And those kind of scorelines really prove that theory.
Massive difference between them. I mean, also look at this game here. Okay, you do have 1 kill on Cyanide, but that's been it. Shook has been everywhere on the map. Part of every single kill, or every time he went to a lane, he would get a kill. And also just look, if you look at the items, of course on Kha'Zix, you want to get all these damage items like he loves to do. And he can do it while on the other side of the Cyanide, building sides on Elise very early on, so not getting any combat stats.
Blue buff fight is coming. Shook fancies this one. He's got flash available. Smite's up there. If they can take this away from Peke, it's just another thorn in his side. They get the vision. Smite used by Cyanide. It doesn't mean Peke won't get it. And you can see he's already hurting for mana because every single time he needs to use that defensive ball to stop Froggen putting bombs on his head.
Oh, Soas may be in trouble here on this top side. The wild growth comes in from Soas together. Knock up, wicked flashes. He'll twist it up after the 1 single minion there over the side, but doesn't matter for him. Soas is able to get that kill. But look at Shook on towards Peke. He's going to use the ultimate. Froggen will flash in. There's a bomb down. The bomb will get the kill, and that will put Froggen at 1-0-1. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Nif trying his hardest to get in there, and Alliance just turn on the switch of aggression.
Back and forth action. This game is opening up, and it's Alliance that are coming out on top. Yellowstar caught out this time. Glacial Fissure being used from Nif. Tab's not sure if he fancies this one. Flashes across. Soas teleporting in behind them. They're going to come around Alliance. Now Wicked will join the party. That's going to be Reckless getting himself 1 kill. Gets the reset. Tabs goes down. Soas picks up that kill. Finally, something starts to go Fnatic's way. They're going to push on down this bottom turret, but Froggen, he's coming to counter.
And that was a very, very aggressive play here coming from Nif first, where he lands the ulti, but Taps is on the other side of the wall. He had to flash to actually get in range of Fnatic. We're just going to see it again here. Nif engagement, look at Taps. He can't actually hit more than once. Reckless shoots him away, they move away from the wall. He has to flash over to join in and instantly teleport behind from Source. Wicked jumps into the wall, but they've already lost the fight. Cyanide comes, pick up a kill for Reckless. Did they actually get a double? No, Source picked up the last one. If there was no dragon for him to take, at least they got a few kills.
Sometimes you have to just say, okay, we used an ultimate, but it's not good enough.
Yeah.
We can't really fight this one. If you commit, it can go pear-shaped very quickly. It leaves us tied in kills at 5-5. There's only a 400 gold difference between these 2 teams as Wicked going to go aggressive on towards Yellowstar. Nif and Tabs are there as well. Bubble comes in but doesn't land onto Tabs. Meanwhile, Cyanide coming around. There's the cocoon onto Tabs. Oriana is there as well. Tabs at half HP. The shockwave lands onto Nif. Tabs will die at the back. Wicked at full health, and the Icathian surprise will go a long way, but not far enough, as it is another 2-0 here for Fnatic.
Wicked still trying to keep them busy. The rest of Alliance are reacting. Froggen and Shook coming around the side here. Fnatic got to be careful. They're all pretty low on hit points, and there's a reset machine ready to go. Shook jumps in. They get a lot of damage on towards Peke. Wicked diving, twisted advance on towards and low. These spiderlings there. They're not going to get close enough. 5 members of Fnatic will retreat. Alliance, they have an advantage here. They may contemplate Dragon.
But still, Alliance is being a bit overconfident at the moment. They had no wards in the river as the fight started. They had Shook and Froggen in base, and yet they went for the fight instantly. Fnatic moved down 4 members. They turned it around, pick up some kills. Should be a dragon for Alliance here. But they are giving up some easy kills to Fnatic at the moment.
Oh! Whoa, you didn't want to do that. Soaz able to pick it up with a Glitter Lance. And Soaz having a different game. He's a different beast this match. 3-1-2 with that Lulu. Morello comes. Oh, whoa, Nif gonna walk through the tri-bush. They're all there. The bubble will land. He'll be able to get away from it, but risky bit of positioning, taking his eye off the ball for a second there, it seemed.
Well, not just for a second. Alliance have done it for the last 2 minutes. They've just been giving up kills left and right. Keep engaging fights, even though they have no idea where the members from Fnatic are. And it cost them a lot of gold coming back from Fnatic here. They got kills on Reckless, got kills on Soaz. All of a sudden, they're back in the game.
That is the big thing. Kills on Reckless. Soaz waiting around the side. They're going to tower dive. That tower on next to no hit points here. Yellowstar's going to be the key man to engage. Tries to sneak around the side to throw out that bubble. The wave comes down. Niv stops it in his tracks, but Tabs is the target. Wild Growth being used. There's the rockets coming out from Reckless. He takes down one. Gets himself the reset. Niv's the next focus. He goes down. It's now a 5-0-2 Tristana. That is exactly what you need as he just rocket jumps away to safety.
Once again, Fnatic, they get the kills now. They get the towers mid lane. Tower went down as well. Xpeke killed it. And they're heading gold. Alliance was so far ahead. Shook was looking so strong. And Fnatic just picks up multiple kills. Towers. Now they're ahead.
Yeah, and in particular, Reckless 5-0-2 with his Tristana. Infinity Edge done. His Static Shiv is coming out soon as well. He's 45 CS ahead of Tabs as well. Top lane's ahead, mid lane's ahead. So it was the early kills for Alliance. Fnatic went for more of the safer early game by racking up the farm there. And they are also 3-1 ahead in turrets, which makes a big difference coming in. There's a blue buff for Froggen, who actually will be going into Archangels as his second item, as we've been seeing with the Zillion players. On the other side though, for Peke, Athene's into Sorcerer's Shoes, blasting one. Can you imagine that death cap should be coming into play next for him.
And Fnatic had 2 kills. They were behind 2,500 gold 5 minutes ago. Now they're sitting on 10 kills. And they're ahead in gold. Didn't get the dragon. Alliance managed to pick it up, but still got a kill for it. Took 2 towers. 5 minutes, and the game is just being completely flipped around. And all of a sudden, Fnatic are now pushing down, applying pressure.
This is exactly what they need. So many times we were talking about how Shook was getting going, how his stats were working out, but getting kills on your junglers not always the best deal. Getting a 5-0-2 Tristana, who needs to make it to the late game to get going. Well, he gets a boost, a steroid. He's now going. He is gone. 20 minutes in. He's got himself Static Shiv almost complete as well. And Fnatic are in the driving seat with effectively a late game comp.
Yeah, but again, it wasn't even because all the kills went to Shook. It was just Alliance who kept engaging. When they had no vision of Fnatic. They played over aggressive. Now they've been paying the price. But yeah, of course, Fnatic do want to go late game. On the other side, Alliance are looking very strong in the late game too.
Oh, Reckless gonna find Froggen here. He's gonna fancy this fight, and he might just kill him off. Ulti will be popped there in the end, underneath his own tower though. So Froggen at a point where he can survive, I guess we can call it. We can call his ultimate surviving, I think. Well, that will be down for a little while. Good thing is, when you've got that much cooldown, you can just press R a lot and your ulti's back up in no time. Press W a lot, and then your R's back up in no time, is what I meant.
So, at the moment, Fnatic have themselves the lead. Can they close it out though? They have yet to really transition it into any inner turrets. All of the outers are down, and it's Alliance that are actually trying to force out some ward control with the dragon over 2 minutes away. It's the bottom turret that they're pushing down. They're trying to clear that wave out. You see Froggen, he's keeping them busy, but look at Fnatic. 5 members in this mid lane. They are clear on what goal they want.
Yeah.
And try and shove it on through.
And full credit to Fnatic for playing so well the last few minutes. They've been looking for the fights as well. They got them, starting to run as a team. Source joined in, constant fighting in the bottom lane, and Fnatic were just always ahead of Alliance there. They're always one more member, they're always in a better position. So full credit to Fnatic for making their comeback, even though they were only 2,500 gold behind. Still a small comeback.
And you have to wonder if it's going to be Alliance being too confident, if you give Fnatic too much room to play with there, as we just did see Shockwave from FLICKR used onto Froggen. His ultimate is back up and available now though, and this bottom turret is going to fall, so that's a bit more gold back for Alliance. Not like Yellowstar and FLICKR wanted to try and get involved on that one, but they went over the top of a ward and not going to be able to do anything about it. Dragon up in 50 seconds. This is going to be an important one with Fnatic's newfound stamp on the game. Can they hold on and get that one?
Well, the clairvoyance is used. Clairvoyance, going a bit old school there. Well, it's technically the same thing. It was used out by Reckless to get vision. Dragon up is 30 seconds away. I think Fnatic are a little off on their timing here. They are holding their position, and well, Alliance are not really too interested right now because they know it's another 15 seconds before it spawns.
Look at all the ping wards Fnatic just placed around this Dragon. They definitely want to fight. I mean, Reckless has basically skipped his weak midpoint now. He already has Static Shift and Infinity Edge completed because he got all these kills. So he's looking really good. No left cap yet for Expect is going to be the next big deal. For Fnatic, they're looking to fight. They have all the ping wards in place. It's now up to Alliance to move in and engage.
Gotta feel that Nif's gonna be an important part of this one. Whether he can get a good ultimate off of Shook here, going towards Soaz, but the slow's coming in and Shook can only go so far on this one. He's actually lost more health than damage that he's given out. There's the speed back up. They have to manage to force Fnatic away, flash away from the Shockwave. Reckless is coming around the side. I don't think he'll stick around though. He's actually gone back into the river and he's gonna loop around to join the rest of his team.
So 2 ultis are down here from Fnatic. Alliance staying around here, clearing all the ping wards now. Will they actually start this Dragon?
This is risky for Alliance. You know, Fnatic, they didn't really use or lose a lot of hit points. Still no Shockwave though. That's a big deal maker. And again, the wave, which is why Alliance, they're burning down this Dragon. They're going to try and close it out. Shook will smite that one. The question is, will they get out alive? Or will they just try and turn it around? Wicked Pounce is in there. They jump on towards Soaz. Now Reckless to focus. Nif gets on him, but nobody else is in reading the same wavelengths. The Aqua Prism doesn't land. Flash comes out. Cyanide gets away. And now Alliance, they're on the retreat. Reckless chasing. Wheelie jumping. Gets the speed boost from FLICKR. Oh, risky play. He fancies it. He's waiting to pounce. Now he rocket jumps across. Froggen's the target. Wicked now tanking out all of that damage. Twisted advance to the minions. He should get away safe. Soaz comes across. Flash Blitzer lands. Doesn't quite get the damage down. Picks off and now chases on towards, and Nif is still the only man to go down.
But right here we saw exactly what Fnatic want to do with their comp. They want Alliance to engage onto them and just instant disengage. There was no Shockwave, no Tidal Wave, and yet they picked up a kill, chased Alliance. As soon as you get the first kill now, you just start chasing. You have Orianna to speed up, you have Lulu to speed yourself up, and of course reset on Tristana. Even Nami is going to speed people up here. So there's so much movement speed for Fnatic here, and once they win the fight, chasing on, force a lot of flashes here from Alliance. Did manage to stop the Dragon. Don't really have any engage, so they can't just run into Alliance. They have to wait for Alliance to actually engage on them.
I think Nif was a little worried there that they could have moved away towards Baron. He will then go up and stick a couple of wards in on the bottom side of it. One up by the Tri-Bush as well, and Fnatic are moving around that area at the moment. Yellowstar will be clearing out first. They'll get Cyanide in as well. Nif not exactly going to be pushing this wave at the top side all that quickly, and we can see Asiu's unbreakable as Soaz, who is looking incredibly confident in this game. That flash glitter lance that we saw on the bottom side, he's got a death cap. Morellonomicon blasting one in there, so it's not like he's not doing a ton of damage. So dangerous times here for Alliance. Farm is down on each side. The kills all stacked up with Reckless. 3 for Soaz, 2 in the mid lane for FLICKR, who's also got his death cap available now. And these next few minutes going to be a big test for Alliance.
Yeah, small cautionary sign there. Nif was up the top and it actually drew 4 members of Fnatic to him, while there was 3 members of Alliance stood in the middle. So it was never like he was ever going to just stick and push the tower against Soaz. There was never any sign of that. Fnatic reacted quickly though, and now they are the ones being pushing. They're going towards the bottom while Alliance shove in the mid. This is risky play. Fnatic have played this game with Alliance before and came out worse. They're going to go for it again.
Alliance have no minions. They're basically just hitting the tower without any minions, while Fnatic has all the minions in the world here and just pushing down. This is going to be another tower.
Yeah, Alliance have decided to recall it here, and last time that we saw this one happen, Reckless afterwards said, I made the call and it was the wrong call. This time around though, they stick in there. Froggen's actually not recalled here with his other teammates, so that will actually mean that he can stick around, get that in a tower. Well, the inhibitor tower has already gone down. The inhibitor itself is at half HP. I don't think the Fnatic are going to risk it by sticking around any longer. They may now try for a bit of a Baron dance though.
Well, at least won the base race, picked up even more gold. I mean, things are looking very, very good for Fnatic here. They're making the right decisions. They're suddenly the ones controlling the map, taking towers where there's no response from Alliance, or not a good enough response. Got one turn, so we can pick up all the farm.
Ooh,
but yeah, they can go Baron now.
Teleport was used. Alliance can go Baron. There is a ward there. Fnatic stick around. Okay. Ooh, that's some big damage on Shook. The shockwave pulls off. He's taken very low, has to pounce out there, and that simple play will be enough to force them out now. Baron doing the attacks on Wicked, burning down his hit points. Fnatic down to Peke to do the moves and pull off a play that basically gave Alliance the fear of
now
their lives.
Fnatic is pushing. Look at the mid lane. Rick is already pushing in. Minions are gonna come. No ulti for Frog in here. Shook is back in base. This might be another tower for Fnatic.
They can totally afford to tank that up as well. The shield from Lulu, the shield from Orianna, the turret not particularly burning through that even, and that will be an inner turret then. So top lane is an open inhibitor. The rest is just down to those inhibitor turrets, and playing on a knife edge here are Alliance. Fnatic got full vision control of Baron as well. And is this the start of a epic comeback for Fnatic? Because honestly, it would be an epic comeback. Looking at both games that we've already seen, Alliance looked visibly stronger in both, and they weren't very close matches.
Alliance just tried to chase Fnatic back. They've all had to go back to base, but there's so many wards that they can't exactly sneak in and get this Baron bit. They've just had to clear out 2 pinks and sweep 1 out, which means Fnatic, they will be back. They're all going to be full hit points, full mana. Ultimates are all off cooldown, so Alliance tried to rush a play. What the hell kind of jump was that, Shook? It was like one of those sail cats that just slip on the top of the slide, not quite make it.
Well,
everybody's seen the GIF.
Okay. And again, Alliance just trying to get some coverage here, but Soaz went for Void Staff with that last blasting wand, and his damage is just ridiculous at this stage. Top lane actually will be a turret here for Alliance if the minions ever decide that they want to finish that one off. Actually, I don't think they're going to get it, at least for this wave at least. And that means that Alliance will be adding a bit more gold to their total, but it's Fnatic who are holding the dominance over the map. There's a dragon up in 5 seconds, which Fnatic all in position for already. And that should be able to go down quickly before Alliance get to it.
Look how dangerous this is. If Alliance lose this fight, there's a giant wave in the bottom wave and they can just push straight in. Dragon goes down, shockwave goes off, Fnatic strike. The wave only hits on Nif. That's not the target they wanted, and now Alliance trying to counteract this one. But Fnatic, they have the speed to just back away, and Shook is stopped dead. And well, they hit and run.
Yeah. And this is exactly why Yellowstar can engage with his tidal wave, because every single time Nif is there, puts up the shield like we saw in game 2, and he will just stop it. Still down this bottom lane. Wicked is forced to go down defended, and Fnatic once again looking for the fight. Speed up. Someone, doesn't even matter who, just run towards Alliance and try and start a fight here. They're going to push down. They do have a lot of siege potential because they have so many range, actually 5 range champions. Great siege here, great disengage. I don't feel like they want to go for it just yet.
And just kite all day long, and especially in these areas around the Baron, where that Glitter Lance is probably going to catch a lot of you. A shockwave will be easier to land, and the knockup from Wild Growth will be all that more effective if they're grouped up in the narrow passages of the jungle. Fnatic, however, looking like they just want to go home and spend a little bit of gold of the last few minutes and come back with then stronger items. If we look at Reckless, Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruin King, Static Shift, got a bit of magic resist in there as well. The Death Cap for Peke there, and another blasting wand on top of that one. He'll be getting his blue buff here, and that will mean that he can head back up towards that Baron area, possibly with a possibility of having a fight. Froggen caught a little bit out here in the mid lane. Reckless gonna flash. They've managed to pop his ultimate. Reckless has his ulti if he needs to knock him back. He does. He actually knocked him through the wall and maybe away from his team. That's enough to get him the kill though. And that, you have to feel, is definitely a Baron when you lose the important mid laner with his damage and the utility of his ultimate.
And that's how you pick off a target here. Double speed up for Reckless. He got the E from Nami as well, so his auto attacks were going to slow, and he just ran forward, found Froggen here. If they do get this Baron, and just by the fact they are hitting gold, is so good for them, because once they start grouping and sieging at towers, Alliance is forced to engage on them, just like Fnatic wants.
Nif caught out, trying to risk it. They needed to try and get some ward coverage, but that's a simple pickup for Fnatic. They're still hanging around. There's still the potential for a steal from Shook, but you got to feel this Baron is going to get burnt down so quickly. They're going to rush straight for the inhibitor turret. They did this the other day. It worked out. They got that inhibitor turret down. That is going to be the Baron. Teleport available to Soaz if he wants to take it. They're going to put a lot of damage in this one, but the simple fact is, Tabs only just completed that Blade of the Rune King. He hasn't got anywhere near the damage that Reckless holds.
And this was all about those golden 5 minutes for Fnatic, where they went from having 2 kills, being slightly behind in gold, to just go up to 10 kills, and suddenly they were like 4,000 gold ahead.
Oh, he's dead.
And suddenly they were controlling the game, because as soon as you are ahead with this comp here, and you're the one starting pressuring up towers and Shook, whoa, this is gonna die.
Yeah.
This is gonna die. Reckless got a kill, even better for Fnatic. But as soon as Fnatic got ahead with this comp here, they didn't have to worry about not being able to engage on Alliance, because now Alliance were forced to engage on them if they want to stop any kind of objective, if they want to stop them from killing towers. And then Fnatic really looked to take this game.
And that point of the game, the mid-game slump, if you call it that, for Tristana was basically just avoided because of all those fights coming in. He's now 7-0-4. He's got 100 CS more than Tabs. And overall, just playing very, very confidently. And speaking of confidence, Soaz is in a mood that we've not seen in him at all in this best of 5. Quite happy to flash, to get that damage down and to chase in there. He's currently 3-1-7 himself and has just picked up another needlessly large rod.
Reckless is so confident in himself right now. He's over 4,000 gold ahead of Tabs. He's just roaming around without wards in the enemy jungle. Completely confident because they were all up in that top lane. There was only Wicked nearby, but I think he's going to do a great deal to stop him right now. Reckless is a killing machine. If he gets hold of someone in a straight up 1v1, they will just die.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to build Last Whisper because Wicked had to get some magic resist early on, so there's not enough armor on the side of Alliance to even make the Last Whisper worth it. Therefore, he went for the Blade of the Rune King instead, just to stay even more safe and get also the percent magic damage onto Wicked here, because he knows it's going to be all about him killing Wicked so fast that then the rest of the team can chase on Alliance and get to tap.
And Alliance have got no vision in their own jungle here. That's the problem. That's how they just basically lost that inhibitor. Okay, you might argue that Fnatic would have been able to go in there anyway, but Alliance didn't have those early wards out there to figure out where Fnatic actually were. They were just relying on clearing the wave out of that mid lane. And here is Soaz going to speed himself up. Will he catch Wicked? He does get the slow. Have they got the damage to follow in? No, not yet, but that might force them away from the inhibitor turret.
Trying to catch them out. Shook caught with a cocoon. Not followed up quick enough though, but the minion wave, it's enough. They can just shield a Reckless. He keeps tanking down that turret, putting the damage on towards it. Peke burns away, keeps Nif at guard, and they just keep on poking it down. The rest of Alliance, they're trying to relay race themselves into the base as they get them fountain hit points regenerated. Cyanide takes a burst. This Baron buff close to a minute left on it, and they're still keeping the pressure on Alliance. That shockwave ball, keep your eye on it, because if it focuses on anyone like Froggen or Tabs, it will fire.
Stud waiting for the next wave of those minions to come around, and Reckless again taking the double shields coming through and quite happy to take a tower hit or a little auto attack here and there. But looks like Alliance have actually done enough here to force them back. There's a big wave for Fnatic actually coming down. The top lane, of course, will contain super minions as well. Seems like Fnatic fancy themselves a dragon here, get a bit of extra gold.
Now they have actually hit the point where you do want to get Last Whisper for Reckless. That's getting enough armor on Wicked, going to be annoying, and then Reckless has, at the moment, 3,000 gold. He's just going to get a bit more, then he can go back. I think you're almost getting close to 4,000 before he decides to back.
I think he's just keep
very,
pushing
very farm lady carry.
It's only the second Dragon of the game for Fnatic, and that just shows, you know, Alliance had great control early on, but Alliance played into the hands of Fnatic, and as you mentioned, you called it the golden 5 minutes. It really is. And they just turned this game on its head, backing up that AD carry, which they have tried to do throughout. You know, obviously Protect the Vayne kind of worked out last time. It's speed up and launch the Rocket Boy in there, Rocket Girl, I should say, technically, because Reckless is a female, but Peke
Reckless
and
is indeed a
Reckless
female.
are not.
You got that one the wrong way around.
Reckless is a female. Well, I'm sure a lot of fangirls out there would argue he's definitely not. He's a popular one, that's for sure, in Gamescom. 14-5 over all the kills, and Fnatic, could they get themselves their first victory here? They have won the last 3 LCS splits. Nobody in the history of the European LCS has won this. Alliance, they're one step away, but Fnatic, they're not giving up easy.
Again, knocking on the door. There is the engage though from Wicked. Has he been enough too much this time? Let's see. Alliance have decided it is time to go. The tidal wave comes through. Bubbles in there as well, but Wicked holding them all away. Shook got the ultimate from Froggen. They didn't lose too much from that one here, Alliance.
Now, and you just see how far behind Alliance actually is. I mean, they want to go for the engage. Easy disengage from Fnatic here. Reckless is back to full HP already. Ulti was used by Froggen. This tower is going to go down as soon as Nif decides to die.
Oh, Nif is going to die. Reckless gets himself another 8-0-4. The MVP of the season, showing exactly how it's done as he just keeps on tanking it down. Look at the size of that shield he has on him. The double shield comes out. That's going to be the second inhib of the game going down. Super Minions actually starting to put some work on towards the Nexus turrets as well. But Fnatic, they're just going to back away. Baron's up in a minute. They can go back and spend that massive chunk of gold they've got.
And that was a problem for me in last game. The Unbreakable was unbreakable. They couldn't get through, but this time they actually said, you know what, doesn't matter, just keep focusing him. He gets knocked around with everything else and able to finish him off. And the turret leaves an 8-0-4 Reckless, who probably, well, he's going to have 6 items next time that he does decide to go home. Obviously, we'll change that QSS into a scimitar, and who knows, maybe even sell off those boots, come back in with a couple of elixirs to work with as well. For Soaz, he's now added in the Zhonya's, which is only going to make him more confident. We've already seen him flashing in to get the knock-up from Wild Growth, and to get the slows going down. Here they come from the side once again.
Going to jump on towards him. Wicked's going to try and react. He got onto Reckless. Reckless forced out of the fight. Now Alliance, with Reckless gone, can they try and create something here? They got a good bunch of damage onto Reckless, but they couldn't follow through. The Resurrect comes through. Froggen focuses on Cyanide. He repels away. There's no race to drop to, so they will get him down. Oh, will they? The big shield comes out. The Wild Growth comes out. And Wicked now, the tankiest member, is just getting shredded down. Cyanide does go down to Froggen, but Reckless, he's back. He's got the hit points, and he is looking for revenge onto Alliance. They forced them away. It's a 2-for-2, but it's Fnatic pushing down the mid lane with the Super Minions.
Pushing down here. There's no ulti for Yellow Star or Source, and Reckless is not done yet.
Oh, Shook actually got the bomb on him there, so they had to get away from him. Yellow Star down pretty low. There's Reckless getting another couple of hits off. Soaz is fairly low, but there is Reckless. Can he get one? The ulti went out to Shook, which means Froggen dies. Reckless is going to have the shield, the bubble onto him, and that's a double kill for Reckless.
They're going to go
Only if left alive, they can finish right here.
Reckless, like a machine gun, 10-0-6, follows on through and guns down every minion in sight, whether it be a champion or a little minion inside. He's going to get in there. Fnatic, it's going to be 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. We will get ourselves a game 4. Fnatic are not done yet. They are holding strong, and it was a great turnaround. Dominant performance, and Alliance, it's not going to be that easy.
Such a well-deserved win here, and such an important confidence booster as well. I said it earlier about Soaz in particular, a man who doesn't play well when he's not feeling good, when the pressure, you know, is on him and he's not performing. That's the scenario where you can really bully Soaz around in games. But something was said between game 2 and 3, because he came into this one, got his hands on Lulu, played like a different beast compared to the first games.
Well, with Aaron Ayer as a coach, you know something was said, that's for sure. Whether it was helpful or not, that's another matter. But at the moment, it seemed to work out. Pick a man, you know, we questioned some of that. We questioned, you know, Lulu comes out for Soaz, but that protect the ball, the defensive, the shields, that was massive. And Reckless was free to do what he wanted.
It really ended up working out well for Fnatic because, again, the 5 minutes. They were actually behind in the start. 2 Alliance, they had strong lanes, but Shook was just killing people left and right. They were behind in goal, they lost the first dragon again. But then they had those 5 minutes where Reckless picked up 5 kills. And they just constantly outnumbered Alliance, they outsmarted them, won every single fight, got so far ahead in goal that suddenly now Alliance had to actually engage onto Fnatic now to try to defend objectives, and it just didn't work because that's where the comp was so good because you could just kite. You didn't have any engage yourself, but you could always kite. And because your AD carry gets 5 kills before 20 minutes, there's no weak mid game. That's gone. Like you just go straight late game now and start scaling even more. And the game just completely fell out of the hands of Alliance after those 5 minutes. They were so far behind they couldn't do anything. Everyone else from Fnatic just stepped up and won the game.
What do we think to pick some bans then? There are obviously a few, smaller changes in this one. Orianna, of course, did come through, got into the hands of XPK, was able to follow up nicely. A Zilean pick for Froggen, which for me, despite his early pressure, didn't give Alliance the power that you'd maybe expect them to have in the mid lane.
So it's very hard to judge the combo for Alliance because they fell so far behind. Not necessarily it wasn't the mistake of the comp, it was more the fact the fights they chose were very wrong and were taken at the wrong time. So you can't really question the comp and say, yeah, it didn't work out, the comp was bad, because if they had kept the goal lead, you might have stood there and said, okay, 3-0, last comp was great, and that would have been it. So we can't really question the comp here. It actually looked good on paper, it just didn't work out for them.
Well, it's blue side next for Fnatic. Let's go over towards our analyst desk to see how they figured out that match.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yeah, well, Fnatic is not out of this one yet. They pull it back in with not the craziest picks or the smartest pick in ban, but just comfort picks coming in.
I'm so glad you said that because I completely agree. I felt like games 1 and 2, while Fnatic, I don't want to say they were uncomfortable, they were a little bit of uncharacteristic champions. Soaz in particular, he's very vocal. He's not a big fan of tanky tops. He's not a big fan of those frontline bruiser type champions, tanks rather. Going back to Lulu, despite it not being super relevant in the meta, he's super comfortable. He's got so much experience on that champion. Orianna for Peke. I mean, when does he not deliver on that champion? And finally, we see the Tristana coming out as well, as opposed to that Vayne. Could have happened game 1. Reckless gets it game 3, manages to pick up the win.
See, I don't think the picks matter as much as what you do with them, and I like that Fnatic had a plan, and they used Soaz's Lulu really well in terms of speed-ups. This is something I mentioned in game 1 that I would like Zilean to do more in that game, just speed somebody up and then they go for the engage. How many times did we see Reckless just storm forward, jump in, and catch people out of position? Yeah, Froggen often had his ulti, but he still had to blow it every time, and I really like the way Soaz took control of this game, both with his teleports, with the momentum, with speeding people up, flashing in. He showed that he mastered the champion because he cancelled so many dashes. Even Braum mid-air, he would just knock up with his ultimate. And Soaz is a player, like if you look at the player cam, you can see how a game is going with some players. And Soaz is definitely one of them. He was all grumpy and moody, and then it starts going well, and he's sitting there smiling, and he just plays so much better game.
Yeah, so he did get going on that Lulu, and a lot came from, they got the standard lanes this time, and they had the superior matchups that went very well for them.
Yeah, I really like that they actually had the normal laning phase. However, it's still the same thing though. The vision control in bottom is not enough. Alliance was taking control of this game again. Shook is impeccable, goes up top, gets the gank off. Shook is basically playing in the enemy jungle all the time, contesting buffs at one point, like goes from this buff to the other one. But Fnatic held on, and then at one point they turned the switch, and from playing in the lead, it was shown that Fnatic can actually still play this game.
Yeah, I actually felt in this game, Fnatic made far less mistakes than in games 1 and 2. Those individual misplays and missteps. And I actually felt Alliance may have been a tad over-aggressive. They may have been a little too hungry. They had 2 fairly one-sided wins in the previous matches, so it could be a testament from that. But I do think less mistakes from Fnatic allowed them to survive longer, allowed them to come away less burned, if that makes sense, than they have in the previous matches.
You do mention overconfidence, and we're actually going to take a look at a replay because the Fischer was talking about those golden 5 minutes for Fnatic that got things going, and Krepo, you wanted to highlight this one.
Yeah, basically what's going to happen here is Nif is going to go for a play if we roll the clip right away. He's going to catch the Elstar, that's good, but there's a little miscommunication. Nif wants to go forward, Tabs wants to just poke him over the wall, gets Buster shot out, and basically Nif is too far out right now, forces Tabs to flash in, and then Soaz just instigates the teleport right here, and this is what Fnatic needs. Like, if they can't bring Rekkles to the fights, they might as well bring the fights to Rekkles, and that's the way they're gonna win these games. And again, they're fighting around bottom and around Dragon, and that will give them an advantage and vision control, and I really like that Fnatic's actually doing this more, because back in the day, when the meta game, when you had aggressive top laners, you could trade a Dragon for a top tower and get some control in the top lane, but with all these like tanky utility top laners, I feel it's a lot better to invest all your attention and wards in the bottom side of the map around Dragon, around those objectives, and this time Fnatic did that eventually, but it still required a mistake from Alliance to actually get in that position.
Yeah, and those next few minutes, every time something happened, Rekkles was involved as a central focal point for Fnatic. Again, stark contrast from game 1 and 2. He was split pushing on Vayne, trying to, or farming the side lanes on Vayne, trying to get to a relevant power point. On Lucian, he was unable to be the central focal point because by time they were starting to group, Alliance were too far ahead. So it was nice to see that when the drama and the action was happening, he was involved, he was picking up those last hits or the kill secures, and he managed to get powerful enough. Fisher said it best. When you go 5-0 before 20 minutes, you don't have a weak mid game because you're already in the late game.
Yeah, and by proxy, it was always Soaz coming down, because every time Rekkles got a pick or something happened, it was Soaz just speeding up either himself or Rekkles at the bottom side of the map. So Soaz really transitioned like that lead that he had in the top lane into a good teleport into bottom, and I really liked what they were doing, like the way they were playing their comp. You can argue whether you think the comp is better on one side or the other, but at least Fnatic knew what their comp had to do, and they pulled it out.
So let me throw this over to you guys. This time Fnatic had those golden 5 minutes, which allowed them to build up a very big lead, which maybe allowed them to make those little mistakes in the fights and in the communication they had before, but we couldn't notice it because they were that far ahead.
I would say that's a fair point. I mean, whenever you do build up a lead, whenever you do have an advantage, you can afford to have small mistakes and get away with them because of the advantage. However, I don't think the advantage was big enough for them to really do that. This time around, they just didn't make mistakes. Alliance in previous games that they've been behind, they fell behind to SK multiple times. They played passive, they played backwards, waited for the mistake and then punished. I actually feel like once Fnatic got that lead, they played more aggressively and they did move around that map, more so than what SK did in the semifinals.
At the same time though, Fnatic, they fell behind early again. Their rotations were good once they were 4,000 or 5,000 gold ahead, so they had enough pressure on Alliance to force them around the map, but before that, I still think Alliance is a smarter team and the better team, so next game, it's going to require an instance like we had this game where Fnatic takes a huge lead early in the game, because otherwise I think Alliance is going to control the pace again, and this time, they're not going to overreach.
Just also to be fair, I just want to finish that point. Excuse me. The laners were much stronger for Fnatic. Despite the fact they did fall behind and Alliance were a little more powerful, head-to-head lanes, stronger lane champions for Fnatic, and they get to a point where they can punish mistakes.
So in order to get to a game 5 here, so another Fnatic win, strong laners and standard lanes is the key, but they have to step up in those standard lanes.
Yeah, and please place wards around Dragon. Please,
wards
Fnatic.
win games.
Yes, they do, and they save lives. We're going to step away for just a minute, but when we come back, Fnatic has forced a game 4 in the finals as we get closer to crowning a champion. Stay tuned.
Join the party. That's going to be Reckless getting himself 1 kill. Gets the reset. Taps goes down. There's the rockets coming out from Reckless. He takes down 1. Gets himself the reset. Nifs the next focus. He goes down. And Wicked now, the tankiest member, is just getting shredded down. Cyanide does go down to Frogger, but Reckless, he's back.
It's like it feels good because we were number 1 in the regular season. So if we can get number 1 in the playoffs too, it would mean a lot, and we will come in at the best seed. So if we do well at Worlds too, we can go really big.
Welcome back to the 2014 European LCS Summer Split Finals. The record now stands at 2-1, which is still in Alliance's favor, but Fnatic, they came back very strong in that last match.
Yeah, they really punished Alliance for being over-aggressive. Not sure if they maybe...
Overconfidence, maybe?
Definitely overconfidence for those 5 minutes. Hopefully now for Alliance, they figured out, okay, we have to play 100% focus all the way through here, otherwise we're not going to win. We're going to see Fnatic now with this win actually just going to take it and run with it.
Well, there was that big, confident 5-man fountain dive at the end of game 2, and it seems like that confidence almost just went maybe even higher and moved them into, they took that into the third game, and now you have to feel that Alliance will have probably said, guys, we were too confident there, peg it back a little bit, play the game. We know that we've been much stronger in games 1 and 2. Game 3 fell away from them. I think we might see a change in some of the bans here as well, judging by how well and how confidently Fnatic played that. Maybe a Lulu ban. There's an Orianna ban come back up there against Peke.
I did just notice as well, you know, the last 2 games, we've had confident banter back and forward in the game client, talking about, you know, back and forth with each other. Nothing this time. Super serious, straight game on, instant lock. This time, Cogmore for Reckless. They're taking it away from Tams at last.
Okay, so Kassadin is still open. This time around, Fnatic didn't want to first pick it because Tristana is open. It would have been double AD carry for Alliance again against the Kassadin. So let's see if Alliance wants to play it and if they actually want to early pick it. I mean, they can take Tristana and Kassadin if they want to. Lee Sin is banned away again. Shooking over Kha'Zix worked out great for him in the early game. The last game here. They've been actually just waiting for Fnatic also to pick their support, and then Nif would counter it with whatever he had ready. If it's Nami, he went for Braum. Let's see what Alliance wants to do. Doesn't seem like there's a Kassadin yet.
Not yet, but must be playing on their mind, so they leave it open to bait Fnatic into that one, and it looks like they will because they've locked in the cow and they've locked in Nami as well. So going for the support, and Wicked will take the cow again in the top lane.
Yeah, and they're not really showing anything at this point here. I mean, yeah, sure, you pick 2 very strong team fighting champs, but we see Nami all the time. Question is if Yellowstar actually does play Braum, or if he's gonna go for Morgana into it or Thresh into it. Zillion's support was what he played in game 1, and it seems like he doesn't actually play Braum, so it's gonna be hard for Yellowstar in the laning phase, as Nami is a lane counter to Morgana because you can break the Black Shield with your W, which is what you're maxing, and then you can then land the bombs, and you will also out-sustain her very easily. But let's see what Alliance wants to pick.
Yeah, will they leave that Kassadin? Will it just go unchecked the whole way through? Or will they take it? Tams found the random key, he's clicking away. Discussions now between the two. Froggen still not got his hand on that board, of course. Twitch has been very successful. Every time he's played, he's worked wonders.
Yeah.
A little stealth bomber maybe. Will he be paired with something?
And Alliance can still just pick 1 AD carry now and then lock in the jungler and save a potential second AD carry. But if they do want to play double AD carry and punish a potential Kassadin, they should lock in Tristana here, not the Twitch, and save that one for the last pick. So I don't actually expect him to do the double AD carry comp this time around. Also because they don't have Braum, they have Nami as the support, not able to do, or not able to be the same kind of tank as Braum can be.
Fnatic themselves also not revealed too much until these final 2 pickups. Still looking for a top laner and a mid laner. So Soaz knows he's going to be up against Alistar in that top lane if they want to keep these lanes in 2 versus 2. Lulu for him last game was the best that we've seen him play so far in this best of 5 by a country mile. So that may still be on the table, especially when you've got the Cogmore in there who you are going to want to protect later on.
Yeah, could definitely be an option also against Alistar. It's a lane where Lulu is going to win and can keep pushing it down, like against the Maokai. Take the tower once again in a one-on-one. Because Twitch was locked in by Alliance, they lost some of the laning power they could have had with the Nami pickup. So it's not like Alliance has an insanely strong lane, bottom lane due to the Twitch. So we can see just standard lanes. Again, Fnatic, good lanes, especially the solo lane, as Lulu top lane, one-on-one against Alistar is going to win it and will be able to take the tower, even without any help from Zionide.
Well, with the shield from Lulu and the black shield from Morgana, Kassadin is a risky risky option. But you've got the double resets as well, because the Kazakhs in there, well, you don't even get a reset on. I guess it's effectively a reset of the ultimate, just zipping in and out. Yeah, a couple of seconds.
Imagine if it did give resets.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
It's broken enough already. Oh, well, I don't know. There's counters to it. It's not gone so well so far. Final choice. What is it going to be?
Well, definitely FLICKR thinking about it. Could go Xerath if he wants to have some long-range poke against this one, because there's so much kite from Fnatic's side. Fizz, it's going to be hard for him to actually get in and kill Reckless here. So thank you very much, FLICKR. I'm glad we think alike. That's the thing about Danish people. We all think the same, man. Every single time.
Just that no one else can understand it.
Are we actually going to talk about the language again? Of the
No.
We have all agreed it is the most beautiful language in the world. It is special, but it's beautiful. Anyway, Fnatic's comp, same deal pretty much as the last game. We are going to look to kite. We're going to look to peel for AD carry. We don't have any real engage. We have to land Cocoon or Morgana. Oh, Morgana, yeah. Throw in the Morgana here. You have to land a Binding or the Cocoon to really start the fight. So unless you want to speed up someone from Source here. Otherwise, it's going to be all about Alliance with the engage, and that's why FLICKR in the very last pick here goes for the Xerath, because now he has the long-range poke, and he doesn't necessarily need to just engage in a straight-up fight.
Yeah, a lot of control coming out of Fnatic's team comp, that's for sure. Will it work? That's the question. Will we see Game 5? Game 4 will be getting underway in just a moment. Fnatic, a lot of pressure on this game. I mean, last game was immense for them, that's for sure. When the team fights, when the skirmishes were happening, going back and forth, could have tilted the other way, but instead, they came out on top. Now, momentum. Everybody talks about it. Is it a real thing?
I believe it is a real thing. I actually think that this game, it doesn't affect it too much. I think Game 5 is where, you know, the 2 games for Alliance, then 2 for Fnatic. I actually think that's where it really is strong, because Alliance are like, oh my god, we won 2 games at the start. We were fountain diving with 5 men by the end of game number 2, and now we're into a 5th and final game. I think this one is a lot more neutral, you know, kind of reset, if you like. But still, Fnatic have found the confidence of, okay, we've beaten them now once. We know that we can beat them. We're not going to get 3-0'd. This is their time to shine and give us a Game 5.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 getting underway. Fnatic, the defending champions of European LCS. Can they hold strong and take it to a Game 5? Or will Alliance become the new kings of Europe and close out the crown and the #1 seed at the World Championships for Europe?
So again here, look for Alliance to get some deep wards in the jungle of Fnatic and try and go for the lane swap. Twitch is going to lose the lane straight up against Reckless here, or Taps is going to lose the lane straight up against Reckless, but once you get played through King on your Twitch here, you can really start sneaking around here. You can get some kills on Reckless, shut him down. It's what Twitch can always do in the mid game. One of the reasons some teams like to pick him against these hyper carries, because he can punish them in the mid game. And you do see also Fnatic, they're expecting their invade, 5-man invade from Alliance onto their own blue buff to get the deep ward, so they're just standing there waiting for him. It's not gonna happen. Alliance instead actually just placed very defensive wards, and everyone is sitting ready and waiting.
Be a dangerous level 1 as well, with the possibility of cocoons and binding slow out of Soaz, and other side you've got an Alistar in there who's always could be a pain if you can land your pulverize. Obviously bubbles could be leveled up first out of Nif, and stuns from Frog, so could be a messy level 1 if that were to all go down, but as it looks, we are going to be seeing pretty standard quiet start here with a 2v2 down the bottom lane. I say that, but Wicked they're doing this again. We saw this in game 2, I believe it was, from them, where they sent Wicked down to the bottom. See who's actually there at level 1. Also give yourself a chance of maybe picking up a cheeky kill down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely with Alistar, I mean, the level 1, and you have Bubble from Nif as well. You can lock down a target for quite a few seconds here. But it seems for now, they just want to check with Wicked. If they don't like what they're seeing, they can always recall and go to the top lane, where Source is already waiting. So they're going to see Reckless now. They know down this bottom lane. It's going to be dueling from Fnatic, and Reckless is going to face check.
Oh, he's going to face check. The bubble catches on him. Have they got the damage? There's the pulverize. Black Shield being used, but it's not enough. And Wicked gets first blood for Alliance.
And that is a very, very good way of winning your duel lane. Get there early first, but level 1. No experience for Reckless here. He has to run from base now. Nif and Taps are going to hit level 2 way before Reckless can do anything, and then just start, or at least try to zone him out and deny as much farm.
And that means that Wicked's going into this top lane with Doran's ring. I'm not sure where he was trying to pulverize there with the crystalline flask as well, so should have the sustain to get through the constant harassment that Soaz should be throwing his way. Meanwhile, this mid lane is a very kind of long-range, safe farming lane from both of them. We've seen that Froggen, incredible Xerath player. We'll see how that one all works out. The junglers as well, Shook, who had a fantastic start to game number 3, actually, but they were unable to turn that one around and get themselves into a winning position. We'll see if he can do a similar thing here today. Zeke's got decent amounts of mobility in that middle lane. The top lane again, though, is where he tried to prey on Soaz last time. Cyanide actually coming up will, in fact, be revealed. There's a ward already down there from Wicked.
Yeah, and Wicked is a pretty safe, tanky target. FLICKR getting focused on good damage from Froggen early on. We saw Froggen, of course, was pretty low on health himself. He's had to chug through those health pots. Let's see if he can land once again onto FLICKR. Now that he's 3, he's got his stun. And if it catches on towards FLICKR, will do a lot of damage. Bottom lane pairing. It's actually level 3 first for Yellowstar because, of course, he was the one that stood around on his own for a long period of time. Now Rekkles hits 3. And it's actually Fnatic that are starting to push the advantage in the bottom lane despite that early loss.
Well, again, they do have a very, very strong lane composition here, especially against the Twitch pick from Tap. So while we had a good start for Alliance in the bottom lane, they still knew once Rekkles and Yellowstar actually came in, they would be able to push it in. So a lot of farm here they have to pick up under the tower while they take some poke damage. If you get a binding in your face, I mean, you're gonna take quite a lot of damage.
Binding does come through, doesn't land though onto Tabs on the backside. That turret though taking a lot of minion damage. The attacks from Rekkles will also be coming in. This mid lane still in favor of Xpeke. Froggen just gonna push that one up once again. Shook meanwhile on the top of his own jungle. We'll see if he actually decides to try and make his presence felt. Of course, they got first blood in this top lane in that last game where Soaz was so far away from his own side of the map that he just said, okay, I'm not even going to bother to flash this one, they've got me. Cyanide, though, is waiting for an opportunity in middle. Or not.
Well, thought about it. It's the thought that counts, that's what I hear. He's going to back away instead, though. Froggen keeping up well, but it's FLICKR. Look at the farm he has. Has yet to go back. Now they are both heading off. Chalice probably going to be picked up by both of them as they reach the same gold limit, but with that gold advantage over the minions, it may well give FLICKR the edge, and he does go and get himself the pink ward as well. Froggen, sorry, cancelled it. Cyano's going to try and sneak in towards this bush and see if he can try and make something from it.
But it's the same deal for Fnatic now as in the last game where they got standard lanes. They once again picked some very, very strong laners who are supposed to win on farm against all the lanes from Melantia, and they're doing a good job. Actually pressuring all the lanes, getting all the farm advantages. And in this mid lane, like Ziggs against Xerath, the thing about it is we saw a moment in the European LCS where teams stopped picking Ziggs and they went Xerath every single game. And simply because most of the mid laners feel like Xerath in the late game, like in the team fights, it is easier to get all your damage off compared to something like a Ziggs. But that's all about the mid laners and what they like to play. We have seen a lot of Ziggs still in the last few weeks. And of course, with 2 great wave clears in the mid lane, we might be in for a long one.
Ooh, look at this. Not towards FLICKR. They'll get the slow on him. Shook, though, discovered, will just launch himself away. He's hit level 6, as has Froggen in that mid. So keep your eyes on any long-range potential fights that may come out from these, because those bombs and Right the Arcane have a very long-range artillery.
I think Shook's position there might have just saved a dive from Fnatic onto Alliance. FLICKR started to walk down. Cyanide was hanging around as well. They seen FLICKR going down there to maybe throw the Mega Inferno bomb down, and in the end, FLICKR backed away. Cyanide then left, and that bottom lane remains quiet. Funnily enough, with Tab still having a bit of a CS lead coming in, but again, that'll be all neutralized with the wave pushing their way. And I think this was just Alliance saying, let's push this out as fast as possible. Want to go home and actually spend some of that gold that we got early on after getting the first kill.
And in the quarterfinals where Super Hot Crew played Twitch against Rocket, they actually did this thing where once the bottom lane was in a bad position for them and they couldn't really farm, they would recall with Twitch and go top lane and do like this sneak gank from base. It seems like Tabs is not going to do the same. They want to leave all this farm for Rekkles. Again, Fnatic is running a comp where it's going to focus a lot on Rekkles being very strong. in the late game. He needs to get the farm, he needs to get the kills. Otherwise the comp might end up lacking damage, looking towards late game. Not saying Ziggs doesn't scale really well either, but...
Speaking of strength, Wicked in this top lane, falling behind in farm. Of course, he was a little late coming in there. Did get himself first blood, but it is Soaz, of course, the old lane bully Lulu. Still doing a great job despite the small changes. Sure, taking that red buff, we'll see where he goes. Was pivotal in a lot of the early damage, and again, evolves his wings at level 6. Sticking to the old career meta now.
He just wants to be able to get early resets, and he wants to be able to gank more effectively, to be honest. He wants to jump in, get a kill in these ganks, and look for these skirmishes instead of just straight up running in for one guy. He's ready to counter gank if Cyanide goes down to one lane on at least, and he's there to just pick up multiple kills and win the fight.
Well, let's be honest, by doing that, by getting those resets in there, could mean the difference to maybe 1 kill to 3 kills, and then you can really start snowballing forward. Froggen's just been back and picked up the workings of that Athene's Unholy Grail. The Phoenix Codex in there. Actually, nothing for Peke on the Phoenix Codex side, so I'm guessing he's got a bit of gold in his pocket. Alliance, meanwhile, have started off Dragon, but I think they might be pulled away from it. I mean, they are level 6 here, so not exactly super low level at this stage, and there is a Dragon gonna be picked up. The smite from Shook comes out solid, as it has been this entire best of 5. Early Dragon control for Alliance.
Yeah, that was a little bit too easy to just walk in and take the Dragon. I mean, Sana was in the top side. That was the reason they started the whole Dragon here, but their reaction from Fnatic, they didn't move in time to try and push them away, and it ended up, just by the fact Sana showed himself in the top lane, instantly they lost the Dragon. And yeah, as you said, every single game, Alliance gets the first Dragon.
And it showed the control, because Wicked was, what, halfway down the river and just turned around and went back. He's like, nope. You can see Cyanide is up here. They saw him vision, so it's like, well, this is a safe Dragon. We got it secured. Wicked just toying with Soaz, headbutting them away. Not going for the combo, just a straight headbutt. This mid lane battle. Yet to see too much aggression there, as Peke will get a little explosions. Luckily kept backing away. Froggen bullies him out of lane. Froggen, of course, on Xerath wasn't too successful. It was the one game they lost, I believe, against SK where he picked it. Didn't work out too well. Of course, it was a fairly immobile target. I believe that was against an Ahri. Bottom lane, 3 members of Fnatic pushing in. Froggen is making the move down river.
What's he going to be able to pull off? Nothing.
It's like, yeah, no.
I mean, if you look at the bottom side of the map there, it's all blue wards. Fnatic have complete vision, and there is the Wicked going super aggressive with the flash. He's going to knock Soaz back. The wild growth was already used. Soaz now, with that, decides to actually turn around the damage. He needs to be careful, though, because Shook's there.
Oh, stealth.
Oh, he did. He pressed his ultimate to get in, but didn't actually able to pull that one off. There's the ulti coming out. Froggen really giving Peke a hard time in mid.
Froggen, after he got a few levels, he went back to base. Got his chalice. He's just been dominating the mid lane, to be honest. Constant pushing his Peke away. Down his bottom lane. Shook showed him to the top side. Sana had already walked down to this bottom lane, like we often see with these elites, and just pushing down the tower. So Fnatic, while they did lose the Dragon, picked up this bot lane tower instead, and have actually been dominating the side lanes. And this top tower is always taking some damage as well, because Source just keeps pushing it into the tower.
Got to be careful though. Look at the river. Cyanide moving up behind him. But as soon as he sweeps out that bush, he spots a ward and gives a little bit of coverage. And Froggen, it's a little poke on him, doesn't quite land it. It's going to back away. Top lane, Wicked, building up towards that Trinity Force once again. A little delayed in his build. So as this time around, he's going to go Athenes as opposed to Morelnomicon. He's been built in the previous matchup. Doesn't really need that one. Trinity Force well underway by Reckless. Meanwhile, of course, Tabs, he's going to go towards that Bladed Rune King. He's going to have to try to find those picks, but they're going to be tricky picks. Fnatic, that is their game, finding picks. They are well aware of the dangers of being caught out of position. And speaking of that, Yellowstar's gone pretty deep here.
Yeah, just clear out that wall. Actually lands a nice little bite. He gets bubbled, but already had his shield on, and lucky because Shook was actually coming around the back, and the pink ward survives. The Lions get rid of the ward there. The Yellow Star stuck down. But look at this, 3 men now sat inside of the tri-bush. Wobble a little bit late, and Yellow Star could just walk away from that. Just getting that vision of all 3 men. Still needs to be a little cautious here. He's trying his best to get wards down in there, but keep clearing her out. quickly.
So this is a move Fnatic has done a lot in the regular season, where as soon as a bot tower is gone, if they won the lane, they send Reckless top instantly just to push down the next tower. But Alliance were ready and already sent Nif and Shug up there to defend it. So smart reaction. Still, I mean, they're not going to deny any farm from Reckless here.
Continuing to poke Peke down with his Xerath. Working well for him so far, but still a slow opening to the game. Just a 500 gold differential, the 1 kill and Dragon in Alliance's favor. And of course the tower for Fnatic down that bottom wave. Clearly showing signs of nerves from both teams, honestly. Alliance were, I think, as you mentioned, way too overconfident going into that third and final matchup. Some of their plays they were making, while pretty wild, right? The Arcane being fired off, trying to get the blue steal. This is something I've actually discussed with Froggen as well, you know, obviously with the Lux laser, with the rockets, anything basically long range. It's just like, well, you generally know the timers, so just use your ulti, try it, test it, and sometimes it works.
Yeah, I mean, if you do steal it away from the enemy mid lane, you get a huge advantage in the mid lane, because you can just give your own blue buff to your jungler, he can farm faster, and you can control the mid lane, so it's a big deal if you actually manage to steal it. Especially because you didn't invest anything other than ult. It's not like you warded up and you had 4 members running in, lost farm while you did it. You just randomly steal it from the mid lane. I'm not sure if he was trying to hit expected though. He was a bit out of range from the blue buff.
There's the vote coming in, 61 to 39%. Fnatic gaining some momentum in the vote at least after that Game 3 victory. Still 2-1 behind, so still Alliance on match point. EU LCS point, and well, could be the first team here to actually win a full EU LCS split after Fnatic won our last 3 and often came back in finals as well. It's not like they were at the top of the regular split table coming into them. In fact, I believe we're in 2nd position in pretty much all of them.
I believe I read on Reddit, thank you to that guy who posted it, that No, didn't work.
Nowhere near.
Anyway, so apparently it turns out the Fnatic has been number 2 in every single split, and the team was number 1. They've always have lost 3 games, only won once, and then they faced them in the final anyway, and actually ended up winning the split. So same deal here. They've lost 3 games to Alliance in the regular season. If they do manage to come back and win it, sticks to the same.
Number 2 alongside 5 other teams in the 2000s.
Still number 2.
It is still number 2.
And that is the European
tiebreaker
LCS.
is what worked out for them in that favor.
Yes.
That's what put them there. Froggen, a little low on hit points and delicately going into the bush there. The rest of Alliance are going to rotate and cover him off as Fnatic gain themselves positional advantage in that river. They are spotted out by that ward. Living artillery just being used by Reckless to scout out. Bottom wave will push in Fnatic's favor. Alliance try to move in. Remember, it was Alliance that got the first dragon. They seemingly want to protect this one. They're going to jump on towards Peke, force him away. That's the flash burn by the mid laner. That could be important. Remember, Mega Inferno Bomb is still not available either. Meanwhile, the top lane, it's Soaz that will take it.
This could be really interesting now, because with that dragon, we are seeing a recall from Soaz and a recall from Wicked. We just about got them framed into the shot there, both of them. Recalling home, we'll be able to heal up, we'll be able to buy up, and then TP down. The Phage was just finished off for Wicked. Themes and a blasting wand coming out for Soaz. There's Mega Inferno Bomb. Actually, will catch on to Froggen. Meanwhile, Binding's coming in. Here comes the Wicked TP into the Dragon Pit. Peke gonna get isolated on the backside. Big blast there from Froggen, who will flash into it. Can they lock him down? More damage coming in. Shook will flash. It's Froggen that gets that kill. Meanwhile, down on the Baron side, they managed to get the double knock-up on Soaz. Big shield, ultimate out of Wicked. He's gonna go low. A delayed wild growth there, and Wicked is going to keep going. Shot coming in now from the side. Will they be able to finish it? Exhaust goes on to him. They turn around. Shot's going to go low, but Froggen blasted through. That's going to be a double, a triple there from the top side, and a whitewash fight for Alliance.
And Fnatic here, they were split up coming into the fight here. 4 members was down the bottom side, and then expecting he walked in all alone. Froggen saw it, instantly went for him, flashed him with the E from Nifia to get the slow, just kept chasing him, killed him, and then rejoined the fight here, picked up 2 more kills. Let's see it again. Notice our new minimap. Source is teleporting down on the bottom side with the rest of the members from Fnatic. 1 guy's left alone, that is XPK. He's gonna be the guy. They chase him in, they kill him. Nothing else is really going on here. Wicked is staying in here with Nif, but that's about it. Good tidal wave coming, good knock-up by Wicked, and now they chased it in. More fighting in the mid lane.
Back in the mid lane, Froggen caught out this time. He's taken low. Peke fancies it. Mega Inferno Bomb's already been used though, so this chase will get covered off. Tabs blocked out. Oh, he may get blown in towards him. Have they got the damage to finish him off? They have!
He had flash.
Peke gets the kill. He did have flash. He felt he was safe there, but clearly not.
This might actually end up, never mind. Froggen is there with the wave there, so should be able to hold it off. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I think Tab said, okay, I'll block the dart behind him so that they don't actually take Froggen. He's half a HP already. Froggen's far too low for this one. And that is the mid tower shot waiting here at the side. Might get a bit of a rude awakening. Actually, doesn't see the ward come on top of him. Will react to it finally and move away. So looking at those kills then, 3 of them going over onto Froggen. That gives him a really nice boost at this stage. We can see needlessly large drop, blasting one. In fact, it's a death cap now finish. He was just waiting for the final gold and boots as well. So he's really going to start to sting. If you look at the AD carries, first item done on both sides of the table. Tabs 0-1-3. Blade of the Ruin King. That's where he can pull off some moves.
And that counterplay was vital. Peke, of course, died very early on at the start of that fight, which is why he was able to respawn, get back to that mid lane, get that Mega Inferno Bomb. Alliance were trying to get a little bit too greedy. They took the Dragon, they were trying to force out that mid lane turret. It backfired on them, and actually, because that mid lane turret went down for Fnatic's favor, it did keep them within gold stretching distance. Of course, only a 500 gold differential right now. Big item starting to be completed though. Froggen, you can see, he got that Rabadon's death cap because of that triple kill he picked up. Peke, meanwhile, is still chasing. Look at this down the bottom. Wicked caught out by the position. This time the Soul Shackles will not go off, but it does force the flash away from the top lane.
Meanwhile, over in the top lane, you see Taps is waiting around. He tries to pick. Oh, might be Nif dying.
Well, he's dead. That's a lot of bursts coming out. So as in Cyanide between them, able to finish off Nif, and not a lot you can do about that. Cocoon coming straight through and you're just dead. Yeah. Not a lot to do. Not a lot to say.
Outsmarted by Fnatic, to be honest. They were expecting Taps to be waiting up in this top lane. And then once Nif joined in, well, they just sat back in the bush and said, okay, now it's our turn to catch you out of position. End up getting a kill.
Oh, it's close as well. We saw the cow come around the corner. The Dark Binding comes his way, and Blue Buff now spawned in, so that should be going over to Froggen.
Just about. Froggen manages to pick up the blue. Top lane, actually. Pressure's still on there. Soaz and Cyanide didn't back away easily. Tabs just had to burn Rat-a-tat-tat there to keep them off that tower. So ultimate down for Tabs for now. Not going to worry too much. That cooldown's fairly quick, and it will be out once again before the next team fight. What will that next team fight be? That's the question. 20 minutes gone in this game, and Fnatic, while they are 4-1 behind, are certainly not playing passively.
No, and it's very hard for Alliance at the moment to find a play because they've been looking for the picks, especially for Taps here. That was countered by Fnatic, and they can't really go just group and siege up on a tower. First of all, there's a lot of wave there for both Xpeke and Soaz, and at the same time, Twitch is not an AD carry used to siege towers. He's way too immobile. It's too easy to just kill him or engage on him under the tower here. So Alliance is actually forced to try and find some picks. Hasn't worked out yet for Taps on this top lane. He had to use the ulti to actually defend his own tower.
Lot of wave clear though there. He's gonna have that death cap soon. Wicked does have his Trinity Force. We'll see what he can actually do in this one. Wicked's had some real...
Oh, look at this teleport mid.
Yeah, TP's coming in, but I'm not sure what they're going to be able to get from him. We see the tidal wave literally hit all 5 men there. No Braum to block it out this time, and Nif is able to walk away. Shook might not be so lucky though. He's actually off into no man's land, going to ulti up and try to escape it. Oh, nice little scry knob though. So Reckless knows where he is. All he needs to do here is hit one of his ulti charges.
Where is he going?
Shook is going to have to try and... There's no damage come out from Cyanide just yet, as far as I'm aware. Soaz is going to head him off, though. And hello, there we go. Damage coming in. Wild Growth will be used to get the Nook up and the Munchkin. Then the... Wow! Gets away to there. Coming in. It's too late. He's got out.
He's safe.
Ridiculous.
Oh, that was Quite a run there from Shook.
They might get the tower from it as well. Wicked goes in, catches on towards Soaz, forces them away, and the rest of Alliance respond. They have left themselves open though, you can see, in the mid lane. FLICKR pushing on the waves, Reckless down the bottom lane as well. So they're going to have to react to this one because Reckless is a serious threat on that bottom inner turret. The whole of Alliance will back away, apart from Tabs, who tries to stick around. So as his wild growth is down, but he doesn't fancy it. FLICKR is going to get a lot of free damage on this turret.
Yeah, just been pushing up both the bottom lane and the mid lane. Get them fairly low. Won't be able to kill it. Alliance is back now to defend. I actually liked the teleport play before from Source because they had a very deep ward. You see they're actually pinging on Tabs now in his own jungle. They had a ward to spot him when he started stealthing up towards the top lane. So they knew he wasn't going to be in mid lane. Same goes for Wicked. And therefore instant teleport from Source to try and create a pick. End up, well, it didn't work for them because they've had a very nice tidal wave. And now Dragon, Fnatic set it up, Alliance is there and they want to try and fight.
Oh, it's going to go low. Can they steal it? They do! Alliance managed to steal it. Nicely done there from Shook. He might even won the fight here. It forces the flash from Cyanide over the back of the pit. And that is exactly what Fnatic didn't need at this stage of the game.
Did manage to disengage though, so didn't have to get in a bad team fight. They were split up again. And that's why we love Ziggs.
Love or hate,
yeah,
it
I was
works
gonna say.
nonetheless. That mid lane turret though, only just a little touch. Tabs goes back up to the top. He's going to get himself another wave of minions, working towards that Ghost Blade. Wicked actually being a little bit more effective in this game. Just clearing out the bottom. The Fnatic, they need to start maybe grouping up, and Alliance are slowly worming the way into control here. Reckless caught out with an Aqua Prison. The stun comes out. Froggen hasn't got the mana though to follow on.
Someone was in looking at the items already. Didn't even move. Let's stand for a few seconds, but they probably want to wait for play to be completed for Reckless before Fnatic is looking to group up if they want to start going down and set up a siege. They don't really have too much of a reason just yet because they've been farming the lanes. They've been able to avoid dying to Tabs. He's not been able to get a single gank off on this Twitch here. So just been sitting and farming and already got 2 lanes fairly low. And Alliance now making the moves, but Wicked is not there just yet.
Yeah.
And that's a Lulu.
Got the Soaz though. The Soaz or the Lulu. Who can just wipe out that wave straight away. Well, Alliance sticking around for this one. The cow coming down as well. It actually has TP available, so he could just push this mid lane out, try and take that one. With Ziggs actually headed in there, I think they might be able to have that mid tower away. You know, Wicked is already on top of it. Fnatic should be thinking about defending their inner turret in that middle lane and the inner turret in this top lane as well. The problem that they have is that Soaz doesn't have TP available, so if he goes over there, he's just as able to join in as FLICKR is really, which is not able whatsoever. There is Shook getting a little bit close for comfort. Yellow Star stepping forward here. Can he land a binding onto anyone? No, not quite got the range.
It almost though. Very tight. Ghostblade now completed by Tabs. He heads on down towards that bottom wave. Fnatic continue to hold and the waves are crashing back and forth as Alliance try to force something out of Fnatic. But again, you saw it there. They're not getting picked off. They're sticking together. They are forming as one. And it is not finding anything for this assassin. So I feel for Tabs to actually start getting some kills on the board is simply going to be down to positional play when those team fights come around, when the Dragon fight happens, when the Baron fight inevitably will happen. But they've got to be careful of this man who has, so far, a stronger record in this grand final. Reckless, more kills, of course, that's padded out by the fact he just had an incredible last match. As of yet, he is ahead of Tabs. MVP of the season, if you missed it earlier on. Nif caught out in trouble, he goes down. Cyanide actually gets the kill. We talked about picks. Fnatic are the team that make the picks. They always find something to happen. And it's Alliance that are again on the back foot.
But that was Nif going in all alone into the jungle of Fnatic. The only one nearby was Froggen sitting in the mid lane. So in case Fnatic was there with just 1 or 2 members, Nif would die pretty much no matter what. So over-aggressive play again, overconfident maybe, just Nif moving in all alone, feeling he can play some wards. They're caught out of position by Fnatic. And once again now, Fnatic buys even more time where Tabs is not able to pick anyone off because they now have numbers advantage and they're the ones pushing up the lanes.
Got 2 men in the bottom. three in the middle, and Reckless is going to get some free shots off here. Tab's actually stepping forward. They're going to be joining there with the ultimate coming out of Froggen. Tab's able to kill off Cyanide. Can they chase through for any more? Reckless actually flashed away, and Yellow Star, he's going to be going down from this. The cow's on top of Reckless. Reset for Shook, and that's 3 for nothing here for Alliance.
So they did buy a little bit of time, but then we saw a beautiful setup by Alliance here. Ulti come in from Froggen, taps at the same time, pops his ulti here. 3 members has to run away just from the Twitch and the ulti from Froggen coming in. Then we see, top of your screen to your left, Kha'Zix come in, flashes the binding, gets a kill. We can already teleport in behind. There's a ward down in the lane. 3 kills picked up by Alliance here. Such a nice setup here. Fnatic suddenly felt confident because they just picked up a kill on Nymph, and instantly Twitch and Zero together with the ultis.
And a turret to the good for Alliance. That squares things up. All of the outer turrets now down for both teams. So vision suddenly becomes key for everyone involved. Dragon up in just inside a minute. Froggen up on this top lane. He's just going to shove out the wave and make his way down the river along with the rest of the team. They're all conga lining towards that river by the Dragon.
What are they going to be able to do here? Nif again going forward. Needs to be wary. He's already been caught out once. I thought they can just chain that CC together and then throw basically the burst of Ziggs at him. He's the fish. He's pretty squishy still at this stage. Has got Mikhail's Crucible now, so can at least get rid of one of those elements of CC. Shook gonna dive forward. Who are they gonna go for? Soak pops his Wild Growth, and it looks like Alliance might just try and back off. Reckless is coming to do good damage there. It's Soaz again shields himself up to stay alive, and they force Alliance back.
Soaz very low from that fight. He's gonna have to back away from this one. Go back to Fountain. Dragon's gonna be up in 4 seconds time. Cyanide repels away. Right, the Arcane's going to pop him low, so now the jungler is in risk if he were to jump in. Pink ward got out, Yellow Star taking damage, teleport comes back out from Soaz. He's going to join back into this fight, but the Dragon's already very low. Froggen keeps them at bay. Now they're going to turn around. Rat-a-tat-tat still available as Tabs stealths himself up, scrying Orviews. They're going to try and pin out Shook in the pit. Instead, they will back away, and Alliance look like to get
Fnatic
free.
Push the mid lane here.
They could indeed push towards that inner turret.
They are going to do it, man. You just see Alliance here. They have to just run around. Twitch as well in the bottom lane. It's going to be a tower for Fnatic.
Trying to move around the backside here. Wicked could be big in this scenario. Shook will loop the whole way around. Froggen moves in. The turret is going to go down. Was already low from XPK's solo push earlier on. And in terms of turrets, that leaves Fnatic now 4-3 up, but still a good 5,000 gold behind Alliance. And Alliance looking like they're going to do a bit of a counter push here straight down mid.
They want to steal the blue. They knew it's up in time. Can they get across there? He's going to see a smite fight. Shook comes across. It's Cyanide that has to smite it away. Now he gets slowed down. It don't look like they're going to follow through, but now Baron smite.
Source is in the bot lane.
Actually, it wasn't a smite by Cyanide. They simply managed to get it instead of Peke, but they're going Baron. Like you say, Soaz, teleport was used on that Dragon fight. This Baron could be theirs.
It's gone. I mean, this is Alliance Baron. They see Source down this bottom lane. Yes, he's going to get a tower. He has no teleport. Baron picked up by Alliance here.
Traded tower. Yeah, traded for an inner turret there. Not what they're going to want. And what are they going to do here? Because Soaz now has to back away from that one. As my voice disappears. It's been a long week. And it's the final game. So, well, it's the 4th game of a best of 5. I'm not calling it the final game just yet. But Fnatic falling behind. And there's going to be good amounts of gold to spend there after that Baron, which gives Alliance just that extra spike. If you look down the AD carries, the Ghost Blade, of course, added in now. BF Sword for Tabs for Froggen. Void Staff. He's got a bit of health in there as well now. Looks like he might end up going straight in and getting himself the Crystal Septic. Add some slows into his more slows and stuns. That'd be interesting.
This is one of the first times I actually see Ziggs build the Ancients to get some spell wham, but it must be simply to try and trying to compete the sustain from Alistar and Nami on the side of Alliance, and then with all the poke coming in from Froggen, Peke felt like he probably needed the spell wham.
Peke stunned up, not going to get followed through, but that tower's almost gone. The bound up Alliance will keep on motoring through. Peke with low hit points may well be forced back to the fountain here, and that's going to cause a problem because he is the main wave clear for Alliance. He throws out the waves, burns out every little bit of mana. Wicked takes a lot of damage though. That will get healed up. Peke again poked down. Froggen with that ultimate ready does not choose to quick fire on towards him. They're just going to force him back. He gets back to the fountain and they should be safe. There's no other wave pushing for Alliance here, so they haven't got any distractions to use. Instead, Shook's going to get focused down. Darkbind and a Cocoon follow through, but they keep the siege going. Shook, he's taking too much damage here.
Oh, going for Reckless with the ultimate. One more. Doesn't quite land onto him, but that might have forced him away from the turret far enough. Shook down to half HP. Wicked kind of running around, tanking up. There comes the bomb out of Peke, and I think Alliance are done for now. They need to back away to get the regen and push these other lanes in so they've got options to move around.
They have so much heal. I mean, you have Alistar, you have Nami, you have the Baron buff as well. You can stay, you can keep poking. This is exactly why the Zerath pick was so good for Froggen, because Fnatic, they don't have any hard engage.
Oh!
And Froggen hits them, pokes them, now you got a kill.
Soaz finally finds the kill. Froggen finds the kill. There's the rolling wave coming through. Peke has to get out of the way of it. Inhibitor now down. It's going to be forced out. Alliance going to keep on pushing through. Shook's going to get picked up. Reckless gets the kill. Wicked comes on through, forcing them away. Alliance have to back away here. They can't get the inhibitor. It's too risky.
So the only way Fnatic can kill anyone is if they land a binding or land a cocoon, and then they can go in here. They end up killing Shook, they defended the inhibitor. But Froggen is just sitting in the back, and he just keeps poking you over and over and over. Same happened at the Dragon just before here. Froggen did the same. He poked Expector low, was the Source low, he was back in base. And it's all about Froggen at this point here. Fnatic can't get to him.
It's going to get a load of free farm down bottom though and push that wave all the way back. Something that was causing Alliance maybe a couple of issues there, that they had no other lane to really move to once Fnatic was setting up the defense, and also argue that they didn't maybe even need another lane to move to with that constant deep poke from Froggen. And there's going to be a blue buff coming over, and that only makes it incredibly harder now for Fnatic to hold on. He's got elixirs running here as well. His Crystal Scepter is now done. And look at that, throwing the bomb up the lane early on to get rid of the wave as soon as possible.
If Alliance actually had an AD carry who could poke as well, then they would have an insane siege comp here. All they have to do is just sit back, use the fact they have double heal, they have Sugar Volty's W, so he's poking as well. And then of course you have Froggen, who is so strong at this point. He's even building a Rylai's Scepter now. Getting the HP, getting their AP as well, and now if you just land the first ability, you're going to be slowed. It's easier for him to land this next one and next one and next one, and then you die.
Well, Soaz is in the top lane. There's the teleport coming in. Froggen taking some damage here, but again, simply comes in, holds the wave. Remember, Baron buff was worn out. Darkbind doesn't land on Shook. Forced away. Mines keeping Nif clear, but Fnatic, this is a risky defensive play they're going to make here. And again, Peke low on hit points. Gets chipped away. And that's a tower gone. Alliance take this one for free.
Yeah, again and again. So every time Alliance lands some poke, they force Fnatic back, and then Taps can move in and actually hit the tower. So it's working out. Baron buff is gone now. You can't just wait for the next one and set it up and use all the gold they've just earned here from the Baron buff and the Dragons they just picked up. Get the Baron and do the exact same again, because Fnatic have no way of engaging.
1600 gold for Wicked, 1400 let's call it for Taps to go back and spend 1000 in the mid lane. Not far away for Shook either. Oh, here comes the ulti from Froggen, and not able to get it. Peke was there, he takes the last hit from Froggen's ulti.
Well, he knows that he's now there, and he knows he's now half hit points, so he knows that Peke is going to have to back away. Fnatic, risky if they try and set up some sort of assault in that bush. Instead, Alliance looking to group and shove down that mid lane. It's just over a minute for the Baron to come up, and they will go straight down that mid. Exposed inhibitor. Peke clears the way, forces that out. So top and bottom, not pushing in Alliance's favor. Mid lane is the only one that they could take, but it is not their focus target. Red buff for Tabs. Baron coming up, all of the wards getting placed.
So just as we talked about before here, Alliance can now set up for the next Baron. If they do manage to pick it up, the rest of Fnatic's base will most likely die, unless they manage to do what they just did here, land a binding, and then go in and try and burst down a target. You have a lot of damage from the Ziggs, and of course Reckless, if he does get the time, will be able to kill someone. But Wicked is going to be the guy in his face, and he's not going to go down easy.
Well, they knew where Reckless was. Shook tried to catch him out for the side there. He stood on top of wall, taking that red buff. Yellow Star again tries to land the binding, like you said. Tap's not with the team right now. He's going to come across. He's pushed that top wave. That's going to be slowly but surely going in Alliance's favor as they keep on grinding towards that. Let's see if Froggen can start picking off a target.
Well, they do move into that one. Tab's already getting a good few hits off there. Seem to be worried about sticking around for too long. If that dark binding, the cocoon comes in, it's going to force, first of all, the Mikhails to come out and cleanse that off whoever it hits, especially if it's one of the more important, squishier targets on the team. Froggen or Shook basically going into this one. A lot of damage coming in. Shook's gone very deep. Ulti from Froggen comes through. There's a tidal wave. It's 3 kills for Alliance. They might not need burn. They could win it here.
They could well indeed. They managed to take down the inhibitor. Do they fancy sticking around? There's only FLICKR and Reckless standing, but they have a lot of damage between them. A flash from Froggen forces a flash from Reckless. Ultimate comes out of Wicked. They chase on down to FLICKR. He's going to tower dive on. Tabs is the one that's taking the damage, but it doesn't matter. The reset comes. The lead goes in. FLICKR goes down. It's just Reckless, the one man standing for Fnatic to prevent them going out and losing the #1 seed in this title championship. It seems that Alliance are going to take it, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to push on through. The Nexus turrets will fall. Fnatic are dethroned as the champions of Europe. The new kings are Alliance. They will go to the World Championships as the #1 seed. Fnatic, it was a hard-fought battle for them, but they have to congratulate the new champions of Europe. Finally, somebody was able to topple Fnatic, and no longer will 4 championships back-to-back be possible. Alliance, they've been #1 throughout the summer, and ironically, they end 3-1 as well here in this best of 5 in front of a packed crowd at Gamescom. The convention has actually closed. It closed over an hour ago, but the fans stuck around to see this moment.
Amazing scenes here as well. Alliance, the 2014 EU LCS Summer Split champions. They go to Worlds with that #1 seed, looking to represent Europe as far as they possibly can, and who knows, Fnatic's last year's #1 seed went all the way to the semi-finals before stumbling. Can Alliance go a step further?
It's a big ask, that's for sure. But Froggen, Shook, everybody on that team said it themselves. This team was created to be #1. They are #1. It has worked out. How far can they go at the World Championships? That is the big question.
It is definitely a big question. I mean, when you have a player like Froggen in the mid lane, who as soon as they really need him to step up, he just goes into game 4 here, carries the entire game. I mean, I am really looking forward to see Froggen play against the Chinese mid laners, against the North American mid laners, and against the Korean mid laners here. It's going to be epic.
And that's the thing, is that Froggen has been for so long now widely considered not by just Europeans or North American players, but looking overseas towards Asia, towards, you know, FLICKR. I want to touch on FLICKR here, because if he manages to make it, if SKT manage to come through here, imagine a Froggen versus FLICKR matchup at the World Championships. That would blow my socks off.
Well, Dade as well. Dade is actually on record saying he is a massive fan of Froggen. You know, this is a player that is very, very well respected. And actually, That's a hell of a lot of fans in Korea, so that is not a bad place for him to go. He is going to be supported well. Let's get over and see what they have to say, ladies and gentlemen. The Champions Alliance are with Shox.
I think they're going to keep cheering for you guys. Froggen, you did it. You're the Summer Split champions. You dethroned them. How does it feel to put that up in the air? Is it like, you know, the end of the journey for now?
No, it's the beginning of the journey, I would say. I'm really happy right now.
Well, talk to me a little bit more about that, because I was hoping you would say that, because fantastic performance here at Gamescom, fantastic growth throughout the year. Talk us through the journey from now on.
It has been really great. Like, obviously, we're really bad at the start, but we were staying on top of the LCS for 11 weeks in a row, and now we're also winning playoffs pretty convincingly, so I'm really happy about that.
All right, let me ask you a couple of questions about the game, maybe Tabs, because the first 2 games, so convincing for you guys, and then the pace kind of changed. Talk me through that.
Oh yeah, third game we definitely made some mistakes, got behind, and if we don't get like the snowball like we get in the other 3 games, it's harder to just straight up force the win. We had to play around a little bit, and Fnatic got the better of us in the way they drafted and their comp. So they got the early game, so they managed to snowball it easily into a win for them.
But you guys did pull it back, and in game 4, and it's awesome to see how good you guys are playing together after everything. Tabs, talk me through how you think you have grown in the team and everyone in the team has stepped up.
Oh yeah, I think all of us have like grown to like really play according to each other's play styles, and really we've had some difficulties in the past where we weren't really synchronized, but when we are synchronized as 5, it's like nobody that can beat us.
There's no one that can beat you when you're synchronized as 5. So how synchronized are you going to be when you go to Worlds?
Well, we're planning on winning Worlds, but one step at a time.
Planning on winning Worlds one step at a time. Talk me through balance of power here in Europe. You dethroned them. Is this, we had the Moscow 5 era, we had the Fnatic era. Is this Alliance time now for a long time, or is it still very close?
Well, it looks like it's Alliance era right now since we just won.
Well, very confident, and rightfully so. You guys earned it, so is there one more thing you want to say to the fans here watching at home?
Yeah, thank you guys for all supporting us through the entire journey. It has been really amazing. Thank you all.
Well, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your Summer Split champions, it's Alliance! Well, you heard it here first. Not only the Summer Split champions, they're planning on winning Worlds, so we're looking forward to what they're going to do. We're going to send it back over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. And well, can they go on and win it? That is the big, big question. We'll have to find out, because that is only a short month away. After Gamescom, 4 teams will be heading to Worlds. The Turkish team Dark Passage took the international qualifier spot against the teams from the Commonwealth of Independent States and Oceania. Alliance and Fnatic, well, of course, they secured their spots at Worlds by winning the semi-finals matches on Friday. And yesterday, SK Gaming, they got to the final spot by taking down Roccat and securing that 3rd place. Fantastic stuff overall for all of the teams involved. And while the LCS has wrapped up here in Europe, things will be kicking off in North America, as their playoffs will be beginning on Saturday, August 23rd, with a quarterfinal match between teams Solomid and Dignitas.
And then Team Curse will take on Counter Logic Gaming for the last semi-final spot on Sunday the 24th. Those matches begin each day at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 12 noon Pacific.
Absolutely. That wraps things up, ladies and gentlemen, for us here at Gamescom, as well as the European LCS Summer Split. We'd like to extend a special thank you once again to Crepo for joining us on the analyst desk. And now, on behalf of myself, Deficio, Joe, Quickshot Shox, and the entire LCS broadcast team, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you at Worlds.
Wildcat are going to win the game. You will face Fnatic in the semi-finals.
SK will go through and face Alliance in the semi-finals.
Dark Passage win the wildcard tournament.
Nice shot!
Brilliant shot window, compactly down. Fnatic will be the first European team at Worlds.
Robin looks across. Candy Panda goes down. It's the triple. Gets the quadra kill. SK Gaming move on to the World Championships. Alliance and Fnatic will go head to head